This is AMTV.
The world had just entered the 1980s, the start of a brand new decade. Like with most new starts, everything was changing. Changing governments, changing hairstyles, changing sounds in music, and also changing events on television. For a show like Doctor Who, entering its 17th year on the air, change was no stranger. But this time around, for season 18, things would be shaken up a little bit more than usual. A new producer was in the hot seat, John Nathan Turner, and he was determined to bring Doctor Who firmly into the 1980s. Having been a production assistant for the last few years, JNT was familiar with both the programme and the way things were run. He commissioned a brand new title sequence, which was crafted by Sid Sutton, creating the familiar Starfield sequence that we know and love today. Alongside these new titles came a new neon tube logo, and also a new arrangement of the theme music. The Delia Derbyshire arrangement had been used in some form on the programme ever since its inception in 1963, but that was to be replaced with a new arrangement by Peter Howell, one which encapsulated the growing synthesised sound that the 80s was assuring itself in. The TARDIS prop got a brand new revision, and for the Doctor, a brand new costume, one that still incorporated the iconic scarf, but now was dominated by shades of burgundy and question mark collars. Tom Baker, now in his 7th year in the title role, was becoming more erratic than ever. Whether it was challenging directors, bemoaning at the quality of scripts, or his frequent conflicts with the new producer, all contributed to him finally deciding that this particular season of Adventures would be his last. So, how did this final run of Adventures pan out for the 4th Doctor? Did audiences flock in their millions to see their definitive Doctor bow out, or were people busy watching some of the more glamorous offerings available to them on the other side? Let's dive right in and find out. The first story from Season 18 is The Leisure Hive. On the radioactive surface of Argolis stands the Leisure Hive, where the Doctor and Romana arrive looking for a holiday. Instead, they are caught in a plot involving the tragic Argolin and their enemies, the Foamasi. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 30th of August 1980 and concluded on the 20th of September. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and wow, okay, this is nothing short of disastrous. Just 1 year ago, the show was pulling in over 12 million viewers. With The Leisure Hive, however, it couldn't even seem to crack 6. The peak of this story, in fact, drew in 5.9 million, which was the opening episode. But we can see that across the 4-week run, numbers continued to drop, with the concluding instalment mustering only 4.5 million viewers. In regards to the top 40 TV programmes chart, as you can imagine, Doctor Who would not chart at all. Part 1 reached 77th place, but the remaining 3 instalments all fall below the 100 mark, with parts 3 and 4 jointly recording the weakest showing, as both finished at 111th place, the lowest charting result since the very first story back in 1963. So, despite this being a season opener, and one that was here to boast the new look, sound and feel of Doctor Who, what on earth happened to cause ratings to suffer so drastically? Well, it actually comes down to one of the main factors that we look at on this series, competition. In the previous year, ITV had lost out massively to the BBC due to a prolonged industrial strike, which meant the other side was off the air for nearly 3 months. The first 2 stories of season 17, Destiny of the Daleks and City of Death, received the highest ratings for Doctor Who thus far because of this, and even when ITV did come back, it took them a fair amount of time to get their momentum back up and running. For this year, however, they were coming back with a bang, and had an ace up their sleeve that they were convinced would defeat Doctor Who utterly in the viewing figures department. This show was American sci-fi import Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. This show had been made in the USA, had a much bigger budget, and was riding off the ever-present success of the Star Wars franchise, whose second film had hit cinemas in the May of 1980. Episodes of the new show were an hour long, and often started 30 minutes before Doctor Who, so the 10 million plus who tune into Buck Rogers were unlikely to switch channels halfway through an episode, even if it was to see Doctor Who. This show was ITV's biggest success against the Time Lord for some years. Never before had it been able to cut into the show's viewership in such a colossal manner. And it's such a shame this happened right at the start of season 18, a time when so many new elements were being showcased for the first time in the programme. The BBC did attempt a decent bout of promotion for the serial, with it being featured in autumn lineup trailers and a trailer for the season as a whole. The Leisure Hive also got some decent coverage in the Radio Times, with a back page article showcasing the process of making up an old-looking Tom Baker. This feature of the story was heavily teased in various tabloids, and in a separate bout of publicity, a Madame Tussauds waxwork of Tom Baker debuted around the time of the Leisure Hive's broadcast, as part of a Doctor Who experience that the museum was putting on. But it seems that with all the publicity that was thrown at it, it wasn't enough to get the Leisure Hive the viewers it arguably deserved. The new look, feel and sound of the programme are felt right from the start. The brand new theme arrangement, the new TARDIS prop, the new look for the Fourth Doctor, and some of the effects seen really must have felt new and unique back in 1980. I dig a lot of the aesthetic of this serial. The society of the Argolans, and even the aged Doctor looks pretty impressive, though perhaps the element overstays its welcome just a little bit. The monsters are the Foamasi.
You mentioned Foamasi?
Oh, the Foamasi. These guys are fab and all, but really, the budget must have run out slightly when designing these guys. A shame really, as for the most part, the Leisure Hive really looks like it's had some decent money splashed out on it, and the direction from Love at Bickford feels really unique in places, and echoes a style that we don't often see in classic Who. I feel this is a strong start to season 18, I just wish more people could have seen it in action at the time of first broadcast. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.1 million viewers, an insane 8.4 million drop from the previous season opener, Destiny of the Daleks. This is by far the biggest decline in viewership we've seen between stories so far, and we haven't sunk this low in averages in 10 years, the last time being 1970's Inferno, which averaged at 5.6 million viewers. It's so sad that Tom Baker's final season kicked off with such an extraordinarily low number, and we can only hope viewing figures will improve as things progress. The Leisure Hive is a perfect example of the way things were shifting in Doctor Who. You can clearly see the change in style and tone with the arrival of a new production team, and even the story itself feels like a breath of fresh air, especially when compared to some of the adventures seen the previous year. It's not the best story ever, but it's one I find a lot of fun, and admire for its willingness to really start the programme's entrance into the 1980s with a bang. To experience it for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1982, or its audio adaptation from 2013. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1997, or a standalone DVD release, which came out some years later, in 2004. The Leisure Hive is also available to watch on Blu-ray, as part of the Season 18 collection box set. The Leisure Hive may feel like a huge shift away from what the Tom Baker era is best remembered for, but in a way that's exactly what it was intended to do. It wanted to showcase that Doctor Who could change, it could adapt to new styles, it could adapt to new technology and effects, but despite all that, show that it could also still tell an engaging and fun adventure to millions of viewers. And in all of those respects, the Leisure Hive does achieve that, but hopefully the low viewing average will stand out as a one-time affair, rather than a recurring trend.
Doctor! Doctor! Doctor!
The second story from Season 18 is Meglos. The Savants and Dions of Tigella are locked in conflict over control of the ancient dodecahedron and need the Doctor's help, but Meglos, the last Zolphathuran, seeks the power of the dodecahedron for himself. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 27th of September 1980 and concluded on the 18th of October. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and things are certainly not improving anytime soon. 3 of the story's 4 parts fall below the 5 million mark, with Part 2 recording the lowest figure at only 4.2 million viewers. These numbers echo the dark days of Patrick Troughton's final season, and were numbers that had the potential to spell just as much doom for a programme in 1980 as they had done back in 1969. For the top 40 TV programmes, Doctor Who once again missed out completely, and marked the first time that all episodes of a story would chart below 100th place. Part 1 is the highest charter, at 105th, and Part 2 is the lowest, finishing at an abysmal 139th. So, was Meglos just not connecting with viewers? Or was it the damage caused by ITV, showcasing its lasting impact? The answer, sadly, is the latter. Buck Rogers continued to dominate the Saturday tea time slot, so much so that higher-ups at the BBC decided something needed to change. Starting with Part 3 of Meglos, Doctor Who would transmit half an hour earlier than normal, beginning at 5:40 PM. This new time slot gave it a 5-minute head start before Buck Rogers, and it was hoped this move would regain substantial parts of the viewing public. The plan worked to some degree, as roughly 500,000 more people did tune in, but it arguably didn't achieve the boost in figures that the BBC were hoping for. The popularity of Buck Rogers was so immense that even if Doctor Who began first, more than 10 million viewers were willing to wait to see the escapades of the astronaut in the 25th century. Though saying that, several people were writing in complaining that the 2 sci-fi shows were on at the same time, and demanded that one of the 2 TV companies move their shows so that they didn't overlap at all. This, I would argue, at least shows that there was still a huge interest for Doctor Who, but due to the initial head start and glossier appearance of Buck Rogers, Doctor Who did suffer accordingly. Like with the Leisure Hive, promotion for the serial wasn't half bad. The main draw of this particular adventure was the dual role played by Tom Baker, who, as well as the Doctor, was also playing a Meglos cactus-like version of the famous Time Lord. This imagery was, and still is, extremely striking, and pictures like this were used extensively in tabloids, the Radio Times, and even Madame Tussauds. Their Doctor Who experience had been open for around a month, and the inclusion of a waxwork Meglos Doctor meant that at that time, Tom Baker was the only person to appear twice in the museum. Another strand of publicity for the programme was the announcement that K9, the Doctor's robot dog, would be leaving the series in the near future. This was met with shock and dismay from younger fans, but not all hope was lost, with producer John Nathan Turner even teasing that one day there might be a Mark III K9. I wonder if that would ever come to fruition. Meglos itself is a real oddball in my opinion. The story is certainly interesting and has its standout moments, obviously the Meglos Doctor being the forefront of that. The other main factor I remember is the guest appearance of Jacqueline Hill, who in this story plays Lexa, but may be more familiar to viewers as Barbara Wright, one of the original members of the TARDIS team. It's great to see her again, in colour too no less, but ultimately, I've always felt that there is something missing when it comes to Meglos. I'm not quite sure what, but whilst it has a lot of good ideas on paper, ultimately the execution just doesn't do it for me. But hey, watch it for yourself. Chances are you may think the complete opposite and have a whale of a time. Overall, this story attracted an average of 4.7 million viewers, a 0.4 drop from the previous story. It's clear that numbers were not getting better in the short term, even with the time slot shift halfway through the story. And what's more, Doctor Who hadn't attained an average of under 5 million viewers for over a decade, not since the War Games back in 1969. As a matter of fact, Meglos is only one of 3 stories that we've covered thus far that has fallen below the 5 million mark, the other 2 being the War Games and the Smugglers. Despite these disastrous numbers, don't let that stop you from writing off Meglos entirely. There are elements here that some viewers will definitely enjoy. The appearance of Jacqueline Hill, the dual roles played by Tom Baker, and some of the action set pieces are quite nice. If you need a memory refresh on this serial, you can read the Target book from 1983 or its audio adaptation from 2021. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 2003, one of the last titles to be released on the format, or alternatively, you have a standalone DVD release from 2011. You can also enjoy Meglos on Blu-ray as part of the Season 18 collection box set. It has its ups and downs, and Meglos is often derided as being one of the worst Who stories ever, but like all of those stories that gain that reputation, I always think it's worth giving it a second chance. I have done, and sadly, this is a story that I don't revisit often at all, and for me, it falls as one of the low points of the Fourth Doctor's final year.
They've sent for a travelling Time Lord, whose travels I must interrupt. Now, where is he, and when?
The third story from Season 18 is Full Circle. Trapped in the E-Space universe, the TARDIS brings the Doctor and Romana to Alzarius, where the Deciders aboard a crashed Starliner keep terrible secrets. Mistfall is coming, and the Marshmen will rise. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 25th of October 1980 and concluded on the 15th of November. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and whilst on the whole things seem to have improved, there is one glaring outsider. That's Part 2, which recorded one of the lowest viewing figures ever for the programme, with only 3.7 million viewers tuning in. The last time Doctor Who recorded a figure this low was at the end of the 60s, when the show was narrowly avoiding cancellation. The other 3 installments all pull in over 5 million viewers, but to not even crack the 6 million mark across a 4-week story must have been alarming and worrying for both the production team and the higher-ups of the BBC. For the 3rd time in a row, all 4 parts failed to crack the top 40 programmes chart, with every episode charting below 100th place. The lowest example was Part 2, which finished up at 170th. Doctor Who was clearly not in a good state in terms of viewing figures as Season 18 progressed, but did Full Circle turn viewers away? Or was it once again outside factors that contributed to the weak showing? ITV was still continuing to see immense success in the ratings field. Buck Rogers was still going out opposite Doctor Who, and was still continuing to attract more than double the viewers that the TARDIS team were able to bring in. But whilst competition may have been the main factor that hindered the viewing figures for Full Circle, in the promotional department, Doctor Who couldn't have been more in the spotlight. For the story itself, Crest drew upon the arrival of a new companion, Adric, played by Matthew Waterhouse, and he was the first male companion to join in 5 years, and as such, interviews with Waterhouse were aplenty, on shows such as Top of the Pops and The Multicoloured Swap Shop. The young age of Waterhouse and Full Circle writer Andrew Smith prompted a back page article in the Radio Times, and 2 days before Part 1, another new companion was revealed. This was Tegan Javanka, an Australian air stewardess played by Janet Fielding, though her debut in the show was still some months away. Finally, on Friday the 24th of October, it was announced that Tom Baker would be leaving the role of the Doctor at the end of the season. This was a huge blow to fans of the Fourth Doctor, and because he had been the titular character for so long, TV news and traditional newspapers covered this extensively, more so than any other leaving Doctor beforehand. All sorts of names were bandied about as his replacement, and Tom even vaguely suggested that a woman could take the part. However, on the 4th of November, it was announced that Peter Davison, famous for playing Tristan in All Creatures Great and Small, would become the 5th incarnation of the Doctor. This prompted excitement from some viewers and disappointment from others, but hey, what else is new when it comes to announcing new Doctors? Full Circle is the first part of what is known as the E-Space trilogy, as the TARDIS team have slipped into a different universe. The world of Alzarius, the Marshmen that inhabit the swamps, and the society the people have as well, are all very intricate and interesting. I like many of the interactions between the characters, though I must admit I don't immediately warm to Adric in this story. I enjoy the character the longer he stays on the TARDIS, but his introduction misses the mark a tad, at least in my opinion. But a new trilogy of adventures were underway, and even though many millions missed out on its beginning, hopefully they can tune in with the next 2 installments. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.3 million viewers, a 0.6 increase from the previous story. It's nice to see viewing figures improve, though I wish they had been an even bigger leap up. 5.3 million is the strongest average of Season 18 thus far, but that is still a disastrous figure for a primetime Saturday tea time show. And with 3 stories in a row falling this low, I'm surprised BBC higher-ups weren't making more of a fuss about this down to the production team. We also have some repeat data for you. In the now annual tradition of summer repeats, Full Circle was chosen as the first of 2 stories to receive this honour, in 1981. It was also chosen as to help reintroduce the companion Adric to viewers who had missed out on this the first time around. Airing over 4 consecutive days from the 3rd to the 6th of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 5 million viewers, a 0.3 drop from original broadcast. As with many of these summer repeats over the last few years, the reasons for the generally low figures remain the same. The combination of hot summertime weather keeping people outdoors for longer, and the popularity of the competition over at ITV, with soap opera Crossroads continuing to eclipse Doctor Who in the weekday evening slot. Just as an additional note, this repeat was not promoted at all in the Radio Times due to the magazine not being printed due to industrial action. Full Circle is essential viewing if you wish to experience the full E-Space trilogy. As a standalone story, it's perfectly fine. It's not a favourite of mine, but again, like The Leisure Hive, I feel this serial really set out to show viewers how Doctor Who was ready to embrace the 80s. To relive all of that goodness for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1982, or its audio adaptation from 2015. To watch it, you have the 1997 VHS release, packaged with the next 2 stories as the E-Space trilogy box set. This trilogy was released together once again, on the DVD format, in 2009. Full Circle also saw a release on Blu-ray as part of the collection set for Season 18. Whether it's Adric's introduction, the ethereal creepiness of the Marshmen, or to see the world and society of Alzarius at work, Full Circle offers a lot for those who want to experience it. Check it out. It certainly, if anything, acts as a good lead into the next 2 segments of this intriguing trilogy.
You can't fight Time Lords, Romana.
You did. Once.
And lost.
The 4th story from Season 18 is State of Decay. Trapped in E-Space, the TARDIS arrives on a world where the locals live in fear of the 3 who rule. An ancient enemy of the Time Lords sleeps beneath the tower. When it arises, the great vampire will be hungry for blood. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 22nd of November, 1980, and concluded on the 13th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and numbers are still sadly not rising all that much. 3 of the 4 parts pull in over 5 million viewers, though Part 3 only had 4.4 million tuning in, another disastrously low showing for the programme. and when the peak of your adventure has only 5.8 million watching, it must have made someone at the BBC think if Doctor Who, which was nearly 17 years old at this point, had truly had its day on the small screen. For the top 40 TV programmes, once again all 4 parts fall below 100th place on the chart. The highest charter is Part 1 at 119th, and Part 3 is the lowest charter at 145th. With viewing figures not improving, did State of Decay suffer once again at the hands of ITV? Or were there any other major factors that could have helped or hindered its performance? Well, ITV did continue the ratings dominance that it had held with Buck Rogers in the 25th century. With the American import now going against Doctor Who in almost every region at the same time, the resultant popularity imbalance caused the TARDIS team to see the low viewing figures attained by the previous few stories. However, in the promotional department, things were once again in a decent place for the programme. State of Decay received a short TV trailer that was aired on the day of Part 1's broadcast, alerting perhaps the more casual viewer that a new serial was due to start. In the print world, Doctor Who was once again the focus of a Radio Times back page article, this time around promoting the recent arrival of Adric and the imminent debuts of new companions Tegan and Nyssa, the latter being announced to the public on the day of Part 1's broadcast. The newly announced Fifth Doctor, Peter Davison, was also making appearances in the papers and on TV. One key feature was an appearance on popular chat show Pebble Mill at 1, in which viewers had the opportunity to ask the new Doctor some burning questions. But perhaps the most prominent bit of publicity at the time came on the day of Part 4's broadcast on the 13th of December 1980. It was on this day that Tom Baker and Lalla Ward got married. That's right, the Doctor and companion, husband and wife. The pair had fallen for each other whilst they had filmed the previous season, and even though this event was reported in the papers and indeed on the national TV news, the jubilation shared by fans and the couple themselves sadly wasn't to last. The newly wedded pair had frequent arguments, and in fact, as they filmed State of Decay a few months earlier in May, their disagreements do show on screen, with the pair barely looking or acknowledging each other, which, for me at least, result in some disconnected performances. That aside, State of Decay for many remains a solid vampire-filled adventure, penned by one of the most legendary of Who writers, Terrance Dicks. Having served as script editor in the Jon Pertwee era, Terrance truly had an understanding of what made a fun adventure, and since leaving the show had in fact novelised many stories for Target, both from his own scripts and the scripts of other writers. Whilst this story does flow nicely and has some intriguing concepts, I've never been the biggest vampire fan, and in terms of Terrance's scripts for the programme, this is far from what I would consider his best work. However, everyone has their favourites, and I know many who see this to be one of the finest examples from the Fourth Doctor's final year. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.2 million viewers, a 0.1 drop from the previous story. The viewership on the whole seems to have stabilised out the more that Season 18 progresses onwards, but the immense popularity of Buck Rogers continues to hold Doctor Who down in the 5 million range, an area that last time it was in consistently almost resulted in the programme's cancellation. State of Decay for many is seen as the crowning jewel of both the E-Space trilogy and Season 18 as a whole. Whilst I don't personally agree with that view, it is a story that I can get through easily and have some good fun with along the way. To see where you'd place it, you can read the Target book from 1982 or its audio adaptation from 2016. There is also an abridged reading of the story available on cassette, originally released back in 1981. To watch it, you have a 1997 VHS release, packaged with Full Circle and Warrior's Gate as the E-Space Trilogy box set, and there's also a DVD release from 2009, packaged again with the other two stories as the E-Space Trilogy. State of Decay made its way to Blu-ray in 2019 as part of the Season 18 collection set. If you like vampire stories and that more gothic style element seen in a lot of the early Tom Baker years, then you're probably going to get a lot from State of Decay. Nevertheless, it is loved by a lot of people and continues to get reappraisal from fans. You can't really go too wrong with a script from Terrance Dicks, so don't skip it, turn the lights down, and watch out for the bats.
I like a ghost story. Do you want to hear one?
No.
It's about a race of giant vampires.
Vampires?
The fifth story from Season 18 is Warrior's Gate. The TARDIS brings the Doctor, Romana and Adric to the Gateway. Space is contracting, and the Doctor must save the time-sensitive Tharals from slavery before they are all trapped in E-Space for eternity. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 3rd of January 1981 and concluded on the 24th of the same month. You may notice there is a slight gap in transmission dates between this and the previous story, but we'll come to that in just a moment. Here are the individual viewing figures from all 4 episodes, and thank goodness this is much more like it. 3 of the story's 4 parts cross the 7 million barrier, the first time that's happened this season, and part 3 presents a new peak for season 18, with 8.3 million households tuning in. These numbers don't reach the extraordinary heights of the Hinchcliffe era or indeed those of season 17, but considering the lows of the last few stories, this is a welcomed improvement. For the top 40 TV programmes, Warriors Gate sadly didn't take Doctor Who back into the chart, but at least every episode managed to settle at over 100th place. The highest charter is part 3, which ended up at 59th place. So how did Warriors Gate manage to bring the viewing figures up by quite a margin? Had competition finally trailed off? Or were there other factors at play here? Well, first we do need to address the gap in transmission dates between this story and the previous one. After part 4 of State of Decay, Doctor Who would take the next 2 weeks off the air. These 2 Saturdays fell right in the heart of the Christmas season, and festive television took precedent over the science fiction staple, partly due to their mass appeal and the extremely high viewing figures they could bring in for both the BBC and ITV. In previous years, gaps over Christmas were often filled with repeats of past adventures, but in this case, no such luck. But did this break help Doctor Who recover a decent chunk of the previously lost viewership? I would argue there are a few more factors at play. For one, the show shifted time slot again, taking the earlier time of 5:20 for part 1 and 5:10 for the following 3 instalments. Instead of going directly against the juggernaut of Buck Rogers, Doctor Who was now going against the talent show Search for a Star. So whilst the show was pushing close to 10 million as it had done in previous years, it's clear this move to an earlier time slot certainly helped the programme incredibly. For promotion, the vast majority of press for Doctor Who in early 1981 centred around the departure of K9. The robot dog had been an extraordinary hit with children since his debut in 1977, with producer John Nathan Turner even claiming the dog was more popular than the Doctor. Despite the outrage from younger viewers of K9's departure, J&T had teased that a K9 Mark III could potentially appear, and sure enough, on the 28th of December 1981, this claim was realised, with everybody's favourite K9! Whilst K9 does indeed leave the TARDIS in Warriors Gate, we must also remember that Romana also follows suit, the 2 of them staying in E-Space. Lala Ward really made her incarnation of Romana feel distinct and unique compared to Mary Tam's original. In many ways, she had to undertake the same task that any actor taking on the Doctor has to do, keeping the core elements of the character present whilst giving it their own unique spin, and I think in her time on the show, she did a remarkable job. Warriors Gate is such an interesting tale to conclude the E-Space trilogy. The time-sensitive Tharrels and the concepts explored were arguably new territory for Doctor Who, and for the early 80s, I would argue that it's realised surprisingly well. The story remains incredibly divisive. Some love it for the abstract ideas and unique realisation, whereas others loathe it for the exact same reasons. Definitely one to experience for yourself, but it remains as arguably the most interesting story told within Season 18, and an example of storytelling that we continue to see small glimpses of as the 1980s progressed. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.5 million viewers, a whopping 2.3 million increase from the previous story. The change to an even earlier time slot was certainly the key factor in this new success. Facing considerably weaker competition would have definitely made Doctor Who more appetising to the viewing public, even if they were joining for the 3rd story of a trilogy. Warriors Gate shows off a style of storytelling that I love to see within Doctor Who, and a style that I wish had been adapted more within the classic series. Though in many ways, you could argue that this serial was very much ahead of its time, and in the 40 years since its broadcast, its distinct style and concepts continue to intrigue audiences of all ages. If it intrigues you and you wish to experience it, you can read the Target book from 1982 or its audio adaptation from 2019. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 1997, packaged with Full Circle and State of Decay as the E-Space Trilogy box set. Alternatively, you can pick up the DVD release from 2009, which again bundles this story with the previous 2, under the E-Space Trilogy banner. You can also find Warriors Gate on Blu-ray, as part of the Season 18 collection set from 2019. Whether you're curious about the concepts, or you wish to see how Romana and K9 depart from the TARDIS, Warriors Gate will hopefully hold something that will keep you entertained and get you thinking too. But as the Doctor and Adric finally depart E-Space, the Time Lord's final days are drawing nearer. But we've still got a few friends to meet along the way.
K9, it'll be all right with you behind the mirrors.
I'll take care of him.
I'll miss you. You were the noblest Romana of them all.
The sixth and penultimate story from Season 18 is The Keeper of Traken. The Keeper of Traken is dying, the time of his dissolution near, but something evil has invaded his world and he asks the Doctor and Adric for help. An old enemy lies in wait, and the peaceful harmony of Traken is about to be shattered forever. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 31st of January 1981 and concluded on the 21st of February. Here are the individual viewing figures from all 4 episodes, and whilst things seem to have dipped a little bit, this is still much stronger than the first few stories of Season 18.
Part 1 holds the story's peak, with 7.6 million viewers,
but sadly it's the only part of The Keeper of Traken that manages to achieve this feat. Part 3 had nearly 2 million less people tuning in, finishing off with 5.2 million viewers. When it comes to the top 40 programmes, Doctor Who missed out once again, and 3 of the 4 episodes fall below 100th place. Part 1 is the exception, which charted at 72nd. The days of a top 40 placement are seeming really far away now though, aren't they? But what did The Keeper of Traken offer audience members? Did new competition come to batter the show, or was this serial just not promoted as well? The shift to the 5:10 time slot had greatly benefited Doctor Who as Warrior's Gate had transmitted, mainly due to weaker competition in the form of Search for a Star. However, from Part 2 onwards, ITV decided to change their schedule. Now the TARDIS team were going up against a new game show, Punchlines, which right from the off proved to be extremely popular. At its peak, the new arrival would attract audiences of up to a whopping 15 million, far outpacing Doctor Who, almost 3 times over in some weeks. For The Keeper of Traken to not drop back to the extreme lows of earlier stories despite this new strong competition is nothing short of a miracle. Efforts in the promotional department were ramped up too, mainly to focus on the debut of a new companion, Nyssa, played by Sarah Sutton. Sarah was a young actress who had recently rose to household prominence with a leading role in The Moon Stallion. On the day of Part 1's broadcast, she appeared on the multicoloured swap shop to take questions from viewers about her previous work, her upcoming role in Doctor Who, and also to give away a few Who-themed prizes. Nyssa's arrival was also spearheaded by another back page article in the Radio Times, plus a trailer for Part 1, that also served to promote the story as a whole to any viewer who was tuning into BBC One. Furthermore, Doctor Who was becoming gradually more accessible to all kinds of viewers. Starting with Warrior's Gate and continuing with The Keeper of Traken, viewers with hearing difficulties could now access subtitles on the BBC's CFAX service, a teletext-based programme that would assist viewers of all kinds and would continue to do so until its closure in 2012. The Keeper of Traken is a great introductory story for Nyssa. The world of Traken feels fleshed out, and like any good planet in Doctor Who, getting an idea of the society of its people helps make it stand out amongst the pantheon of adventures. But perhaps the biggest surprise of this serial, one that was closely guarded from the press, was the return of the Doctor's arch-nemesis, the Master. Having last appeared over 4 years ago in The Deadly Assassin, the renegade Time Lord appeared once again in his decaying form, this time played by Geoffrey Beevers. It's great to see the Master on screen again, and he's just as malevolent and as menacing as he ever had been. And by story's end, he inhabits a brand new body, and the mantle is passed to Anthony Ainley. And trust me, this won't be the last you see of him on our journey. Overall, this story attracted an average of 6.3 million viewers, a 1.2 million drop from the previous story. While 6 million is not the worst average, it's certainly not impressive and a far cry from the hyper-success of the Tom Baker era just a few years ago. The new popular competition from ITV certainly wouldn't have helped, and even the arrival of a new companion and the return of an old foe seemingly wasn't enough to bring back those lost viewers. We also have some repeat data for you. The Keeper of Traken was chosen to be the second of the 2 summer repeats scheduled for 1981, whilst also serving as a reintroduction for new companion Nyssa for anyone who hadn't seen the serial on first broadcast. Going out over 4 consecutive days between the 10th and 13th of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 5 million viewers, a 1.3 million drop from the original broadcast. This average was also gained by the Full Circle repeat a week prior, and the same factors arguably contributed to these lower numbers, with hot summer weather and soap opera Crossroads providing the biggest temptations for audiences to move away from Doctor Who. The Keeper of Traken may come across as one of the more simplistic stories from Season 18, but it's in that simplicity where the storytelling and performances are allowed to shine. Right from the off, Sarah Sutton is fantastic as Nyssa, and her chemistry with Adric and later the Doctor is great. Anthony Ainley also stands out, playing the kind-hearted Treemas for most of the story, before becoming the Master towards the end. It's a really fun little adventure, and if you want to enjoy it today, you can read the Target book from 1982 or its audio adaptation from 2019. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 1993 or a 2007 DVD release, packaged together with Logopolis and Castrovalva as part of the New Beginnings box set. You can also view The Keeper of Traken on Blu-ray as part of the Season 18 collection set from 2019. The Keeper of Traken may feel a little light to some, but if you're in the mood for a story that's a bit more simplistic yet packed with action, adventure, strong performances and settings, then this serial will fit that bill perfectly. Much like the E-Space trilogy, The Keeper of Traken experiments with interconnectivity between adventures, and as such, the next story would not only build on the events on Traken, but would set up the end of Tom Baker's unforgettable Fourth Doctor.
A new body at last.
Father?
The seventh and final story from Season 18 is Logopolis. It's the end, but the moment has been prepared for. The Doctor has glimpsed the future, and must once again save the entire universe from his archenemy, the Master, knowing he will make the ultimate sacrifice. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 28th of February 1981 and concluded on the 21st of March. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and we can see that numbers have finally begun to hold fairly steady around the 6 and 7 million mark for the most part. Part 2 achieves the highest viewing figures of the serial, with 7.7 million households tuning in, and the following week, Part 3 would record the weakest audience, with 5.8 million viewers coming back to gear up for the Fourth Doctor's farewell. Whilst these are some of the stronger viewing figures displayed in Season 18, it is such a shame that after 7 years in the role, that more people didn't catch the demise of Tom Baker's beloved Bohemian. For the top 40 programmes, the show missed out for the 7th and final time this season. Part 2 came the closest, charting at 57th place, and Part 3 would sink below 100th to record the weakest showing, at 102nd. So, if Logopolis was meant to serve as the grand finale of a 7-year stint for arguably the most adored version of the Doctor yet, why didn't more people tune in? Well, for one, Doctor Who was still going out in the 5:10 PM time slot, which meant that it was going directly against punchlines in nearly every ITV region. With the game show's popularity being widespread and having a few minutes head start on Doctor Who, there were always going to be a section of the audience who weren't going to switch back to BBC One, even for the departure of the longest serving Doctor. Promotion once again, however, was consistent and very strong. Firstly, another new companion was the subject of interviews and press coverage. Tegan, played by Janet Fielding, had been announced some months previously, but in the lead up to her debut in Part 1, various newspapers promoted the Australian's impending arrival. But the main drive of publicity came during the week of the final episode, as all the major newspapers and tabloids carried headlines or interviews detailing the departure of Tom Baker from the programme. Having played the Doctor for nearly 7 years, there were many audience members who saw him as the definitive Doctor, not getting the chance to experience his previous 3 incarnations. But despite Tom's popularity with audiences and the extensive coverage around the final story, it seemed even all of that wasn't enough to get millions of viewers away from ITV to witness this landmark moment. An absolute shame, as Logopolis is not only up there with Warrior's Gate as being one of the most interesting stories this season, but it's a fantastic swan song for the Fourth Doctor to bow out on. There's a feeling of finality throughout the story, and the presence of the ethereal Watcher only strengthens that feeling. With the arrival of Tegan, it's the first time that 3 companions have occupied the TARDIS since 1967, and while some complain that 3 is far too many, even though this is the first adventure for the trio, they all get time to develop their characters and find where their strengths lie within the team. Anthony Ainley gets his first real chance to shine as a new incarnation of the Master, one in which he achieves brilliantly. He holds the menace and charm of Roger Delgado, whilst also adding his own distinct brand of wit and humour, and he would go on to develop this role for the remainder of the 1980s. And of course there's Tom Baker, the indomitable Fourth Doctor, who despite his problems behind the scenes, was able to bow out of the show with grace and a certain degree of dignity. His fall from the radio telescope and his final lines to his young friends are both heartbreaking but also comforting. They hold a sense of hope, and as we all know, if there's one thing the Doctor does bring to us all, it's hope. Overall, this story attracted an average of 6.7 million viewers, a 0.4 increase from the previous story. Whilst this last minute boost is certainly welcomed, It remains a tragedy that not even 7 million viewers tuned in to witness the end of a Doctor who had very much defined the programme and the franchise as a whole for the past few years. Still, this figure remains one of the highest that Season 18 was able to attain. We also have some repeat data for you. To help bridge the gap between Seasons 18 and 19, a special run of repeats entitled The 5 Faces of Doctor Who was scheduled to air on BBC Two throughout the month of November. Logopolis was chosen to represent the 4th Doctor's era, partly to help reintroduce people to Tegan, but also as it displayed the Time Lord's regeneration into his new 5th incarnation, who is set to debut on TV screens in a few months' time. Going out over 4 consecutive days from the 9th to the 12th of November 1981, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 5.5 million viewers, 1.2 million less than on original broadcast. Considering this was going out on BBC Two, a channel that generally received less viewership than BBC One and ITV, these numbers are not bad at all, and these relatively successful viewing figures were only set to continue as the 5 Faces of Doctor Who season progressed. Logopolis for me remains one of the major highlights of the Tom Baker era, and whilst I mainly prefer the earlier years of his tenure, this story works just as well. The prevailing feeling of finality and dread work extremely well with this adventure's ideas, characters and action pieces. If you want to experience what I'm talking about for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1982, or its audio adaptation from 2010. To watch it, you have the VHS from 1992, or a 2007 DVD release, packaged alongside The Keeper of Traken and Castrovalva as part of the New Beginnings box set. You can also view the 4th Doctor's finale on Blu-ray, as it was included as part of the Season 18 collection set, which was released in 2019. Logopolis, I would argue, remains one of the finest regeneration stories we've ever had in the programme's long history. It feels epic, yet low-key, a blend that can so easily go wrong, but is achieved wonderfully here. And as we see the 4th Doctor's friends and enemies flash before his eyes, not only is it emotional in itself, but you can really get a scope and appreciate the long life this Doctor has had. But a new man has arrived, and many adventures will await him and his 3 young companions.
Doctor!
It's the end. But the moment has been prepared for.
So that's Season 18, the 7 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Episode 4 of Logopolis, Season 18 was brought to an end, concluding a near 7-month run, comprised of 28 episodes across 7 stories. Now, let's have a look at story averages for this season. We can see that on the whole, numbers are way down from the previous years in the Tom Baker era, particularly from the previous year's Season 17. The peak comes with Warrior's Gate, which was the only story to cross the 7 million mark, finishing with 7.5 million viewers. The least viewed story is Meglos, which hits a new low for this era, having only 4.7 million viewers tuning in. The remainder of the stories hover around the 5 million range, with the final 2 serials pushing into 6 million, but as stated before, this season really was a poor showing for Doctor Who, at least in the viewing figures department. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for Season 18 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 5.8 million viewers. This is an astronomical 5.4 million decrease from the previous season average, and it awards Season 18 a generally unwanted accolade for being the least viewed season of the show on our journey thus far. It's almost a million lower than the runner-up for the title, which is Season 6, which gained a 6.6 million average back in the late 60s. If that wasn't bad enough, when looking at the Tom Baker years as a whole, Season 18 takes last place by a long mile. The previous 6 seasons were able to all gain an average of 8 million or more, so this showing stands out as the black sheep of the era. But now, as we've reached the end of another Doctor's era, it's time we got really nerdy with numbers and figure out the overall average for the Tom Baker years. By combining the results achieved from seasons 12 through 18, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for the Tom Baker era of Doctor Who stand at around roughly 9.4 million viewers. This means that the 4th Doctor's tenure is the most viewed on average thus far. It eclipses the previous leader, the Pertwee years, by 1.1 million viewers, and when looking at the first 2 Doctor's eras, it also surpasses them by 1.5 and 2.3 million respectively. There are obviously a few key factors to take into consideration, one being that Tom Baker had 7 seasons to average out, 2 more than Pertwee and 4 more than Hartnell and Troughton. Furthermore, in terms of story count, Tom Baker had far more than his three predecessors. Hartnell had 29, Troughton had 21, and Pertwee had 24. Tom Baker, on the other hand, had a remarkable 41 stories in his tenure, 42 if you include Sharda, and with 15 of those stories having 10 million or more viewers, it becomes very clear why and how this era attained such a high average overall. Season 18 may be a disappointment in the viewing figures department, but in terms of its ambition and creativity, I would honestly argue that it's the most experimental season of the entire Tom Baker era. A lot of that experimentation comes from the new production teams, particularly with script editor Christopher H. Bidmead wanting to inject some real science back into the show, combined with the fantastical elements of stories such as Warrior's Gate. The result doesn't always work, at least for me. Stories like Meglos and State of Decay aren't necessarily my kind of cup of tea, but then there are tales such as The Leisure Hive or Legopolis, adventures that really showcase how Doctor Who can be in the 1980s, whilst also delivering us some concepts and storylines that feel new, exciting, and thought-provoking. For Tom Baker, he wasn't exactly glowing of this season, and indeed, when you watch his performances, there's a sense of morbidity and bleakness that feels the complete antithesis to his wide-eyed, brighter character from earlier seasons. Having said that, the tone of the stories often gel well with Tom's performances this time around, and indeed in his swan song, he really gives his Doctor a cracking good send-off. Tom had the almost impossible task of taking over from John Pertwee back in 1974, but now, 7 years later, he was giving his successor the exact same task. Not only did he make the part his own, but he injected so much fun, wonder, and eccentricity into the programme. His early years saw the show ascend to new heights of popularity, consistently breaking its own viewing figure records week after week. It saw experimentation with new ways of telling stories, seen in the Key to Time season for example, and it saw classic monsters return like the Daleks and Cybermen, with a whole host of new foes debuting only to become just as iconic. And through all the highs and lows of the past 7 seasons, it was Tom Baker that acted as the centre point of it all. His jubilance, his passion, and his personality all contributed to him becoming the definitive incarnation of the Doctor for millions upon millions of viewers, both back in the 1970s and indeed today, almost 50 years after his initial debut. After playing the part for 7 years, Tom distanced himself from the programme for some time. He declined to take part in the 20th anniversary special, The Five Doctors, which went out in 1983, and used stock footage from Sharda to fill his absence. Throughout the 80s and 90s, however, he would make appearances at conventions and still keep in touch with the fan community. His involvement in Doctor Who on television remained scarce throughout the Wilderness years, and even when the programme was successfully revived in 2005, he didn't pop up as often as other classic Doctors did to discuss the new show. However, after dabbling with some adventures for Audio Go, Tom would join his other classic incarnations at Big Finish Productions, to record many series of audio stories starting in the early 2010s. Tom now feels like a regular presence at the company, and even in his 80s he captures the same magic and wonder his Doctor had done all those years ago back in the 1970s. The culmination of Tom's return to the franchise arguably occurred in 2013, during the 50th anniversary special, The Day of the Doctor. Appearing as the curator in the story's final moments, Tom finally returned to the programme after 32 years, being as mysterious and mischievous as ever, and reminding millions that in many ways, he still very much was the Doctor. But back in March of 1981, those who tuned in saw this Doctor leave their television screens. A new face had appeared, one that many associated with a vet from Yorkshire, but this fresh, open-faced man was our 5th Doctor, and together with Adric, Nyssa and Tegan, he would begin a brand new era of adventures, for audiences watching in the ever-changing 1980s. It's the Christmas of 1981, and Doctor Who was gearing up for another imminent return to television screens, its 19th season beginning in the January of 1982. But with this new run of adventures, several new changes were being showcased for the first time. Producer John Nathan Turner had already overhauled Doctor Who massively the previous year, with Season 18 bringing in new titles, a new version of the theme tune, a new look for the Doctor and the TARDIS, and a whole slew of new companions, as well as a brand new incarnation of the Malevolent Master. But that season also saw the departure of 4th Doctor, Tom Baker, bowing out after an unprecedented 7-year streak. The man to replace him was Peter Davison. Cast at the age of 29, Davison was the youngest actor yet to take on the role, and many viewers and critics cited that he was, in fact, too young, despite only seeing a few seconds of him on screen. I wonder if that would ever repeat itself in the show's future. But despite any criticisms, the new Fifth Doctor, together with his three companions, Adric, Nyssa and Tegan, began their new adventures through time and space, and would encounter brand new enemies, as well as a few familiar faces along the way. However, things would be a little different. For the first time in its 18-year history, Doctor Who wouldn't be broadcast in its traditional Saturday tea time slot. There were two major reasons behind this, one being that Season 18 had fared disastrously in that particular time slot against strong competition, and the second being that the BBC was studying early evening weekday viewing to eventually launch a new soap opera. As such, to broadcast Doctor Who in this way would be a good test for the Beeb in both their study and also to see whether the programme could continue to prove popular despite the new day and time slot. But did this shift work? Or would it continue to push viewing figures ever lower for Doctor Who? And what about John Nathan Turner? If he was all about bringing in the new, then what did he have up his sleeve for his second season as producer? Well, let's dive right into Season 19 and find out. The first story from Season 19 is Castrovalva. The Doctor's regeneration is failing. Narrowly escaping death at the hands of the Master, the time travellers take refuge in Castrovalva, where not all is as it seems. A dark plan could end the Fifth Doctor's life before it has even begun. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 4th of January 1982 and concluded on the 12th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and well, what can I say, this is much more like it. A massive improvement when compared to the opener for Season 18, The Leisure Hive, which couldn't even crack 6 million viewers. Castrovalva, on the other hand, has all of its episodes attain more than 8 million viewers, with parts 3 and 4 even crossing over the coveted 10 million mark, finishing with 10.2 and 10.4 million households tuning in respectively. For the Top 40 TV programmes chart, whilst no episode managed to crack it, some of them came very close. Parts 3 and 4 in particular did come the closest, charting at 47th and 46th respectively. So how did Castrovalva manage to catapult Doctor Who's viewing figures back into the highs of the Tom Baker era? Well, let's go to one of our regular factors that we analyse in this series, promotion. With the arrival of Peter Davison as the Fifth Doctor, promotion for the programme remained just as present for the start of his first series as it had been for his casting announcement back in late 1980. The Radio Times, the leading listings magazine, whilst not giving Doctor Who the coveted front cover, dedicated one of its main pages with a colour photo of Davison with the TARDIS and a lengthy article promoting the start of Season 19 on BBC One. It's quite a shame that Doctor Who didn't get a Radio Times front cover for this moment. The series hadn't received one since the mid-70s, and even by 1982, a programme gaining the spot on the front cover was quite the achievement and a very helpful marketing boost. However, promotional efforts for Doctor Who were firing just as much on TV as they were in the print world, the shining example being an appearance from Peter Davison on leading Saturday morning children's show The Multicoloured Swap Shop, which aired halfway through Castrovalva's broadcast run. But what about the other main factor we look at, competition? ITV had absolutely triumphed over Doctor Who the previous year, thanks to the extreme popularity of American sci-fi import Buck Rogers in the 25th century. But now, with Doctor Who going out on Mondays and Tuesdays as opposed to Saturdays, could the other side triumph again? Well, on Mondays, the Time Lord was facing off against the holiday programme Wish You Were Here, and on Tuesdays, first Give Us a Clue for Part 2, and then Emmerdale Farm in most regions for Part 4. Despite the popularity of ITV soap, the fact that Part 4 of Castrovalva still had more than 10 million viewers tuning in is quite impressive. Outside of promotion and competition, I think there are a few more unique factors that helped the Fifth Doctor attain such a strong debut. For one, the arrival of a new Doctor prompted a certain kind of buzz amongst the viewing public. It's fair to say that the idea of a new Doctor was common knowledge, and given Davison's popularity with audiences in programmes such as All Creatures Great and Small, I think it's reasonable to suggest that a great deal more people would have tuned in out of curiosity to see how the man they knew as friendly Yorkshire vet Tristan transitioned over to piloting the TARDIS. Furthermore, it's important to note the new time slot Doctor Who was going out in. Over the previous 18 years, the programme had typically begun airing anywhere from just after 5 to around 6:30 in the evening. With Season 19, however, Doctor Who would air just before, just after, or precisely at 7 PM. This may have seemed a tad later for the more traditional viewer, but 7 PM was considered to be a prime time slot by the industry, and I think that reputation did pay due diligence to Doctor Who here, that despite the later time, multitudes of new viewers were tuning in to see the Fifth Doctor's new adventures. Whether these unique factors can sustain the viewing figures to this height, we'll have to see as we go. Castrovalva in itself is quite a fascinating story. It's a new kind of tale like no other in my view, and for that reason it stands out quite strongly. Despite the first 2 episodes largely featuring the leads in the TARDIS, the concepts and ideas explored are really unique and new territory for the programme. Christopher H. Bidmead, the script editor last season, returns to pen Castrovalva, just as he had written the swan song for the 4th Doctor, Logopolis. And whilst I did love Logopolis for its more sombre tone, Castrovalva feels like a breath of fresh air. We have a new Doctor, full of energy, raring to go, and overall the story has an air of jubilation and joy to it, that in many ways I felt was lacking from the previous season. The 3 companions continue to expand their dynamic with each other, and indeed the new Doctor, whilst Anthony Ainley's presence as the Master continues to be both maniacal and very entertaining to watch. I would say all Doctor's first stories are a must-watch, and with Castrovalva, there's absolutely no exception. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.6 million viewers, a huge 4.5 increase from the previous season opener, The Leisure Hive. It's clear to see that the change in broadcast date and time slot, the relatively weaker competition, strong promotion, and the arrival of a new Doctor all jointly contributed to giving Castrovalva these impressive numbers. And it also meant that Season 19 started off with a huge bang rather than the whimper we experienced last year. Some of the concepts outlined in Castrovalva may have been a bit too tricky or elaborate for the production team to realise, mainly due to the technical restraints and budgets of the time, but having said that, we do get a solid adventure in 4 parts. Peter is the Doctor almost from the word go, and in his recovery to finding his costume, pacing about Castrovalva, he really succeeds in crafting a character all his own right within his very first story. And if you want to witness this fresh start for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1983, or its audio adaptation from 2010. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1992, and also a DVD release from 2007, packaged together with The Keeper of Traken and Logopolis as part of the New Beginnings box set. The 5th Doctor's debut can also be enjoyed on Blu-ray, as part of the Season 19 collection set, released in 2018. It may not be to everyone's taste, as some find it dull or a bit too ambitious, but I love Castrovalva for what it represents. It represents a major change, a fresh start for our leading character, a chance to recapture the sense of wonder that exploring the universe holds, whilst providing great moments of wit, humour and drama. Definitely watch it if you haven't seen it before, and whether you love it or hate it, I doubt it's one that you'll forget in a hurry.
That's the trouble with regeneration. You never quite know what you're going to get.
The second story from Season 19 is 4 to Doomsday. Aboard a vast starship en route to Earth, the Doctor encounters the frog-like Urbankans and their leader, Monarch. The ship's passengers are drawn from different Earth cultures, but what secret do they possess? And what is Monarch's true purpose? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 18th of January 1982 and concluded on the 26th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and things seem to have decreased somewhat from the previous story. No episode this time makes it over 10 million, but that doesn't mean what 4 to Doomsday did achieve wasn't impressive. All episodes like Castrovalva pulled in over 8 million viewers, and the peak of the story comes with Part 4, which had 9.4 million households watching. Not bad at all for a Tuesday evening. When looking at the top 40 programmes, Doctor Who sadly was falling further behind from that benchmark. Part 4 came the closest, finishing at 53rd, with Part 1 falling the furthest away at 66th place. Hopefully we won't have all of Season 19's stories miss the top 40, which is sadly what occurred in the previous set of stories. So if Castrovalva provided a really strong start for the 5th Doctor's inaugural year, what was it about 4 to Doomsday to cause those numbers to begin slipping? Well, one factor that could have definitely contributed would be the promotion, or should I say the lack of promotion. In the print world, 4 to Doomsday only received one monochrome photo of the Monarch, which was printed alongside the listings for Part 3. That aside, there was no special articles, no interviews with guest stars or the leads, and even on television there was virtually nothing to promote 4 to Doomsday, outside of the normal continuity announcements and lineup previews. Competition over at ITV was for the most part exactly what had faced Castrovalva. Wish You Were Here on Mondays, and now predominantly Emmerdale Farm on Tuesdays. And whilst the soap was very popular, it was yet to broadcast all year round as it does now, and yet attain the massive surge in audiences it would receive thanks to a revamp in the late 1980s. This arguably offers a reason as to why 4 to Doomsday, and Doctor Who as a whole, was able to go toe-to-toe with Emmerdale at this time, rather than suffering a crushing defeat to a more major soap opera like Coronation Street. But more on that when we get there. Whilst 4 to Doomsday may have had one of the worst promotional runs of the last few years, does that mean that the story itself is worth passing over? Well, I think it's fair to say that some people would say yes. This story does have some interesting ideas, but a lot of the time feels like the actors are running about the studio with not a great deal happening. Interestingly, 4 to Doomsday was the first story of Season 19 to be recorded, meaning that this was the first time that Peter Davison was getting the chance to play and develop his version of the title character. And in some moments, it does show, as the Fifth Doctor exhibits traits that don't necessarily crop up too often again. So, whilst 4 to Doomsday may be one of the more underwhelming tales from Season 19, like all Who adventures, it's worth at least one go. Who knows, you may even be surprised, and it could even become your new favourite. Overall, this story attracted an average of 8.9 million viewers, a 0.7 drop from the previous story. This decline was to be expected to some degree, I guess. After the initial buzz and excitement of a new Doctor arriving had worn off, some of the more casual viewers who perhaps weren't taken in with Castrovalva were bound to drop away. But for this often overlooked story to have still brought in nearly 9 million viewers on average, that's hardly a feat to be sniffed at. These days, I find 4 to Doomsday more interesting to watch for the sake of context. Being that this was the first one Peter Davison filmed, it is fascinating to see the small ways in which his Doctor does differ in this story to, say, others like Castrovalva or later tales like Earthshock. It's not one I revisit often, but like all Doctor Who adventures, it does have its fans. And to see if you'll become one of them, you can read the Target book from 1983 or its audio adaptation from 2017. To watch it, it was released first on VHS back in 2001, and then later as a standalone DVD in 2008. You can also enjoy 4 to Doomsday on Blu-ray, as part of the Season 19 collection set. Whilst not necessarily being essential viewing, 4 to Doomsday is a fun little romp for the TARDIS team. We get some little great moments, and a not too shabby looking space scene towards the end. If you're a Fifth Doctor completionist, then it's one you have to check out. If you aren't, well, give it a chance anyway. It's certainly not boring to sit back and experience.
Oh, we've got to get out of here. We've got to get to the TARDIS and get out of here.
Not yet. Please, will you stop thinking of yourself
I'm not thinking of myself. We've got to get to Earth and warn them.
Of what? Who'll believe us? We'll be laughed at.
The third story from Season 19 is Kinder. On the paradise world of Diva Loca, evil lurks in the dark places of the inside. While the Doctor and Adric are prisoners of the planetary survey team, Tegan faces the sinister Mara in a nightmare world. A nightmare that's about to become terrifying reality. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 1st of February 1982 and concluded on the 9th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, which are almost exactly the same as they were to 4 to Doomsday. Kinder in fact replicates the previous story's peak in viewership, with Part 2 having 9.4 million audience members tuning in. It is reassuring to see the viewing figures hold steady as the season progresses, and whilst they aren't steadily falling, like they were in the first half of Season 18, it would be nice to see them rise, building to the season finale in a few months' time. For the top 40 TV programmes, Kinder wasn't able to take Doctor Who back into the coveted chart. Part 2 was able to come the closest, eventually finishing off at 45th place, whilst Part 1 ended up the furthest away, at 78th. With numbers holding relatively stable for Kinder, were those audiences becoming accustomed to the TARDIS team's new adventures? Or was there something in Kinder specifically that kept them glued to the screen? This serial did boast some wonderful guest stars, including Richard Todd and Nerys Hughes, but you'd hardly know they appeared in the lead-up to Kinder's transmission, for there was no special piece of promotion that celebrated their appearance. In the past, entire articles have been devoted to guest actors appearing in Doctor Who, but for Kinder at least, that didn't seem to happen. Whilst the print world of promotion continued to be lacking, there was a small boost from the TV world. Throughout Kinder's transmission, Peter Davison made 2 appearances on the hit game show Call My Bluff, which, whilst not directly tied to Doctor Who, it's arguable that the star's appearance could have helped boost interest somewhat. More interesting was a BBC Schools programme, The Music Arcade, that aired on the day of Part 2's broadcast. In this show was a segment featuring Peter Howell, the composer of the series' title music. Howell demonstrated to audiences how the sequence was put together, and for anyone interested not just in Doctor Who, but electronic music as a whole, it is a fascinating watch. Moving on to Kinder's competition, the other side continued to provide the same lineup, constituting of Wish You Were Here on Mondays, and Now Back to Give Us a Clue on Tuesdays, the celebrity charade show still proving to have some appeal across the ITV regions. But even though Doctor Who was proving to be a success in the weekday evening time slot, there were many members of the public who expressed frustration that the show was no longer going out at Saturday tea time. However, head of programme planning, John Morrell, was quick to rebuttal this, by claiming the move was made as the series needed a new lease of life. To that end, Kinder complements this new lease of life with a story that is vastly original and is arguably some of the best work of the entire Peter Davison era. It's great to see Tegan, the newest of the three companions, really get some good character work here, and Janet Fielding's performance, particularly when she's possessed by the fiendish Mara, is absolutely stunning. Some claim not to understand it or get why it's so revered, which is completely fine, but if you ask me, this is an absolute must-watch if you're treading through the Peter Davison years. Though, if you have a fear of snakes, maybe give it a skip. Overall, this story attracted an average of 8.8 million viewers, a 0.1 drop from the previous story. This average continues the stabilisation of the viewing figures that we saw with the individual episodes, and for your programme's average to be consistently hovering close to the 9 million mark, indeed when the programme in question is over 18 years old, is quite the achievement to say the least. We also have some repeat data for you. Given the Doctor Who was now off the air for 9 months of the year, having repeats was arguably more essential than ever to keep the show in the public eye. As such, Kinder was one of 3 stories from season 19 to get a repeat airing in the summer of 1983, though this one was a last-minute addition. Airing over 4 consecutive days from the 22nd to the 25th of August, 1983, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 4.4 million viewers, exactly half of the amount who tuned in on original broadcast. In the now traditional vein of summer repeats, the viewing figures are lower for 2 key reasons. The first was the hot summer weather, that kept audiences outside for longer, making it less likely that they were in watching the telly, and second, competition on ITV remained fierce, with soap opera Crossroads proving that a little bit more popular in this instance than the TARDIS team. Kinder stands out as not being just a typical run-of-the-mill adventure. The script by newcomer Christopher Bailey is brimming with wonderful ideas and some excellent scenes, many of which are realised beautifully on the television screen. To experience the wonders of Kinder for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1983, but there's no audio adaptation of it as of yet. However, there is an abridged audio version of the novelisation, released on cassette tape, all the way back in 1997. To watch Kinder, you can check out the VHS release from 1994, or the DVD release from 2011, packaged with Snake Dance as part of the Mara Tales box set. Kinder is also available to enjoy on Blu-ray, as part of the Season 19 collection set. Whilst it may not reach out to everyone, I find Kinder to be one of the more experimental stories of the 1980s. It isn't afraid to really push the boat out in terms of abstract and in some cases quite chilling concepts. And when all of your cast are on form and the production values are looking good, it really lifts the story higher. I say all the production values look good, there is, well, that, but that aside, Kinder is one I highly recommend, as long as you don't mind snakes. Again, perhaps not one for you if you really don't like them.
Oh no! Oh, is that...
Well, we've established one thing.
What?
The Kinder have a sense of humour.
The 4th story from season 19 is The Visitation. The Doctor, Tegan, Nyssa and Adric arrive in England in 1666. There, they meet thespian Richard Mace, with whom they join forces to thwart the plans of a maroon pteroleptal who intends to wipe out human life on Earth with a virus-like plague. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 15th of February 1982 and concluded on the 23rd of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and this is a nice little jump up. All 4 parts of The Visitation gain over 9 million viewers, the first story of season 19 to do so, and part 4 once again takes us past the 10 million mark and finished with around 10.1 million households tuning in to witness the Doctor's part in the Great Fire of London. This is the positive boost I was talking about, with around 1 million more people dipping into the programme during The Visitation's run. For the top 40 TV programmes, Doctor Who just managed to scrape back in at the lowest position possible, with Part 4 charting at 40th place. Parts 2 and 3 came close, finishing at 48th and 41st respectively, and Part 1 falling a little further behind at 54th. So, with this nice little increase in overall viewing figures, what was it about The Visitation that caused these new audience members to tune in? Well, for a start, the competition over at ITV was mostly the same as it was for the previous stories. Some regional programming, and Wish You Were Here on Mondays, with Emmerdale Farm now taking the Tuesday slot in most ITV regions, Though I must admit, the way ITV would change up their Tuesday schedule seemingly by the week is quite surprising, but then the regionalised structure of the network at the time would often result in this. Like with 4 to Doomsday and Kinder, there wasn't a great amount of promotion for The Visitation. The BBC issued some materials in late 1981, highlighting the guest appearance of Michael Robbins as well as the monsters, the Pteroleptals, and their android. Aside from that, there wasn't any big TV appearance or article in the newspapers that actively tried to keep Doctor Who in the spotlight. Perhaps the switch to a 3-month-long season as opposed to 6 months made the BBC feel that they didn't have to sustain the promotional arm for as long. Though, it has to be said, this theory is purely speculation. Whilst being set in the 17th century, The Visitation is far from being what is termed as a pure historical. There's a lot of sci-fi in here, no less from the appearance of the alien Pteroleptal. But this pseudo-historical adventure is one of the best the classic series has to offer. The leading cast are firing off on all cylinders, Michael Robbins is hilarious as Richard Mace, and overall the story moves at quite the pace. By its end, we witness the beginnings of the Great Fire of London, revisiting a notion that some of the memorable moments in history were in some way caused or started by the Doctor. The Visitation is also notable for the destruction of the sonic screwdriver. The device had been featured constantly since its first appearance back in 1968, but the production team felt it had solved far too many a problem. And so, just like K9 beforehand, the sonic screwdriver had to go, and indeed wouldn't be seen again in the programme for another 14 years. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.6 million viewers, a 0.8 increase from the previous story. The Visitation now ties with Castro Alva for being the highest viewed story of season 19 thus far, and what a worthy tale to share that title with. Whether it was the historical setting, the fabulous guest cast, or the unique new aliens, The Visitation's increased viewership only strengthened the notion that the new Doctor in the new time slot was working. We also have some repeat data for you. The Visitation was chosen as one of 3 stories to be repeated in the summer of 1983. Airing over 4 consecutive days from the 15th to the 18th of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 4.3 million viewers. A 5.3 million drop from original broadcast. Similar to the Kinder repeat we looked at earlier, the same factors affected The Visitation also. Hot summer weather, as well as Crossroads continuing to prove its popularity amongst the general viewing public. The Visitation would be the first of the many pseudo-historical stories that viewers would be treated to throughout the 1980s. And for me, it is definitely one of the best. Penned by incoming script editor Eric Saywood, it would give audiences an insight into how this new writer would craft a Doctor Who adventure. And whilst The Visitation isn't my favourite of Saywood's scripts, I believe it offers a promising insight into what will come over the next few years. If you wish to indulge in The Visitation for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1982, or its audio adaptation from 2012. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 1994, bundled together with Black Orchid. Alternatively, there is a standalone DVD release, which first came out in 2004, before being re-released with new restoration and special features in 2013, marketed as the Special Edition. The Visitation is also available to watch on the Season 19 collection set, which is exclusive to the Blu-ray format. For those who find the pure historicals of the 1960s not to their liking, The Visitation offers an alternative that satisfies in many different categories. It has the rich historical setting that a BBC production can pull off so well, it has the science fiction elements of aliens and androids that both look unique and hold their own menace, and to top it all off, it's supported by a cast who you can tell are enjoying the material they're being given, and they're engaging with the story, and the stakes that it holds, and all the set pieces that it can create. Another must-watch of the Peter Davison era for me, and I hope it becomes one for you too.
Isn't my day, is it?
I feel as though you've just killed an old friend.
The 5th story from Season 19 is Black Orchid. In England, 1925, the Doctor wins a cricket match and is invited to a fancy dress ball at Cranleigh Hall. But the Cranleigh family hides a dark secret, and the party mood is soon shattered when a murder is discovered. This story is comprised of 2 episodes, which began airing on the 1st of March 1982 and concluded the following day on the 2nd of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and those numbers just keep on climbing. The viewing figures between the 2 parts are so agonisingly close together, with Part 2 beating out Part 1 ever so slightly, with 10.1 million viewers tuning in. Part 1 trails very closely behind, with 9.9 million households watching the opening instalment. For a shorter 2-part story, for around 10 million viewers to be watching is a lovely little achievement. In regard to the top 40 TV programmes, both parts sadly miss out on a place within the chart. Part 1 finishes at 57th, whilst Part 2 inches a little bit higher, closing off at 55th place. So how did Black Orchid manage to gain some of the highest viewing figures of the season, despite being half the length of all the preceding stories? Well, thankfully, promotion for this story saw a vast improvement over many of the previous tales of Season 19. In the TV world, a section of Black Orchid was previewed back in the December of 1981, as part of children's magazine show Blue Peter. The clip used was part of the dance sequence in Part 1, as the Blue Peter team were doing a film report about the costumers, Bermans and Nathans. Bringing things back up to speed, the Saturday before Part 1's transmission saw the Daily Mail promoting the appearance of guest star Barbara Murray, and the magazine Titbits offered a 2-page colour spread on Doctor Who, featuring an interview with one of the main stars, Janet Fielding, who dramatically teased Tegan's fate at the end of the season, stating that Tegan is left in a will she won't she escape cliffhanger. That certainly sounds enticing and interesting, but more on that when we get there. Over on the other side at ITV, competition was beginning to change up a bit. Whilst Emmerdale Farm was back facing Doctor Who on Tuesdays, on Mondays Doctor Who went against bits of the ITV News, Nature Watch, and also one of the network's highest rated shows, Crossroads. When pitted against this show before, mainly via summer repeats, Doctor Who typically lost out to the staff of the famous motel. However, it seems on this occasion, audiences were remaining loyal to the Time Lord. A relief in a way, as the popularity of Crossroads could have potentially seen millions switch channels to the other side. Black Orchid is a sharp little tale told across 50 minutes. It was the first two-part story since 1975's The Sontaran Experiment, and whilst two-parters in Classic Who are relatively uncommon, it doesn't mean that they can't work. It's not one of my favourites. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the 1920s upper-class setting, but there are many parts of the serial that really do succeed. Namely the costumes of the day, which the BBC had a stellar reputation for delivering on, and the sense of fun that pervades much of Part 1. In many respects, I'm glad it's just two parts, as I think a 4-part structure would have dragged things out, and even though it's not one I revisit often, I still recognise its strengths, as do the many millions who absolutely adore it. Overall, this story attracted an average of 10 million viewers, a 0.4 increase from the previous story. This means Black Orchid now takes the title of being the highest viewed story of Season 19 thus far, and marking the first time Doctor Who averaged 10 million since The Creature from the Pit back in 1979. This average feels like a statement, a testament to not only the programme's enduring popularity, but that as the world entered the 1980s properly, Doctor Who still very much had a place within the TV schedules. We also have some repeat data for you. Black Orchid was the last of 3 stories to get a repeat airing in the summer of 1983. Going out on the 31st of August and the 1st of September, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 4.7 million viewers, a 5.3 million drop from the original broadcast. This repeat was going out against soap opera Crossroads and some regional news programmes, just as the other 2 repeated stories did. Plus, the summer weather in the UK made it so audiences were less inclined to catch a repeat and more tempted to catch a tan. Black Orchid may not be my favourite two-parter of the classic series, but its relatively straightforward style has held great appeal amongst fans over the years. Whether it's the beautiful costumes, the whodunit style plotline, or even just the fact that you can breeze through it in under an hour, the serial manages to cater to a wide variety of the audience demographic. To see whether it caters to you, you can read the Target book from 1986, or its audio adaptation from 2008. To watch it, you have the 1994 VHS release, which bundles the story with The Visitation. Alternatively, you can enjoy it via a standalone DVD release from 2008. Black Orchid is also available on Blu-ray, thanks to the 2018 release of the Season 19 collection set. With 10 million viewers tuning in, Black Orchid stands as being one of the definitive successes from Season 19, especially from a viewing figures standpoint. So if you have 50 minutes spare, dig out your period piece costume, put on your dancing shoes, and get out on the patio for a wee jig. Or you can do an Adric and eat everything in sight. I mean, that's completely valid too. The 6th and penultimate story from Season 19 is Earthshock. The TARDIS arrives on Earth just in time for the Doctor to foil a plot by the Cybermen to destroy the planet. But the Cybermen have a backup plan, and not everyone will survive the fight against them to save the world. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 8th of March 1982 and concluded on the 16th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and whilst no single episode is able to break 10 million, these numbers are still very impressive and consistent with most of Season 19 thus far. Part 3 heralds the peak viewership, with 9.8 million viewers tuning in, and Part 2 saw the lowest point, with 8.8 million, which quite frankly is still a very strong figure to boast on a Tuesday evening. When looking at the top 40 programmes, Doctor Who was finally once again able to make a bit more of a dent in the charts. Part 4 scrapes in at 40th place, but Part 3 pushes its way higher up the chart, finishing at 32nd. And even though Parts 1 and 2 miss out on a place, it's not by all that much. So how did Earthshock manage to continually sustain its viewership throughout its 4 episodes? Well, the answer may seem obvious to those who know this story, but we'll come to that in just a bit. To start with, competition over at ITV was once again virtually the same as with previous stories. Wish You Were Here went out on Mondays, and Emmerdale Farm on Tuesdays, both of which had their loyal audiences of course, but failed in stealing more sizable viewership away from Doctor Who. Publicity on the other hand was a bit quieter to start with, although this time there was actually a justified reason. Earthshock was the story to bring back the Cybermen, one of the most popular monsters in all of Doctor Who. The creatures hadn't been seen on screens for around 7 years, and this time they were back with a new design, new voice, and a whole new kind of menace. But producer John Nathan Turner wanted to keep the Cybermen's return a secret for as long as possible. He had the viewing galleries blacked out when the serial was recording, and he even went as far as to turn down a front cover opportunity for the Radio Times, something which could have been seen as a risky move. However, I think it's fair to say that his gamble paid off. The Cybermen were revealed at the end of Part 1, and even though audiences dipped slightly for Part 2, by Part 3 a million more viewers were tuning in. The return of the metal monsters now out in the open, and being circulated around playgrounds and offices alike. Earthshock did eventually receive a back page article in the Radio Times promoting the Cybermen's comeback, and between Parts 2 and 3, a clip from the serial, as well as many clips from throughout the show's history, were featured on the BBC Two review programme Did You See? Peter Davison also gave an interview on popular chat show Pebble Mill at 1, mostly to promote his new book, Peter Davison's Book of Alien Monsters, but throughout the interview, clips from Earthshock were shown. By initially keeping it a secret, the return of the Cybermen heralded much press and viewer attention, generating a certain excitement for Doctor Who that had arguably been missing for some years. Earthshock is an excellent story in its own right too. Not only are the Cybermen back, but we get some wonderful action pieces, atmospheric environments, and a set of stakes that genuinely feel tense and build naturally to an explosive conclusion. The serial was also notable for the departure of companion Adric. Having felt 3 in the TARDIS was a bit too many, producer JNT decreed 1 had to go. Adric ultimately was chosen, and rather than simply shake hands and leave, he was to go out in a blaze of glory, the character dying at the story's conclusion. A companion dying, especially in Classic Who, is a rarity indeed, and Adric's death is handled so heartbreakingly well. Him and the Doctor being separated, him staying aboard to crack the code, and the tragedy of him never knowing whether or not he was right. It feels impactful, and to this day remains such an iconic, yet crushing moment from the programme's near 60-year history. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.3 million viewers, a 0.7 drop from the previous story. Whilst it is a little surprising to see the average drop despite the return of the Cybermen, for their return to garner an average this high is a testament to their enduring popularity. Despite having not been on screen for 7 years, the reputation and impact of the creatures was still carried across to viewers of all ages. We also have some repeat data for you. Due to the premature ending of American import Brett Maverick, 6 50-minute slots became available, which were duly given to reruns of Doctor Who, titled under the banner Doctor Who and the Monsters. Earthshock was the last of 3 stories to transmit in this repeat season, beginning on Monday the 9th of August and concluding the following week. Here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 5.1 million viewers, a 4.2 million drop from original broadcast. These figures may seem low, and indeed they are, but I would argue this result is commendable for a few reasons. For one, the hot summer weather always brought viewing figures lower down across all channels, but more noticeably, the Earthshock repeat went out against ITV's most popular and longest running soap opera, Coronation Street. This show was a ratings juggernaut, and had been since it began all the way back in 1960. But whilst triumphing over Doctor Who this time, considering it was fighting a repeat, it wasn't that noteworthy. However, this wouldn't be the last time the Doctor would go up against the famous cast of The Rover's Return. Whether it's the return of the Cybermen, to witness Adric's final end, or just for a cracking good action story, Earthshock well and truly delivers. It's written by Eric Saywood, who wrote The Visitation and will become script editor on Doctor Who for several years. He carries across a darker tone, filled with death, doom and destruction, but doesn't forget to include lighter moments, perfectly encapsulating the balance that Doctor Who can do so very well in the right circumstances. So, to experience this absolute classic for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1983 or its audio adaptation from 2012. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 1992 or a standalone DVD release from 2003. Or, if you like your Blu-rays, you can enjoy Earthshock on the format as part of the Season 19 collection set. It's a classic Who story that gets talked about a lot for a reason. It was able to perfectly reintroduce the Cybermen whilst giving a companion one of the most memorable exits in the show's history. I also think it's a great introduction in many ways to classic Who. It was one of the very first adventures I sat down to watch, and it remains just as good now as it did the first time around. I'm sure it's a story you'll love, so sit down and give it a try. Otherwise I'll never know if I was right.
My army awaits, Doctor!
The seventh and final story from Season 19 is Time Flight. When a Concorde vanishes mid-flight, the Doctor tracks it down to Earth's prehistoric past, where the crew and passengers have become the slaves of the mysterious saucer, Khalid. But who is Khalid really? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 22nd of March 1982 and concluded on the 30th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and here we can see quite an interesting run of events. Part 1 starts out strong, pulling in exactly 10 million viewers, but from Part 2 onwards, the serial sees quite the slump in viewership. Granted, all of the figures are above 8 million, which is a strong showing, but it is curious to see over 1 million people dive out of the story so quickly. In terms of the top 40 programmes chart, Doctor Who was able to gain a footing one last time this season, Part 1 attaining the highest chart position not just for this story, but for Season 19 as a whole, at 26th place. Parts 2 and 3 just missed out on a place, and Part 4 falls the furthest behind at 64th. Why then did viewers decide to duck out of Time Flight so quickly? Was there something specific that turned them away? Competition could have had something to do with it, even in a minimal sense. For Tuesday nights, Give Us a Clue was back on against Doctor Who, but on Mondays, holiday programme Wish You Were Here was finally pushed aside in favour of Crossroads. As mentioned previously, this soap had defeated Doctor Who in the summer seasons, and perhaps its popularity provided a conflict for some viewers who were interested in both programmes. Promotional efforts in the papers didn't make much of an event of Time Flight, though the Daily Mirror ran a small item on the show on the day of Part 1's broadcast that is mainly focused on Adric's cameo appearance in Part 2, rather than the actual plotline itself. Though on the television, Doctor Who, or rather its lead actor Peter Davison, was to be the focus of quite an important accolade. Shortly before Time Flight began transmission, JNT phoned up Peter asking him if he could make himself available to shoot a Season 19 promo for Australia. This promo would be shot on location in Trafalgar Square, with the TARDIS, Daleks and Cybermen all making an appearance. To his surprise, Peter arrived to see his 3 companions and the Master exiting the TARDIS, followed shortly by Eamon Andrews, who proclaimed to an astonished Davison, "This is your life." This show had been on and off the air since 1955, and focused on celebrating the lives of individuals in a variety of different fields. Being only 30 years old, this made Peter one of the youngest receivers of what is known as the Big Red Book. This edition was broadcast between Parts 2 and 3 of Time Flight over on ITV, and given This Is Your Life's wide audience, it could only serve as a promotional boost for Doctor Who. And indeed, Part 3 did see an audience increase of 0.4 million from Part 2, though putting this solely down to This Is Your Life is of course just a theory. Another theory relates to why Doctor Who lost 1.5 million viewers between Parts 1 and 2. Given that Adric's death had been so monumental, perhaps audiences expected a chunk of the next serial to focus on the aftermath of the event. However, bar the first scene in the TARDIS in Part 1, and then a cameo in Part 2, Adric is all but swept aside by story's end. This partly is down to the structure and serialised nature of Doctor Who at that time, but perhaps not focusing on this big event more caused some audience members to switch off or switch over to the offerings on ITV. Time Flight itself, sadly, isn't really celebrated, both at the time and indeed even now. It is impressive in some respects, featuring a then state-of-the-art Concorde airplane and making Doctor Who the first drama to be allowed permission to film at Heathrow Airport. That aside, a lot of the story elements, props and effects aren't realised to the best quality. We must forgive it to some extent, as by the time Time Flight began production, the budget was all but running out for the season. Furthermore, it seems that certain production team members and BBC higher-ups were more concerned with showing in the Concorde and Heathrow elements rather than the actual plotline at hand. We do see the Master turn up again, played once more by the wonderful Anthony Ainley, but out of his 2 appearances in Season 19, this is without a doubt the weakest. More than anything, Time Flight feels more like a novelty these days, rather than an example of a good story. It does have its fans, and I certainly don't think it's the worst kind of Who that there is, but especially coming hot off the heels of Earthshock, it almost did seem a little too destined to fail from the start. Overall, the story attracted an average of 8.9 million viewers, a 0.4 drop from the previous story. This drop hardly seems surprising, given the slump the serial experienced throughout its 4 episodes, but to be honest, despite all the adventure's misgivings and problems, the fact it came out with a near 9 million average is certainly impressive. It may not be revered as one of the greats, and indeed it does have its fair share of issues, but if there's one thing that Time Flight does have, it's a solid slice of entertainment. I don't get bored watching this story, but it isn't one from Season 19 that I revisit with any great hurry. If you wish to revisit it for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1983, or its audio adaptation from 2021. To watch it, the story was first released on VHS back in 2000, before appearing on the DVD format in 2007, packaged together with Arc of Infinity as a double release set. Time Flight is also available on Blu-ray, thanks to the Season 19 collection set. Like any Who adventure, it's certainly worth trying at least once, but if you're coming off the heels of Earthshock and expecting this story to hold the same quality and impact, then I'm afraid you're going to be a little bit disappointed.
It's only imagination. It's the only power Khalid has left to stop us.
If you advance, you will kill me, Nissa.
So that's Season 19, the 7 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Episode 4 of Time Flight, Season 19 was brought to an end, concluding a near 3-month run, comprised of 26 episodes across 7 stories. Now, let's have a look at the story averages for this season. We can see that across its 7 adventures, that Season 19 did quite well in the viewing figures department. All 7 stories had at least 8 million people watching. Compare that to Season 18, whose peak viewership average was just below that at 7.5 million. The most successful story is Black Orchid, which had 10 million households on average watching, though it probably helped that it only had 2 episodes to average instead of 4. The least viewed story is Kinder, which had 8.8 million viewers on average, but again, that's higher than every story from Season 18, and also a great deal higher than many adventures from the late 1960s and early 1970s. In short, Doctor Who was back in the game, achieving consistently strong viewing figures, with audiences continually delighted and enthralled in the TARDIS team's travels through to space and time. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for Season 19 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 9.3 million viewers, a lovely 3.5 million increase from the previous season's average. This is a much healthier result than Season 18, and brings Doctor Who back to the impressive form seen in the early days of the Tom Baker era. And hopefully it convinced the BBC bosses that the radical change in Doctor, TARDIS team and the shift in broadcast dates were all an unbridled success. In terms of Season 19's position, compared to the 18 that came before it, it charts as the 4th most viewed season of Doctor Who thus far, behind 4 Tom Baker seasons and Season 2 from William Hartnell's time. Despite the programme's age, rapidly approaching its 20th birthday, it could still pack quite a punch with the viewing public. Season 19 managed to bring Doctor Who right back to being one of the television staples. Audiences returned in their millions to witness the debut of the fresh-faced 5th Doctor, and most of that audience stuck around, to join him, Adric, Nyssa and Tegan on a series of unique and exciting adventures. We went back to the past, dabbled with some more abstract and engaging concepts, whilst also seeing the return of one of the show's most iconic adversaries, only to be punched right in the gut with the death of Adric. Season 19, if anything, really did diversify itself into trying to offer something for all kinds of viewers, and the time slot shift to Mondays and Tuesdays, although scorned by some, undoubtedly helped bring in the millions of viewers that Season 18 had struggled to hold on to. And as Time Flight concluded, we were left on a new cliffhanger. As Tegan watched the TARDIS fade away, audiences must have been left wondering, was that the end of her time on the programme? The year is 1983, and Doctor Who was gearing up to celebrate its 20th birthday. This milestone was a massive achievement for a programme that started out as somewhat of an educational sci-fi show, that evolved and became a national institution, entertaining millions upon millions of viewers week after week, and now not just in the UK, but the world over. In an era of TV where sci-fi shows were lucky to last just a few years, the fact that Doctor Who was still going, and was still popular, was certainly nothing to be shrugged at. So, how on earth do you celebrate this juggernaut's 20th? Well, producer John Nathan Turner had a few ideas. Special celebrations at Longleat, several conventions, and a special feature-length episode to be the crowning jewel of the anniversary celebrations. It was a tall order, and on top of all that, the 20th regular season of Doctor Who still had to be made and transmitted. Peter Davison was embarking on his second season as the Fifth Doctor. His debut the previous year had been received well. Audience figures were constantly reaching or hovering around the 10 million mark, and some truly standout stories, such as the season opener Castrovalva or the huge impact of Earthshock, really gave audiences stories that they weren't going to forget in a hurry. But with all the buzz and hype around this special year, would Season 20 reap the rewards of the occasion? Or would it suffer and be buried under all the special celebratory events happening around it? Let's dive right in and find out. The first story from Season 20 is Arc of Infinity. As a powerful being from the antimatter universe attempts to bond with him, the Doctor is urgently summoned to Gallifrey. To prevent universal catastrophe, the Time Lords intend to execute the Doctor. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 3rd of January 1983 and concluded on the 12th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and these are quite the dip down from what we saw back in Season 19. Whereas that season's opener had at least 8 million viewers tuning into each episode, none of Arc of Infinity's 4 parts managed to achieve the same feat. In fact, the peak viewership is held by Part 2, which had 7.3 million tuning in. The least view point dipping one lower, with Part 3 attaining 6.9 million. But these are the early days for Season 20. Could be a case of a slow start. In terms of the top 40 TV programmes, no episode managed to crack that particular chart. Part 2 comes the closest at 66th, and Part 3 falls the furthest away at 89th. So despite the story kicking off Doctor Who's 20th anniversary year, why were viewing figures down over 2 million from this time last year? Well, to start with, Doctor Who was once again moved around in the television schedules. Aside from Part 1, which aired on a Monday due to New Year's scheduling, the remaining odd episodes would air on Tuesdays, with even episodes going out on Wednesdays. This further experiment ultimately led into the birth and placing of one of the BBC's most iconic programmes, EastEnders, but that was still a few years away. Doctor Who was still going out close to 7 PM, so if the time of airing was similar, was it perhaps the competition that warded viewers away? ITV's offerings this time around in some ways isn't that different to what we saw last year, as Doctor Who would overlap with popular soap opera Crossroads before also running into Emmerdale Farm on Tuesdays and This Is Your Life on Wednesdays. All 3 of these programmes were quite popular and all had their loyal audiences, as like Doctor Who, they had all been on the air for several years. Also, Season 20 marked the first time that the Time Lord had not 1, but 2 channels to contend with. The brand new Channel 4 was launched in November of 1982, and whilst typically gaining a lower audience share than the BBC or ITV, they still offered their own new and unique programming, so even if a few million were to tune in, then that would gradually mean less viewership on BBC One. Against Arc of Infinity, the new channel would compete with Lucky You, Lucky Me on Tuesdays, and Shakespeare Lives on Wednesdays, with the news also overlapping against the Time Lord on both days. So it's fair to assume that the overlap of these ITV programmes, combined with the new offerings from Channel 4, presented millions of viewers with a tough choice, particularly as most households had only one television, and repeats, whilst gradually becoming more common, were still few and far between. However, in terms of home media, the VHS format was gradually becoming more of a household fixture rather than a high-end piece of tech. Whilst prices for recorders and tapes were still quite high in 1983, those that owned them could have easily recorded Doctor Who and watched at a later date. Whereas ratings data today includes viewings from up to 28 days after original broadcast, this was certainly not the case back in the 1980s, with only live viewers taken into consideration. This is all speculative theory, but I would argue that it does hold some weight. Promotion for Arc of Infinity was also quite plentiful, primarily to boast the start of a new season of adventures. Key features that were highlighted were the Ergon, the arrival of a mysterious renegade Time Lord, and the location work that took place in Amsterdam, the second time that Doctor Who had filmed overseas. Peter Davison would make an appearance on popular children's show Saturday Superstore in the November of 1982, and shortly after, he along with his wife Sandra Dickinson and the Master himself, Anthony Ainley, would appear in John Nathan Turner's pantomime version of Cinderella, which would be very successful over the Christmas period. Though despite all this, over 2 million less people were watching. While the final factor that could have affected things is the gap between seasons. Throughout the 1960s, the gap had only been a matter of weeks. In the 1970s, the gap extended to around 6 months for the most part. But after Tom Baker's final season, the gap was widened once again, this time to 9 months. Season 19 had such a strong boost though despite this gap, but I think a lot of that was down to the audience interest in the brand new Doctor, who was already a popular actor known from other programmes. However, after that first season, those who decided they perhaps weren't taken with this version of the show, or perhaps had grown out of Doctor Who over those 9 months, or had simply moved on to watching other programmes. Again, this is all speculative, but it definitely should be considered a factor. Arc of Infinity itself, despite being a story that receives a lot of hype and promotion, sadly ends up as a story with a lot of interesting ideas that maybe weren't executed in the best way. The main focal point that everyone remembers is the return of the renegade Time Lord Omega. Having originally appeared in Season 10's The Three Doctors, the return of this powerful character began the motif implemented by producer John Nathan Turner, that a feature from the show's past would return in every story of Season 20, whether that be a friend or foe. The much talked about Ergon also sadly suffers from its rather interesting design, but on the plus side, the location work in Amsterdam looks fantastic, and it's great to see Janet Fielding return as Tegan, and some of the scenes on Gallifrey work a treat. We also get to see Colin Baker play the character of Commander Maxil, a part in which he owns completely, and I've got a funny feeling this won't be the last time we see him on our journey. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.2 million viewers, a 2.4 million drop from the previous season opener, Castrovalva. Despite this average being fairly respectable, I would argue this is quite the blow for the show, particularly as it begins its 20th anniversary season. The newfound popularity brought in by the Fifth Doctor seems to have ebbed away quite dramatically over the 9-month break, and we can only hope it improves as Season 20 progresses. Some see it as a bit of a false start for Season 20, but Arc of Infinity does have its high points, and the Amsterdam work gives the programme the same freshness and excitement that City of Death gave in Paris 4 years prior. If you want to take a trip to the Holland capital today, you can read the Target book from 1983, or the audio adaptation from 2021. To watch it, you have a 1994 VHS release, or a DVD from 2007, bundled together with Time Flight in a double-pack release. If you want to see the return of the dreaded Omega, more Time Lord shenanigans on the planet Gallifrey, and Tegan properly rejoin the TARDIS crew, then there is a lot for you here. It doesn't hit every mark, but it gets Season 20 underway, and gives us a tantalising taste of the adventures to come.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
No! You can't!
Executing me will not alter the fact there's a traitor at work on Gallifrey!
The second story from Season 20 is Snake Dance. The dark evil of the Mara still exerts its influence over Tegan, and brings the TARDIS to the planet Menusa. Can the Doctor free his companion before Menusa once again falls under the dominion of the Snake? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 18th of January 1983 and concluded on the 26th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and the numbers don't seem to be improving for the better. Like Arc of Infinity, no episode crosses 8 million, and half of the story actually falls under 7 million, with parts 1 and 3 pulling in 6.7 and 6.6 million respectively. Whilst Part 2's 7.7 million peak is the most viewed individual episode of the season thus far, it's still a far cry from what we saw the Fifth Doctor manage in his first year. When looking at the top 40 TV programmes, Doctor Who continued to sink lower in the ranks. Part 2 has the highest placing, at 75th place, but then Part 3 almost falls into triple digits, but narrowly dodges it, finishing at 98th. So, what exactly was going on? Were these first few stories of Season 20 just not clicking with audiences? Or were other factors seriously stealing those millions away from the Time Lord? Well, when looking at the competition for Snake Dance, it largely remains unchanged. The News and Crossroads continued to face Doctor Who, before the Time Lord overlapped with Emmerdale on Tuesdays and This Is Your Life on Wednesdays. The programme again aired all its 4 parts close to 7 PM, and this primetime placement I suppose must have been seen as a blessing and a curse. Doctor Who at this time was arguably exposed to the most potential television audience members, but considering the competition it went up against all had their loyal millions, often the older adults who had control of the TV remote, it meant that a loss in viewership grew ever more likely, even more so now that Channel 4 was on the scene. For promotion, there was barely anything for Snake Dance outside of the regular continuity announcements and brief trailers on TV. No special guest appearances on other programmes, no sort of key features in magazines. It's honestly surprising how scarce any promotional hype is, especially as this was the 20th season, and producer John Nathan Turner was all about promoting the show in any way that he could, although he did have several plans that would come to fruition later in the year. Snake Dance is sort of a sequel story to Season 19's Kinder, in that it features the return of the malicious Mara, who once again possess Tegan for their own vicious purposes. Christopher Bailey returns to write the script, and whilst this new story contains its fair share of new and exciting ideas, I feel it lacks a lot of the polish and wonder that Kinder had in spades. Janet Fielding excels as a villainous version of Tegan, and thankfully the snake effects are greatly improved from, well, this. But that aside, I honestly find Snake Dance a little underwhelming. It just sort of plods along, lots and lots of talking, and not a great deal happening. The ending feels rather rushed, and there are some cast members who I feel aren't giving all that they can. On cast members though, this story does feature a very young Martin Clunes as Lon, his very first TV role. But Doc Martin this isn't, and whilst it's a firm favourite to many, this is one Snake story that I can happily pass on. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.1 million viewers, a 0.1 drop from the previous story. I'm glad that even though there's another drop, that it's a relatively tiny one. A 7.1 million average in 1983 for a near 20-year-old show is certainly very respectable, but I'm sure this is far from what the production team and the BBC higher-ups were hoping for. There is still time for things to improve, or by the same token, get worse. Whilst I prefer Kinder to Snake Dance, there are many people who think the opposite. Both stories have their strengths, and Snake Dance does have some elements I can enjoy, but ultimately it's not a story that I revisit often. If I need my Mara fix, I'll head to Kinder. But nevertheless, if you wish to experience Snake Dance for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1984, but there's no audio adaptation as of yet. However, you can watch the story either on a VHS release from 1994 or via its 2011 DVD release, bundled together with Kinder as part of the Mara Tales box set. I'm glad the Mara got a second outing, as I feel that they're one of the most underrated and threatening villains in the show's history. It's a shame that we haven't seen them return on TV, both in the classic or new series, but never say never. If there's one thing we've learned about classic monsters, it's that any of them can make a triumphant comeback. If you're not afraid of snakes, want to see a young Martin Clunes and a scary Janet Fielding, then Snake Dance is definitely the one for you.
Look at me.
The third story from Season 20 is Mordrin Undead. The Black Guardian seeks vengeance. A group of tragic immortal mutants are desperate for death, and the Brigadier can't remember his oldest friend. Can the Doctor solve the mystery before it's too late? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 1st of February 1983 and concluded on the 9th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and once again, the numbers are holding steady within the 6 and 7 million ranges. Only one episode falls below the 7 million mark, which is Part 1, at 6.5 million viewers. Part 4 of the story ties with Part 2 for Snake Dance as being the most viewed individual episode of the season thus far, with 7.7 million households tuning in. It's still quite surprising that for the 20th anniversary season, no individual episode so far has managed to crack even 8 million viewers, let alone 10 million. And for the top 40 TV programmes, for the 3rd time in a row, Doctor Who was miles away from that chart. Part 1 sets a new low for the season, falling into triple digits, and finishing at an abysmal 103rd place. Hopefully this will be the first and last time we see these triple figures this season. But considering this story had a lot going for it, especially as it was starting up a new trilogy, why didn't it get a little ratings boost? Competition remained firm on the opposing channels. ITV was still throwing Emmerdale and This Is Your Life against Doctor Who, and Channel 4 held steady with a regularly rotating run of different programming, none of which eclipsed the 2 older channels, but gained a small loyal audience nonetheless. Promotion was a bit more noticeable compared to what was given to Snake Dance. The key feature was a back page article in the Radio Times, complete with full colour photograph and the focus on the return of Nicholas Courtney as Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart, his first appearance on the show in nearly 8 years. But the Brig's return wasn't the only factor that was focused on. There was also the arrival of a new companion. Mark Strickson joined the regulars as Turlough, an alien who ended up on Earth, but one who has fallen under the persuasion of the sinister Black Guardian. And whilst he joins the Doctor, rather than become his friend, he secretly plans to kill him. Quite unlike your typical companion. Mordrin Undead in a way isn't really your typical classic Who adventure either. There's a great emphasis on different time zones, which is always a fascinating concept, but one that can get confusing and tangled really easily. The unit dating conundrum, as it became known, was established here, and I'm not going to get into it because we would be here forever, but if you want to know more about it, then check out this video from the Whoniversals. It'll hopefully explain things a bit better than I ever could. The return of the Brigadier is very much welcome though, and Nicholas Courtney puts in another wonderful performance, retaining the warmth, charm and occasional spike of the character that he first played 15 years prior. And if you're a Brigadier fan, then don't worry, we're going to see more of him later on this season. But more on that when we get there. The addition of Turlough offers a new yet different dynamic to the TARDIS team. But whilst the notion of a supposed ally wanting to kill the Doctor is interesting, that initial interest won't last forever, and is quite limiting in terms of story opportunities. The being coercing Turlough to do this is the Black Guardian, and it's a surprise return. Played once again by Valentine Dial, the actor puts in a good performance, communicating the powerful and intimidating nature of this ethereal being, but I personally wish he had had a greater presence in both this story and the two that would follow it. Having said that, if you can wrap your head around the time zone business, then Mawdryn Undead is a lot of fun to watch, and for me, it's also one of the highlights from Season 20. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.3 million viewers, a 0.2 increase from the previous story. An increase is always welcomed in the series, but I wish it was a larger one than this. That's now 3 stories in a row that have hovered around the lower end of the 7 million range, which, I stress again, is perfectly fine, but not what you would want a programme celebrating its 20th year to achieve. To kick off a new mini-trilogy, reintroduce the Brigadier and the Black Guardian, as well as adding Turlough to the mix, Mawdryn Undead certainly has a lot going for it, and in many respects does succeed in what it sets out to do. Perhaps if it had had another episode and had spent more time working out all the times and dates, then this truly could have been one of the greatest stories of the classic series. What we get is a story that still is very entertaining and has many memorable moments, but one that also feels like it's missing one final key piece to really make it all work to the best of its ability. But to see what you make of it for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1983 or its audio adaptation from 2018. To watch it, you have a VHS release from back in 1992, or you can enjoy it via a 2009 DVD release, where it was packaged with the following 2 stories of Season 20 as the Black Guardian trilogy. Mawdryn Undead definitely is one of the high points of Season 20 for me, and out of all of the past elements brought back for the run of adventures, I feel it implements that to the best effect. The exploration and use of the Brigadier, although confusing in some aspects, is wonderful to see, and even though surprising, the Black Guardian remains just as menacing as he was from his first brief appearance at the end of the Keats Time Saga. Check it out for yourself, and strap yourselves in, because this trilogy continues.
Do it now!
The 4th story from Season 20 is Terminus. Sabotaged by Turlough, the TARDIS locks onto a space liner which is carrying passengers suffering from Lazar's disease. The ship is on course for Terminus, which lies at the very centre of the known universe and offers a cure for the fatal illness. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 15th of February 1983 and concluded on the 23rd of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and the stabilisation of Season 20's numbers seemingly continue. As the 4th story in the run, you can see the pattern at this point. No episode crosses 8 million, and 2 fall below 7, with parts 1 and 3 drawing in 6.8 and 6.5 million households. We haven't crossed into dangerous territory that is sub 6 million, but the fact that Doctor Who is constantly hovering just over that line is a little worrying. For the top 40 programmes, Terminus didn't fall into triple figures, though Part 3 comes close at 97th place. Part 2 charts the highest at 75th, but it's definitely a far cry from the mid-70s, when Doctor Who would place within the top 40 week after week. So, as the Black Guardian trilogy trundled on, did Terminus continue to entice viewers, or did it turn them away? The promotional front for the story was a bit more expansive than stories like Snake Dance. For one, there were articles on the guest appearance of Lisa Goddard, an actress who at the time was married to the pop star Alvin Stardust, an example of JNT's guest casting working to his favour promotionally. Doctor Who also popped up on an edition of the BBC's morning show, Breakfast Time. As part of a 60-year celebration of children's TV, numerous effects from the programme were highlighted. Competition over at both ITV and Channel 4 remained largely consistent, the other side still pushing out Crossroads, Emmerdale and This Is Your Life against Doctor Who on their corresponding days. This consistency in competition could have been a barrier for the Time Lord gaining higher viewing figures, as the loyal audiences, particularly for the soaps, were unlikely to switch their viewing habits from whatever ongoing storyline was being presented. However, after Part 4 of Terminus concluded, a special continuity announcement promoted an upcoming event at Longleat to celebrate Doctor Who's 20th anniversary. This celebration was still some months away, but the response would be more than the BBC ever dreamed of. But more on that when we get there. Terminus is a story that gets a lot of bad press from audiences. Part 1 I feel is the true highlight of the adventure. It has an atmospheric and eerie feel to it, and really presents an engaging start to this tale, before taking a dive over the following 3 instalments. Tegan and Turlough get shoehorned into an air vent for most of the story, and the focus on a leprosy-like disease prompted a lot of backlash from both viewers and also medical institutions. The monster of the serial, the Garm, also looks a little hokey, and a far cry from what writer Stephen Gallagher had intended. You may recognise that name from a few years ago, as he was the writer behind the truly unique Warrior's Gate, one of my favourite stories from Season 18. And whilst the ideas Gallagher presents in Terminus are equally as interesting, I feel that the realisation wasn't quite as strong, not helped by the various strikes going on at the BBC at the time. It's one many fans find a dull watch, but like any Who story, it does remain a favourite to some. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.1 million viewers, a 0.2 drop from the previous story. Whilst I'm glad that the viewing figures for Season 20 are quite consistent and not taking a deep dive downwards, I still find it such a shame that they aren't a lot higher, especially after all of the returning friends and foes that popped up. Had there been more promotion or more emphasis on the 20th anniversary aspect, maybe things could have been different. Terminus is often a story people skip over, but there is one factor that many do remember and find very touching, and that is the departure of Nyssa. Sarah Sutton gives a wonderful performance in this story, and the scene in which she leaves the Doctor is quite short but also very sweet. One of the few times in the classic series in which the Doctor is given a kiss. If only he knew what was coming in his future. It's one of the most understated companion departures of the classic era, but if you want to see it for yourself, then you can read the Target book from 1983 or its audio adaptation from 2019. To watch it, you have a standalone VHS release from 1992 or a DVD release from 2009, packaged together with Mordred Undead and Enlightenment as part of the Black Guardian trilogy box set. If you're going through this trilogy, then Terminus is a story that you're going to have to tune into eventually. It does sort of work on its own, but a lot of it feels like a missed opportunity. It joins the rank of stories like the Space Museum, adventures that have a great opening installment and then sort of falter from there. But if you haven't seen it, give it a go at least once. As I often say, you may even find you have a new favourite.
This is your last chance. I shall not say that again. Kill the Doctor!
The fifth and penultimate story from Season 20 is Enlightenment. The Doctor, Tegan and Turlough meet the Eternals, who are on a race through space. The ultimate prize is Enlightenment. Turlough is torn between his loyalty to the Doctor and his agreement with the Black Guardian. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 1st of March 1983 and concluded on the 9th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and I honestly can't believe how consistent these numbers have been. I would love for them to be consistent on a higher level, but at least the show isn't bleeding viewers by the millions with each story. Part 4 of the tale saw the peak in viewership, with 7.3 million households tuning in, but yet again, half of the story falls one step lower, with Part 3 setting a new low for Season 20, with 6.2 million households tuning in. We're inching ever closer to the 5 million range. Let's hope it's avoided before the season is out. When looking at the top 40 programmes, Part 3 just misses slipping into triple digits, finishing at 99th place, and Part 4 saw the highest chart position at 68th, still miles away from a spot in the top 40 itself. As this is the conclusion of the Black Guardian trilogy, was Enlightenment the big finish that audiences expected, or did it come across as a bit of a dud? Well, when looking at the promotional side of things, efforts were clearly made to hype up the story, namely via the appearance of certain guest stars. The Daily Mirror held an interview with Linda Barron, who expressed the amount of research she had done on female pirates, whilst the BBC promoted the appearance of Keith Barron as Stryker. In terms of competition, once again, the other channels' offerings remain consistent with what we've seen face Season 20 thus far. Namely on ITV, the opposition of Crossroads on both days, with then Emmerdale following on Tuesdays and This Is Your Life on Wednesdays. But one thing Doctor Who did have over these other shows was the release of a brand new vinyl record. Doctor Who The Music was a single LP that collated several of the incidental music tracks heard in the show, mostly from seasons 18, 19 and 20. Released whilst Terminus was transmitting, this LP proved to be quite successful, and is an often overlooked piece of merchandise from the 20th anniversary. Speaking of said celebration, the Longleat event was frequently promoted after each episode of Enlightenment concluded its transmission, further hyping up what would be a truly extravagant event held over the Easter weekend of 1983. Back on the TV, Enlightenment is truly an odd conclusion for the Black Guardian trilogy. Whilst we do see that story strand wrapped up, the other elements are both enticing but also to some quite bewildering. The notion of a great boat race set in space is quite a wonderful concept, and this serial truly holds some of the finest model work that Classic Who had ever broadcast. It's not my favourite of the trilogy, but it's a story that I have a lot of admiration for. and had it been given a few more episodes or even a bigger budget, I feel it could have been even more impressive. Writer Barbara Clegg was the first solo female writer to contribute a script to the programme, and despite having future ideas, sadly none were ever made for television. However, some of these stories were later adapted as audio adventures by Big Finish Productions, as part of their Lost Stories range. So, whether you love it or hate it, Enlightenment certainly stands out. Whether it's the demise of the Black Guardian or the striking ship models, it's one that's hard to wipe from your memory. Overall, this story attracted an average of 6.8 million viewers, a 0.3 drop from the previous story. This is the first time in Season 20 that a story has averaged below 7 million viewers, and the first time this has happened since the 4th Doctor's swan song, Logopolis. Whilst just under 7 million is not a terrible figure, it's still a far cry from the numbers the show was bringing in this time last year. Enlightenment, though, if anything, exemplifies how different, weird and wonderful a Doctor Who story can be. While some viewers at the time derided the concept of a space boat race, I really love it, and there are many people who will cite this story as the crowning jewel of the Black Guardian trilogy. To join in the race for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1984 or its audio adaptation from 2020. To watch it, you have a standalone VHS release from 1993 or a DVD release from 2009, bundled together with Mordrin Undead and Terminus as part of the Black Guardian trilogy box set. Whether you're swept away by the story or you can't get through it without being distracted, Enlightenment is probably one of the most recognisable stories that Season 20 gave to viewers. I really admire Barbara Clegg's writing style, though the fact it took 20 years for a solo female writer to have a script made for the programme is shocking. Go and give it a watch, join in the race, and make sure you don't bump into each other along the way.
Look at the screen. We're not on a yacht, we're on a ship. A spaceship.
The sixth and final main story from Season 20 is The King's Demons. The TARDIS arrives in 13th century England, where the Doctor, Tegan and Turlough meet King John. However, it soon becomes clear that the King is an imposter, a pawn in a plan by the Master to change the course of history. This story is comprised of 2 episodes, which began airing on the 15th of March 1983 and concluded the following day on the 16th of March. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and it's finally happened, folks. Just as we were almost done, we have an episode from Season 20 that failed to pull in 6 million viewers, with Part 1 only managing to grab 5.8 million. This is far from the lowest viewed episode of Doctor Who ever, but it is the lowest for Season 20, and very disheartening to see considering this is the programme's 20th anniversary year, a time where you would think more people than ever would be watching. Part 2 does pull in over 1 million viewers back, finishing with 7.2, but by this point, the fact that none of the 6 main season stories could pull in over 8 million is such a shame. When looking at the top 40 programmes, Part 1 expectedly falls into triple digits, finishing at 107th, and Part 2, whilst not below 100, doesn't do much better, and ended up charting at 66th. So, considering this was the season finale as it were, what was it about The King's Demons that caused it to suffer in this way? The competition could have once again been a dominating factor in these lower figures. The popular mix of Crossroads with Emmerdale on Tuesdays and This Is Your Life on Wednesdays could have been hard to resist by some members of the audience demographic. But when it came to promotion, Doctor Who was really starting to appear more frequently and prominently in both the print and TV worlds. Regarding The King's Demons specifically, the surprise appearance of the Master was kept secret in the Radio Times listings for Part 1, with Anthony Ainley's credit being changed to James Stoker, an anagram of Master's joke. Although arguably, you can tell that Sir Giles is Ainley right from the word go. When Part 2 concluded, a special trailer was aired to promote the event at Longleat, which would take place in just under 3 weeks' time. The event was also promoted by the 3 series regulars via an appearance on Saturday Superstore, in which viewers had the chance to win numerous Doctor Who prizes. In addition to the Longleat celebrations, news of a special feature-length episode was starting to circulate, all but confirmed and promoted on the BBC's nationwide programme. Airing the day after The King's Demons wrapped up, Peter Davison, together with John Pertwee and Patrick Troughton, appeared on the show to promote the special, titled The 5 Doctors, and the 20th anniversary. The chance to see a story with all 5 Doctors was irresistible, to say the least, but that was still many months away. The King's Demons, I'm sad to say, is a really underwhelming conclusion to the 1983 series of Doctor Who. Despite it only being 2 episodes long, it just feels very lackluster, devoid of any serious stakes or set pieces, and even though it's great to see the Master again, he doesn't really do a great deal. To be honest, had this story been 4 parts instead of 2, perhaps then we would have had a serial filled with a lot more substance than what eventually ended up on screen. We are also quickly introduced to the robot Chameleon, who may have seemed impressive somewhat back in 1983, but due to the technical hassle and limitations of the machine, he joined the TARDIS but then was very quickly forgotten about. What was meant to be a 20th anniversary year showcasing more exciting adventures in this long-running show, The King's Demons, to me at least, feels like anything but. Overall, this story attracted an average of 6.5 million viewers, a 0.3 drop from the previous story. The downward trajectory is not promising at all, and while 6.5 million may be far from the truly disastrous lows of Tom Baker's final year, again, as the finale of the 20th season, this result is really disappointing. But not all hope is lost. We still have the 20th anniversary special to look forward to. We also have some repeat data for you. To help bridge the 9-month gap between season 21 and 22, The King's Demons was selected for a repeat airing in the summer of 1984. Going out across 2 consecutive Fridays from the 6th to the 13th, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 4.2 million viewers, a 2.3 million drop from the original broadcast. These numbers are quite low when relative to 1984 standards, and the reason for this are ones that we've encountered many times before when it comes to summer repeats. The first factor was the fact that audience levels always dipped in July and August across all television channels, so that wouldn't have helped. But also, the second main factor is the competition. Now, for the last few years of summer repeats, Doctor Who would often go against some of ITV's popular soap operas, such as Crossroads, Emmerdale Farm, or even Coronation Street. However, this time, the programme would air against a very popular game show, Winner Takes All. This light-hearted entertainment was exceptionally big with family audiences in the 70s and 80s, so it seems that on this occasion, The King's Demons didn't stand much of a chance. The King's Demons isn't really talked about a great deal, and I would argue that it's quite clear to see why. Whilst the BBC can pull off the 13th century setting with some great costumes and sets, the story itself really doesn't work for me, for what little excitement it may hold within it. But to see if you can enjoy it a lot more than I do, you can read the Target book from 1986, or its audio adaptation from 2016. To watch it, The King's Demons was first released on VHS back in 1995, packaged in a special edition set, together with the 20th anniversary story, The Five Doctors. It was later released on DVD in 2010, this time bundled with Planet of Fire as part of the Chameleon Tales box set. Outside of the return of the Master and the debut of Chameleon, there isn't much more that makes me revisit The King's Demons. Admittedly, serials set in this time period aren't really my thing, I'm more into the sci-fi fantasy, but if you like historical settings, then you may enjoy this a lot more than I did. But back in 1983, this was the last adventure fans were treated to before a long wait for the ultimate story that was to come, the 20th anniversary special.
You escaped from Zarephath.
Oh, my dear Doctor, you have been naive.
The special episode from season 20 is The Five Doctors. The Doctor's past catches up with him when his previous incarnations, along with some old friends and foes, are drawn to the Death Zone on Gallifrey. There they all head to the Dark Tower to discover who is responsible for abducting them. This story was a 90-minute feature-length episode, which originally aired as part of that year's Children in Need, broadcast on Friday the 25th of November, 1983. Here are the viewing figures for this special episode, with 7.7 million tuning in, a 1.2 increase from the previous story. I've got to be honest though, for the special 20th anniversary episode, one that is 90 minutes long, features all of the Doctors and several companions and monsters, for it to only gain just under 8 million viewers is astonishing, and not in a good way. This episode should have been the one to take Doctor Who back over the 10 million mark. It had the potential to be one of the most viewed stories of the show's history, and yet it pulled in a very modest result. It's just baffling. More surprising is that the Five Doctors failed to make it into the top 40 TV programmes of the week, finishing instead at 54th, which, granted, is a lot better than most other episodes of season 20, but still, if any episode this year should have cracked the top 40, this should have been it. So, what exactly happened here? What factors were at work to result in the Five Doctors getting these numbers? The competition this time around was completely different to what went up against the other stories from season 20. This was partly due to the fact that the Five Doctors was airing on a Friday as opposed to a Tuesday or Wednesday. Over the special's 90-minute runtime, Doctor Who would battle against The A-Team and A Fine Romance, both very popular shows in their day, particularly the former. It could have been this rival popularity that prevented the Five Doctors from gaining a much higher viewership than it received. Channel 4, on the other hand, was airing such programmes as Right to Reply, The Amateur Naturalist, and A Week in Politics. Absolutely thrilling that, isn't it? Promotion for the story was the most rampant that it had been in years, but for the 20th anniversary special, that hardly comes as a surprise. Firstly, a few weeks after The King's Demons concluded, the much-hyped event at Longleat finally came about in early April. This featured several appearances from stars of the show, past and present, including several doctors and companions. There were sets people could see, monsters they could meet, props they could view, and much more. The event was so massive that thousands never actually made it inside due to the overwhelming demand, completely underestimated by the BBC. The Longleat celebrations, if anything, proved that Doctor Who retained a huge appeal amongst UK audiences from both children and adults. But as the months drew nearer to the Five Doctors, the promotional efforts really began to step up a gear. One big victory for the programme was the serial getting the coveted Radio Times front cover, the first time the show had done so in a decade, though this edition received low distribution due to a printer strike occurring at the time. However, a few weeks before that edition, the Radio Times had released a special magazine dedicated to the show's 20th anniversary, and featured articles on all the eras of the show up until that point. Numerous other newspapers also published articles on the 20th anniversary special, and whether their comments were positive or negative, all of it continued to drum up the special serial for those who were waiting. There were numerous TV promotional spots as well, including cast appearances on Saturday Superstore, Blue Peter, and Pebble Mill. But perhaps the biggest shock that occurred came in August, when it was announced that Peter Davison would hand in the TARDIS keys after the next series, and that Colin Baker would be taking up the mantle of the 6th Doctor. This news was both sad for those who adored Davison, but as with any new Doctor announcement, also wonderfully exciting. And for those who had seen Colin as Maxil in Arc of Infinity, they had an insight into how good of a performance he could deliver. But his time as the Doctor was still a fair way away, so more on that when we get there. The special itself was pushed back from its original planned air date of Wednesday the 23rd of November to 2 days later, on Friday the 25th, so that it was able to be included as part of the annual Children in Need telethon that the BBC had been hosting since 1980. Whilst the decision irked producer John Nathan Turner, it was believed and hoped that the high-profile nature of the special would not only be seen as the highlight of Children in Need, but also help raise money for the various charities that the telethon supported. So, after all of the speculation, all of the promotion, after every last drop of hype was pushed into the Five Doctors, did it all come together? I would argue for the most part, and certainly in the spirit of celebration, yes. The Five Doctors is ultimately a celebration of the show's history thus far. All surviving Doctors make an appearance, although Tom Baker is present via stock footage from the unaired story Sharda, as he ultimately wished to not take part in the special. William Hartnell's first Doctor is survived by a truly wondrous performance from Richard Hurndall, and whilst he may not be exactly like Hartnell, I believe he greatly captures the softer, more adventurous side of his original incarnation. Hurndall's casting also opened the door several decades down the line for the notion that Doctors could be recast, something which has occurred both on TV and in the show's wide expanded universe. Sadly, this would prove to be one of Hurndall's last roles, as he died a few months after broadcast in early 1984. The story itself is absolutely jam-packed, really making use of those 90 minutes. You have a Dalek, squads of Cybermen, a barely visible Yeti, the new Rastan Warrior robot, as well as the return of the Malevolent Master, plus many of the Doctor's former companions putting in an appearance. Terence Dicks was the writer to bring this all together, the man who had script edited the show in the early 70s, and whilst some argue The Five Doctors isn't the most cohesive story, if there was anyone who could succinctly cram all of these elements into 90 minutes, it would be Terence. The Five Doctors was one of the first ever classic Who stories that I sat down to watch, and as a 9-year-old I was absolutely mesmerised by it. The multiple Doctors, companions, monsters, just everything about it felt so magical and wondrous, and even today, effects and story beats aside, I still find it one of the most enjoyable Doctor Who stories to sit down and watch. And if you haven't seen it before, I recommend it to be one of the first classic serials that you sit down and enjoy. A pure celebration from start to finish. We also have some repeat data for you. 1 month after The King's Demons repeat, it was time for the Five Doctors to receive the same treatment. Although this time around, instead of airing as one 90-minute long episode, it went out in 4 episodic instalments, over 4 consecutive days, from the 14th to the 17th of August 1984. Here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 4.4 million viewers, a 3.3 million drop from the original broadcast. Whilst numbers are lower, it is down to the same factors that affected The King's Demons repeat. Hot summer weather keeping audiences outside, and a varied amount of strong competition from ITV, including Crossroads, parts of the ITV News, and a selection of other programmes depending on the region that you lived in. Given that The Five Doctors was the 20th anniversary special, it doesn't seem surprising that ever since its first broadcast, there have been numerous releases of the adventure when it came to different media. And out of the wide plethora of said releases, you can read the Target book from 1983, or its audio adaptation from 2017. To watch, it was one of the first stories to be released on the VHS format. A slightly abridged version was first issued in 1985, both on VHS and also the lesser-known Betamax format. The complete, unabridged broadcast version was released a few years later in 1990, and in 1995 it was released again, this time with The King's Demons, as part of a special edition set. It was in this release that the special edition of The Five Doctors was first seen. This version featured primarily new music and effects, and for many has become the definitive way to experience The Five Doctors, myself included. The special edition version, in fact, became the very first Doctor Who story to be released on the DVD format. This came out in 1999, back when DVDs and their players were still quite expensive for customers, with VHS still being the predominant format. However, just like with VHS, The Five Doctors would be released once again to DVD, nearly 10 years later in 2008, this time dubbed as the 25th Anniversary Edition. This release contains both the original 1983 broadcast episode and the special edition, so this really is the definitive choice of home media releases if you want both versions. The Five Doctors may not be the most perfect Doctor Who story, but it's arguably one of the most jubilant and most fun. Everything from the setting of the Death Zone, the meeting of classic Doctors with their companions, the monsters returning, the Master, the Time Lords, honestly, I could keep going, there is just so much to love. Despite the special status, I very much consider The Five Doctors to be a part of Season 20, and as such, I can say that without doubt, it's absolutely my favourite adventure from the roller coaster that was Doctor Who's 20th anniversary year.
You mean you're deliberately choosing to go on the run from your own people in a rackety old TARDIS?
Why not? After all, that's how it all started.
So that's Season 20, the 7 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Episode 2 of The King's Demons, Season 20 was brought to a natural end, concluding a near 3-month run, comprised of 22 episodes across 6 stories, before being closed off for good months later via The Five Doctors, taking the total episode count to 23. Now, let's have a look at the story averages for this season. This is probably one of the most consistent seasons we've seen thus far in terms of viewing figures, just as Season 19 was, although this sadly has taken things one step lower. With no story being able to crack the 8 million mark, the winner in this run goes to the 20th anniversary special, The Five Doctors, which doesn't come as any great surprise, but as stated, those numbers should have and could have been a lot higher. The least viewed story from Season 20 is the one directly before The Five Doctors, The King's Demons, with 6.5 million watching on average. And whilst this isn't the worst result for a Who story, it isn't really that strong either. But considering my thoughts on The King's Demons, I'm not surprised it came last. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for Season 20 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 7.1 million viewers, a staggering 2.2 million drop from the previous season average. This is one of the biggest average decreases that we've seen occur between seasons, and considering that it's happened with the 20th anniversary year, it's a true shame. This should have been the one year the overall average shot higher, not to fall lower. Still, to average just over 7 million across 7 adventures on your 20th birthday, you could be doing a lot worse, as for many other programmes that lasted as long, their audiences had dwindled and died out in a disastrous fashion. In terms of Season 20's position against the others, it sadly takes the spot of being the 3rd least viewed season of the 20 we've looked at so far. It had more viewership than Patrick Troughton and Tom Baker's final years as the Doctor, but the fact that it falls in the bottom 5 is a little worrying. Hopefully, as we continue, we'll see less of this chart, and more of the top-ranking seasons instead. Just to reiterate, looking at the 2 Peter Davison season averages, the viewership difference is honestly staggering. The fact over 2 million people decided to drop out of Doctor Who, whether it was from the 9-month gap, the increased competition with the arrival of Channel 4, strong offerings from ITV, whatever it was, it dented Doctor Who quite severely. But still, just to be clear, these numbers don't mean the programme is on its last legs, far from it. But if these deep drops continue to occur, then that ever-familiar television axe may loom over the TARDIS team. Season 20 had the mammoth task of celebrating Doctor Who's important birthday, not only with a regular run of adventures, but a 90-minute special that was to summarise everything the programme had achieved thus far. And despite any obstacles in their way, you can't deny that the production team achieved this goal to the best of their ability. Sure, not all of the stories are winners, some feel clunky, others feel dull, and some arguably could have been replaced with something a bit more interesting, looking at you, King's Demons. But regardless, we got to see a returning friend or foe in every story, like the Brigadier, the Renegade Omega, or the malicious Mara. whilst also embarking on new kinds of adventures seen in stories like Mordrin Undead and Enlightenment. And to top it off, we got a special that gave us all of the favourite monsters and companions and all of the Doctors together at last. Well, sort of. But after all the dust had settled and season 21 was fast approaching, how on earth could Doctor Who top what it had done in 1983? What kind of stories would we see next? And how would the Fifth Doctor meet his final end? The year is 1984, and Doctor Who was hot off the heels of its 20th anniversary. The celebrations on the whole were a resounding success, with massive events at Longleat, conventions occurring across the world, and of course the special episode to truly cement the occasion, The Five Doctors, was seen by nearly 8 million people in the UK, and managed to incorporate a slew of Doctors, companions and monsters into its 90-minute runtime. The 20th season, on the other hand, was debatably more of a mixed bag. Stories that weren't particularly thrilling, with viewing figures that were holding firm, but were a far cry from what the Fifth Doctor had started with. So for season 21, it was clear that some things had to change in order to try and raise that viewership once again. This would mean more returning monsters, some more abstract stories, and a finale that would see Peter Davison's incarnation of the beloved Time Lord went out with a bang, with a big surprise for viewers at the end. Speaking of Davison, this would be his third and final year as the Fifth Doctor, having made the decision to leave in the summer of 1983. Would this last run of adventures result in record-breaking viewing figures for this incarnation? Or on the flip side, would they continue to sink lower than ever before? Let's dive right in and find out. The first story from season 21 is Warriors of the Deep. The Doctor, Tegan and Turlough land on Seabase 4, an underwater military installation. The base is attacked by the Silurians and Sea Devils, who intend to provoke a devastating nuclear conflict that will wipe out humanity. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 5th of January 1984 and concluded on the 13th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and this certainly isn't a bad start, but I'm longing for the show to crack 8 million again. It feels like it's been forever. 3 of the story's 4 episodes fall within the 7 million range, Part 1 proving to be the story's peak, with 7.6 million viewers tuning in to see the start of season 21. Part 4 records the lowest showing, with a loss of 1 million viewers, finishing with 6.6 million. Not the best when your first story falls into that range, but hey, it's early days. Things could change on a dime. When looking at the top 40 TV programmes, the season opener missed out on a place in the chart, although it did come closer than a lot of stories in season 20 ever did. Parts 1 and 2 come the closest, charting at 51st and 52nd respectively, whilst Part 4 falls the furthest away, finishing up at 87th place. So, after coming fresh off the heels of the Five Doctors, how come Warriors of the Deep wasn't able to bring the programme's viewing figures back up to new heights? Well, for one, Doctor Who continued to be broadcast twice a week, but now shifting from Tuesdays and Wednesdays to Thursdays and Fridays, at the slightly earlier time of 6:40 PM. With this new allocation in mind, we must now turn to one of the main factors that we look at this series, competition. Just a quick note, even though Channel 4 was a competitor, I won't be focusing on it much as we go forward. Similar to BBC 2, its viewership was always generally lower than BBC 1 or ITV, and I feel it would be concise to focus on the corporation's oldest rival. With that said, what did ITV have to combat Doctor Who this time around? Well, the bulk of the episodes would primarily go against long-running soap opera Crossroads, which itself was entering its 20th year on the air. The last 5 minutes of a Doctor Who episode at this time would face such programmes as Knight Rider and Emmerdale Farm on Thursdays, but on the Fridays would be a truly fierce competitor. The US hit action show, The A-Team, was proving extremely popular with UK audiences. This show had gone against the Five Doctors 2 months prior, and was arguably a major factor into the special's lower than expected viewing figures. As a result, viewing figures for Doctor Who episodes on Fridays would be generally lower than those that went out on a Thursday. But if competition was strong, how did the promotional arm of the BBC help the programme? Well, sadly, they weren't getting much help in the leading listings magazine, the Radio Times. By this point, the publication had stopped printing synopses for each story, instead focusing on just providing the cast list. There wasn't much outside press for the show's return either. However, on TV, Doctor Who was far from absent. Coinciding with BBC One's New Year lineup, Warriors of the Deep, as well as other Season 21 stories, were featured heavily in several trailers that were aired constantly during the first few days of 1984. This certainly would have helped drum up interest, but considering the season opener contained the return of not one, but 2 classic monsters, more promotion could have definitely been warranted. However, no amount of promotion could have assisted this story when it came to the numerous issues that plagued its production. In the early days of shooting, Prime Minister of the day, Margaret Thatcher, called for a general election. Such an event would demand lots of BBC studio time, and as a result, Warriors of the Deep lost 2 weeks of its production schedule. And whilst the team managed to get the season opener finished and ready to air, the rushed elements of the programme are there for all to see. No more so than the dreaded Merca, the secret weapon of the Silurians and Sea Devils. This poor creature looks unfinished. The paint on it is still wet, and the puppeteers inside had no time to practice operating it. What could have been a really menacing addition to the serial just comes off as being one of the most laughable monsters that Doctor Who has ever dared broadcast to its viewers. Warriors of the Deep itself is a good story, but one that sadly doesn't achieve all it can be due to the variety of issues. Focusing on the positives, the main attraction of course is the return of the Silurians and Sea Devils, who hadn't appeared on the show for 14 and 12 years respectively. They sport new designs, which received a mixed reaction from viewers, but to see them team up must have been quite exciting for audiences in 1984, especially those that were old enough to remember them the first time around. The 3 regulars are also on top form, with Peter and Janet in particular feeling really at home in these characters, with Mark Strickson as Turlo not far behind them. If you look past all of the production issues, a very hokey side monster, and a rushed conclusion, then there is still lots to enjoy about Warriors of the Deep, but it's such a shame that had the studio time not been lost, then we could have been treated to an entirely different adventure. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.3 million viewers, a 0.4 drop from the previous story. Whilst it's nice to see season 21 start things off with an average of over 7 million, you can't help but think back to the 9 and 10 million showings that the 5th Doctor was able to bring in just 2 years earlier. And considering this story came only 6 weeks after the 5 Doctors, it's a shame that all the success and promotional hype from the 20th anniversary didn't fully carry over into this first story. Whether you enjoy seeing the Silurians and Sea Devils return, or get a good giggle out of the Merca, Warriors of the Deep, I would argue, is far from the worst Classic Who has to offer. And to see whether you agree with me or not, you can read the Target book from 1984, or an audio adaptation that was first released in 1995 as a single cassette, before being made available on CD in 2004. Another audio adaptation was released in 2006 as part of a limited edition set, Monsters of Earth, though the individual title is now available to download. To watch it, you have a standalone VHS release from 1995, or as part of a 3 DVD collection from 2008, where it was packaged with Doctor Who and the Silurians and the Sea Devils as part of the Beneath the Surface box set. Despite its glaring flaws, I maintain that Warriors of the Deep has a lot going for it. It's not my favourite story featuring the returning villains, nor one of my favourite 5th Doctor outings, but it's one of those stories I can comfortably return to every now and then and still get some enjoyment out of. So definitely give it a go for yourself, just watch out you don't come into contact with the Merca. You'll get paint all over you for a start.
Doctor!
There's nothing we can do!
We can't just leave him!
Face it, Tegan! He's drowned!
The second story from season 21 is The Awakening. It's 1984 in the village of Little Hodcombe. A group of villagers are reenacting scenes from the English Civil War, but their war games have gone too far, manipulated by the evil influence of the alien Malice. This story is comprised of 2 episodes, which began airing on the 19th of January 1984 and concluded the following day on the 20th. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and talk about bouncing up and down all over the place. Part 1 starts things off with one of the strongest viewing figures in some time, with 7.9 million viewers joining the TARDIS team in Little Hodcombe. However, the very next day for Part 2, 1.3 million of those viewers have left, with now only 6.6 million viewers seeing how the adventure concluded. And when it comes to the top 40 programmes, you can clearly see how much of a difference a 1.3 million drop in viewership can make. Part 1 charts at 61st place, while Part 2 is miles away behind it at 84th. So the prevailing question here is, what on earth happened? How did The Awakening manage to lose over 1 million viewers in the space of just one day? I think the main answer to that question can be placed down to the competition, specifically over at ITV. Part 1 aired on a Thursday, once again either airing against the ITV News or popular soap opera Crossroads. Part 2 went out on a Friday and would face either the News, but more noticeably, against the A-Team. The popularity of the American import was high, and despite more households gradually acquiring VHS recorders, the devices were often rented, as the cost of them and the tapes they used were still fairly expensive in 1984. So those who enjoyed both Doctor Who and the A-Team had to face the age-old question of which programme would they watch. And when looking at the viewing figures, I think it's clear to see where a fair chunk of those viewers made their decision. It's not like audiences weren't aware of The Awakening. as the serial had had a decent amount of promotion thrown its way, a lot of it long before the story even was due for transmission. Viewers would have their first glimpse on the 10th of September 1983, as an outtake featuring a horse and cart would be featured in the Golden Egg Awards slot of the Noel Edmonds Late Late Breakfast Show. It's a great gag, and proved so popular it would be seen again in December as part of the programme's final edition that year, and furthermore, the monster featured in The Awakening, the Malice, was seen and promoted within a special Radio Times magazine which was dedicated to celebrating the show's 20th anniversary. The Malice would also be seen and featured as part of the numerous TV trailers that aired to promote Season 21, which hoped to entice audiences in their millions to once again join the Doctor on his travels. The Awakening itself is something of an oddity. It's a 50-minute adventure in 2 parts, and whilst the setting and costume work is great, part of me feels like it tries to achieve too much in such a short amount of time. I think the Malice is a great concept, the idea of it having influence over this village recreating war games is fascinating, but had it been 4 parts instead of 2, I think we could have really had a unique adventure on our hands. But despite this, a lot of people adore The Awakening. Whether it's for the lovely period costumes, or from the performances of the leading cast, it's certainly far from being a dull story, but one that I feel at least could have achieved even more with a bit more time. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.3 million viewers, the same as the previous story. This is one of those rare occasions where we see 2 story averages neatly align with each other, and whilst it's reassuring to see that the numbers haven't dropped down any lower, it's also a bit gutting to see that Doctor Who wasn't getting any new viewers hooked in anytime soon. We also have some repeat data for you. The Awakening was selected as one of the stories to form a block of summer repeats that were to air in the July and August of 1984. Airing as one 50-minute compilation on the 20th of July, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, with 4.4 million viewers tuning in, a 2.9 million drop from the original broadcast. The lower figure, however, is typical for Doctor Who repeats in the summer months, partly due to the hot weather and lighter nights keeping people outside, but also down to the competition. Going against The Awakening this time were programmes such as Survival Special and the popular game show Winner Takes All. It may be a short and sweet adventure, but The Awakening still holds a lot of that quintessential Doctor Who charm that keeps it very watchable and very entertaining on many levels. To join in the war games of Little Hodcombe for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1985 or its audio adaptation from 2010. To watch it, the story was released with Frontios as part of a double-pack VHS from 1997, and when it was time to release it on DVD, it was paired with another story once again, this time with the Gunfighters, as part of the Earth story set from 2011. If you're in the mood for a really short classic Who story, or wish to see some alien shenanigans go off in a small English village, then The Awakening will definitely scratch that very specific itch for you. It's only 50 minutes of your time, so make yourself a brew, throw on your costume, and get ready to play your part in the games.
Look out!
The third story from Season 21 is Frontios. The TARDIS is drawn down to Frontios, the planet which buries its own dead. There, the last members of the human race are fighting for survival, but beneath the surface, something sinister lurks. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 26th of January 1984 and concluded on the 3rd of February. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and we can sadly see that a recurring trend is taking place. The Thursday episodes, parts 1 and 3, have considerably higher viewing figures than parts 2 and 4 that aired on Fridays. Part 1 attains the story's peak of viewership, and indeed one of the highest audiences of Season 21, with 8 million viewers tuning in. Part 3 isn't far behind it at 7.8 million, but then looking at the remaining episodes, Part 2 falls 2 million further behind, with 5.8 million, and then Part 4 records the smallest viewership, finishing off with just 5.6 million people switched on. And when we look over at the top 40 programmes, the chart positions are all over the place. Parts 1 and 3 are fairly close together, at 58th and 59th place respectively, but parts 2 and 4 sink into triple-digit territory, finishing at a dismal 115th and 112th. So, with viewership for Frontios soaring upwards only to drop dramatically over its alternating episodes, what exactly was at work to cause this flux to happen? Once again, the primary reason could arguably be placed down to the competition that was being shown over at ITV. The other side would this time air Emmerdale Farm in some regions on Thursdays, but Fridays were still very much dominated by the A-Team, a show which was stealing viewers away from Doctor Who in droves. The fact that Frontios lost 2.2 million viewers in the space of just one day shows how powerful this competition was, but I think we also have to take in the possibility that audiences just weren't staying in during a Friday evening. With children done with school for the week and most adults having the weekend off work, I think it's reasonable to assume many were doing anything but watching the telly. Whether out with friends, going for a night on the town, travelling somewhere for the weekend, there's a whole cluster of potential factors that could additionally play into the lower viewing figures recorded for Fridays. On the promotional side of things, whilst clips from Frontios did feature in the lineup trailer showcasing Season 21, this story didn't receive the same additional treatment that Warriors of the Deep or The Awakening did. In fact, the only major bout of publicity that happened for Frontios spawned from a rather tragic event. Peter Arn, a renowned actor who had appeared in many films and recently in the BBC's twice-weekly drama Triangle, was cast to play Mr. Range in this story. However, just hours after attending a costume fitting at the BBC for this character, Peter was brutally murdered in his own home at Knightsbridge. This tragedy was reported heavily in the mainstream media, with many reports making reference to Arn's upcoming role in Doctor Who. The part was hurriedly recast, with William Lucas ultimately playing Mr. Range, taking the role mere weeks before the cameras began rolling. Frontios is another example of a Doctor Who story that has some wonderful concepts and ideas, but ultimately doesn't pull them off to the greatest extent, at least in my opinion. The story was penned by former script editor Christopher H. Bidmead, a writer whose previous works for the programme I have strongly taken to. These include the 4th Doctor's final story Legopolis, as well as the 5th Doctor's debut in Castrovalva, and like those stories, there are so many elements of Frontios that I'm really intrigued by, but unlike those previous examples, I feel these elements are let down either by budgetary constraints or even some of the performances from the actors. The Tractators, whilst appearing somewhat comical, are a great villain, and it's so disappointing that they never got another outing on television. Some are just destined to be one-hit wonders, aren't they? Overall, this story attracted an average of 6.8 million viewers, a 0.5 drop from the previous story. To see a decrease this early on in the season is a little worrying, but this result is still somewhat acceptable by 1984 standards, though it remains a far cry from what Doctor Who was achieving a couple of years ago. So whilst not being a disaster and far from the lowest average, it's not one to rest all your faith into. Frontios shines out a little from the other stories of Season 21, even if that's just on a conceptual level, but if you fancy some really good quality sci-fi work, then this will certainly do the job. Just be a little forgiving of some of the set pieces, including the poor old Tractators themselves. So if you're ready to journey to Frontios, you can read the Target book from 1984 or its audio adaptation from 2015. To watch it, there's the double pack VHS release from 1997, where Frontios was paired with The Awakening, or you can also experience the adventure via a standalone DVD release from 2011. It's not Christopher H. Bidmead's crowning achievement, but it's certainly not a firm failure, at least not in my eyes. If you're in the mood for more Tractator action specifically, you can check out The Hollows of Time, an audio drama written by Christopher and released by Big Finish Productions. Like all of the divisive or overlooked Who adventures, give Frontios another look in, and as I say with all of these forgotten ones, you may end up finding yourself a new favourite.
It's gone.
The TARDIS has been destroyed.
The 4th story from Season 21 is Resurrection of the Daleks. The Daleks launch a plan to free Davros from his prison and restore their place as the supreme beings in the universe. What part does the Doctor play in their strategy, and will he destroy Davros in the process? This story is comprised of 2 45-minute episodes, which began airing on the 8th of February 1984 and concluded the following week on the 15th. You may be wondering at the shift in transmission dates, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and this is a nice improvement to say the least. There's no dramatic drop this time around, as both parts easily saw over 7 million viewers, with part 2 pulling in 8 million, now tying with the opening instalment of Frontios as the most watched episode of Season 21 thus far. It seems that despite moving intended transmission dates and broadcasting over 2 consecutive weeks as opposed to 2 consecutive days, something there was clearly working. For the top 40 TV programmes, despite the improved performance, both parts failed to gain a place within the chart. Part 2 came the closest, at 53rd place, whilst Part 1 fell 20 positions lower, at 73rd. So with viewing figures holding steady and rising, as opposed to jumping up and down with each episode, what was it about Resurrection of the Daleks that helped it achieve this positive result? Well, first and foremost, let's address the scheduling changes. Due to the BBC's extensive coverage of the 1984 Winter Olympics in Sarajevo, Doctor Who's regular time slots on Thursdays and Fridays were not available. Rather than have a mid-season break of a few weeks, the decision was made to air Resurrection of the Daleks over 2 Wednesdays, taking the initial 4-part story and combining it to make 2 45-minute long episodes, the first time Doctor Who broadcast episodes of this length. Due to the success of the serial, with viewers and in the ratings, it's often cited that this was one of the main factors in how the format of Doctor Who would change the following year for season 22, but more on that when we get there. The double-length episodes went against more regimented competition over on ITV. 45 minutes of Dalek action crossed over with popular soap Crossroads, before facing the game show Name That Tune, before finally overlapping slightly with the other side's oldest and most renowned programme, Coronation Street. Considering all 3 of these opponents were highly rated by audiences, the fact that Resurrection was able to not only hold but increase its viewership over its 2-week run is very impressive. The promotional efforts for this serial certainly helped out too. After a near 5-year absence, the Daleks were finally returning properly to face the Doctor once again. Given that the Pepperpots were still the most iconic and popular Who monster, their presence was almost guaranteed to bring in an increased viewership. In fact, the return of the Metal Monsters was due to have its very own front cover on the Radio Times, the first time a Dalek story would have done so since 1972. However, due to the Winter Olympics coverage, this sadly didn't happen, though almost as a compromise, the publicity photo taken for the front cover was used for the inside back cover of the listings magazine. Furthermore, the back page space was also dedicated to Resurrection of the Daleks. Promotional efforts were also strong on TV. On the day of Part 1's broadcast, a Dalek popped up in the Breakfast Time studio to help promote the story, and a very brief clip of Part 1 was glimpsed by viewers, as a section of the Season 21 trailers that were circulated in early 1984. Resurrection also got its own dedicated trailer, in which the announcers boasted that this tale was a double-length affair. A factor combined with the return of the Daleks must have drummed up some considerable excitement. Resurrection is such a standout adventure from the Fifth Doctor's era. Some believe for how it excels in many areas, whereas others believe it's far too excessive, needlessly violent, and suffers from cramming too many ideas into a tight-knit structure. I personally absolutely adore the story. The Daleks once again feel like a bona fide threat, something which was arguably lacking in their last few appearances, and we're also treated to the return of their creator, Davros, this time around played by Terry Malloy. Whilst many love Michael Wish's original portrayal, Terry Malloy for me at least feels like the quintessential classic Davros. Quiet and manipulative when needed, whilst also having the capacity to completely lose it, channeling the maniacal insanity of his creations. There's a lot more you could dissect about Resurrection, but it's definitely one of those classic Who stories that deserves your attention. It's one that you won't forget in a hurry. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.7 million viewers, a 0.9 increase from the previous story. It's pretty clear that all of the contributing factors mentioned earlier absolutely paid off. The barrage of promotion for the return of the Daleks, the double-length nature of both episodes, it's almost a surprise that the ratings weren't boosted even higher. But there is one key factor of this serial that seems to have been largely overlooked in the run-up to Resurrection's transmission. After 3 years aboard the TARDIS, their encounter with the Daleks proves to be the final straw for long-standing companion, Tegan. The final scene of the story, in which she leaves the Doctor, is one that is gloomy, downbeat, and very heartfelt. Janet Fielding, together with Peter Davison, give some of the best performances of the era, and like the Doctor proclaims, you wish she hadn't left like this. But I feel this sad parting is indeed earned. After all of the death and destruction featured in the story, combined with what Tegan has encountered and experienced over the past 3 years, it's no surprise to believe that she has indeed had enough. Whilst her character begged for even more development than it got on her time on the show, Tegan's departure still stands as one of the most memorable of the classic series. And if you wish to see this exit, as well as all of the action crammed into this rollercoaster of a story, then you can read the BBC Books release from 2019, or its audio adaptation released the same year. You can also pick it up to read via the Target Book style release from 2021. To watch it, the 4-part version was released as a standalone VHS in 1993, before being re-released on the format in 2001, this time as part of the Davros Collection set. Jumping ahead to DVD, the adventure was first released in its 4-part form in 2002, before being included as part of numerous special edition sets. The Dalek Collector's Edition, exclusive to W.H. Smith's in 2003, the Dalek Collection exclusive to Amazon in 2007, and later that same year, the Davros Collection, which was limited to 10,000 copies. Finally, in 2011, the story was remastered and re-released to DVD again, this time as a special edition, as part of the Revisitations 2 box set, in which both the 4-part and the original 2-part versions are included. Resurrection of the Daleks may not be a favourite to everyone, but for me it stands as one of the most unique and most entertaining stories of the classic series, and certainly one of my favourites from the Peter Davison years. It may have a higher body count than the original Terminator, but if you're in the mood for a darker, more morbid Doctor Who story, then Resurrection of the Daleks will fit that mood in a heartbeat.
Take cover!
Exterminate! 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 Exterminate!
The fifth story from Season 21 is Planet of Fire. When Chameleon falls under the control of a psychic signal, the TARDIS is drawn down first to Earth, and then the planet Sarn. An old enemy is at work, and Turlough's mysterious past is catching up with him. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 23rd of February 1984 and concluded on the 2nd of March. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and whilst the numbers seem to have fallen slightly, they certainly are more stable than many of the previous stories from Season 21. Parts 1 and 3, both Thursday episodes, hold the peak of the story's viewership, with 7.4 million tuning in. Part 4 dips slightly to bang on 7 million, whilst Part 2 almost falls a million lower, finishing off with 6.1 million viewers, which also serves as the story's weakest point. When looking at the top 40 programmes, no episode is able to crack said chart, with Part 3 charting the highest at 67th, Part 1 a few spots behind at 71st, and Part 4 a few steps further behind at 74th. Part 2, however, completely falls out of the top 100, entering triple digits and charting at 102nd for the week. So after the buzz created from the return of the Daleks, how come Planet of Fire didn't manage to attain the same or even greater success in the ratings? Well, let's start off with competition. As Planet of Fire began, Doctor Who was back on Thursday and Friday nights, the double-length episodes on Wednesdays seemingly being a one-off for now. As such, on Thursdays, the programme was back to facing a lot of the competition it had faced earlier in the season. This included Crossroads, various regional news programmes, and the start of Emmerdale Farm, which was generally networked in every ITV region, bar London, where Thames Television began showing episodes of the US show Knight Rider. Friday nights changed things up a little more. Numerous regions continued to show the A-Team against Doctor Who, though for Part 4, Mr. T and Co were swapped out for the game show Give Us a Clue. However, many ITV regions had abandoned the A-Team altogether, instead deciding to show a brand new light-hearted show, The Zodiac Game, which would only end up lasting for 2 seasons. We saw from the numbers earlier that the dip in viewership for Friday nights was nowhere near as drastic compared to the first few stories of Season 21, and I think factors such as the A-Team eventually disappearing from the schedules certainly assisted in that. Promotion, however, had a massive opportunity to step things up for Doctor Who, namely due to the arrival of a brand new companion, Peri Brown, played by Nicola Bryant. Many newspapers did carry articles, with several featuring interviews with Nicola herself. There was also a feature for her debut on BBC One's Breakfast Time, which went out on the morning of Part 1's broadcast. A new companion typically drew attention from the press and the public, but Planet of Fire would also see yet another departure, one which barely seemed to gain any coverage at all. Hot off the heels of Tegan's exit in the previous story, Planet of Fire saw the departure of Turlough, him deciding to stay on the planet Sarn. Mark Strickson puts in a good performance, but I can't help but feel the whole manner of him leaving feels a great deal more rushed and out of nowhere than Tegan's ever did. Having said that, he does get a decent story to bow out on, for not only do we see Peri join the TARDIS team, we also witness the return of the Doctor's arch-nemesis, the Master, played once more by Anthony Ainley. Some of the effects featuring the evil Time Lord are quite impressive for 1984 standards, and the final confrontation between the Master and the Doctor feels quite high stakes in how it's directed and played out. We also see the return and subsequent demise of Chameleon, the robot who joined the TARDIS at the end of Season 20 and presumably sat in a cupboard somewhere until this adventure. The action involving Chameleon makes no attempt to hide the fact that the production team wanted him gone and gone fast, and indeed he does meet his end, at the Doctor's hand no less, towards the conclusion of the serial. Planet of Fire is definitely a mixed bag for me. Whilst it's enjoyable to see Peri join the TARDIS, to see the Master come back, and even some of the Chameleon stuff I don't mind, but a lot of the time I find myself admiring the gorgeous Lanzarote landscapes rather than what's actually going on story-wise. Doctor Who going abroad in the classic series often felt like such a milestone, and that was indeed often reflected in the publicity. Just look at City of Death from 1979, or Arc of Infinity from 1983. But this time, the Lanzarote location work was barely mentioned in the mainstream press, perhaps only being hotly covered within the pages of the dedicated Doctor Who magazine. However, things were only due to get even hotter and more intense for the Fifth Doctor, but more on that when we get there. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7 million viewers, a 0.7 drop from the previous story. Some could have said that the drop right after a Dalek story is inevitable, but nevertheless, after all of the hype from Resurrection, it's a shame a chunk of audience members didn't decide to continue with Doctor Who as it returned to its twice-weekly slot. Planet of Fire may be far from the greatest master story, or even from being considered a true classic by the masses, but having said that, it does have a lot going for it. Whether it's the handling of both companion arrival and departure, the stunning filming work in Lanzarote, or some of the best confrontational scenes in the Fifth Doctor's era, you have an adventure that will deliver the goods. To jet off to Lanzarote with the TARDIS team for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1984, but there's no audio adaptation as of yet. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 1998, or a DVD release from 2010, packaged together with The King's Demons as part of the Chameleon Tales box set. Planet of Fire serves as a curious penultimate adventure for the Fifth Doctor, and whilst it is jam-packed with a lot of strong elements, for me, not all of them are firing off on all cylinders. However, one constant is Peter Davison and his portrayal of the lead character. By this point, he truly feels like he knows who this particular incarnation is and what he wishes to do with it, and that will only continue to reach new depths with what would prove to be the Fifth Doctor's final trip in the TARDIS.
3 months, you say?
That's right.
All right. Why not? Welcome aboard, Perry.
The sixth story from Season 21, and the final adventure for the Fifth Doctor, is the Caves of Androzani. Caught in the middle of a war for control of an anti-aging drug on the planet Androzani Minor, the Doctor and Perry battle to stay alive against gunrunners, corrupt politicians, and psychopaths. Time is running out for the Doctor. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 8th of March 1984 and concluded on the 16th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and we've got a somewhat mixed result for the Fifth Doctor's final adventure. Parts 1 and 2 pulled in 6.9 and 6.6 million viewers respectively, the latter being the least viewed episode of the story's run. However, Parts 3 and 4 do pick things up again, both of them managing to bring in 7.8 million viewers, one of the strongest figures of Season 21. So at least when Peter Davison did bow out, it was with one of the strongest audiences of the year for the programme. For the top 40 charts, Doctor Who doesn't crack the top 40, and the best performers, Parts 3 and 4, both stall at 62nd place. Part 1 isn't too far behind at 66th, and Part 2 falls down the charts the furthest, finishing up at 75th. So, with the stakes being incredibly high for this swan song, why didn't the Caves of Androzani manage to push the viewing figures into some new heights? The competition over at ITV remained fierce during the story's run, but now the mighty pull of the A-Team was nowhere to be found. Thursday night opponents ranged from old stalwarts such as Crossroads, before segueing into the network's newest US import, Knight Rider. Starring David Hasselhoff, this show had ended up gaining quite a popular following all its own, and undoubtedly swayed some of the viewers away to ITV. On Fridays, with the A-Team gone, the Zodiac game continued to take place in many regions. However, those that weren't showing the game show instead opted to show another US import, that being drama series The Fall Guy. It's fascinating that after 2 decades, ITV still felt that some of the best programming to go against Doctor Who was a mixture of either US imports or light entertainment. If it ain't broke, then don't fix it, I suppose. The promotion for Caves of Androzani was prevalent, but not as widespread as the last few regeneration stories arguably were. A TV trailer was aired the day before Part 1's broadcast, and articles popped up in various publications, either highlighting new companion Perry or the imminent departure of Peter Davison and the incoming debut of Colin Baker. Speaking of the new Doctor, he was gearing up for a whole host of promotional appearances himself, some of which came just after the Caves of Androzani concluded, so more on that when we get there. But ultimately, considering the fanfare made for the departures of Doctors like Jon Pertwee and Tom Baker, I'm honestly a little surprised that the coverage for the final story for the Fifth Doctor wasn't emphasised more, especially since Doctor Who was fresh off the promotional and commercial hype and success of its 20th anniversary year. Nevertheless, the Caves of Androzani serves as one of the finest examples not just of a regeneration story, but how to wonderfully pull off a Doctor Who story in general. Former script editor Robert Holmes returns to pen the serial, and despite having not written for the show in 6 years, it not only feels like he's never been away, but it stands as one of his finest pieces of Who material. It's a deliciously dark and morbid tale, one filled with high-stakes drama and some absolutely standout performances from many of the cast. Sharaz Jek as a villain may be easy to compare to the Phantom of the Opera, but the way he is portrayed by Christopher Gable is incredible. And all of the drama and tension builds to an absolutely stellar finale, one in which the Doctor is not fighting to save his companion's life, but his own as well. Even after going to the greatest of lengths to do so, the Time Lord in the end must still pay the ultimate price. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.3 million viewers, a 0.3 increase from the previous story. It's great to see more audience members return for a Doctor Swansong adventure, but considering that this incarnation started his run with audiences of 9 to 10 million viewers, it's a tragedy that he couldn't bow out with the same amount of viewership. We also have some repeat data for you. During Doctor Who's 30th anniversary in 1993, The Caves of Androzani would form part of a repeat season that would air over on BBC Two. Going out over 4 consecutive Fridays from the 19th of February to the 12th of March, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which average out at 1.82 million viewers, a 5.48 million drop from the original broadcast. This is a criminally low figure for a story this good, but we have to acknowledge the factors at play. First and foremost, Doctor Who wasn't airing new episodes for the majority of the 1990s, and despite this being early into the programme's 30th anniversary, its public profile had shrunk down immensely, now mainly being kept alive by the dedicated fanbase. Furthermore, BBC Two is a channel that has always typically had lower audiences compared to BBC One, and by 1993, many UK viewers not only had access to terrestrial television, but to hundreds of channels via the use of satellite. So, with weakened mainstream profile and the addition of seemingly endless competition, no wonder this repeat came out with the figures it did. The Caves of Androzani, both back then and indeed now, is still revered as one of the greatest Doctor Who stories of all time. Whether it's the masterful, action-orientated direction from Graham Harper, the excellent performances from Davison, Bryant and Gable, or the cracking good story from one of the series' most esteemed writers, and you have all of the ingredients for a masterpiece. And if you want to experience said story for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1984, or its audio adaptation from 2018. To watch it, you have the standalone VHS release from 1992, the original DVD release from 2001, or the special edition re-release from 2010, as part of the Revisitations 1 box set. Whether you're a fan of Peter Davison's Doctor or not, I think few would find it hard to deny how brilliant The Caves of Androzani is. It serves as the most fitting end to this incarnation of the Time Lord, a man who may not have had the most instant domineering presence his predecessors had, but one who wasn't afraid to be a bit more vulnerable, a bit more compassionate, and in many respects, a bit more human. And his sacrifice, using the only vial of bat's milk to save his friend and not himself, perfectly encapsulates what this Doctor stood for. That he was a good man, and that he most certainly was a hero. So that's season 21 for the 5th Doctor, the 6 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of episode 4 of The Caves of Androzani, Peter Davison's time on season 21 came to a close, concluding a run of just over 2 months, comprised of 20 episodes across 6 stories. Now, let's have a look at the story averages for this season. Very much like season 20 before it, the averages for season 21 are consistent for the most part. The clear victor is Resurrection of the Daleks, which had an average of 7.7 million viewers tuning in, but as discussed, factors such as the return of the Daleks and the double-length nature of the 2 episodes arguably helped achieve this boost. The least viewed story of season 21 is Frontios, with an average of 6.8 million, which is far from disastrous, but stands out as the sole story from the run to fall under 7 million viewers. All the remaining serials do fall within the range, and whilst Doctor Who may not have been anywhere close to 10 million viewers in 1984, the results arguably show that if anything, the programme still retained an extremely loyal following. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for season 21 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 7.2 million viewers. This is a slight increase from what we saw season 20 achieve, just a 0.1 increase in fact, but whilst it is disappointing that we don't see a major jump, it is reassuring to see that at least the viewership was holding firm for the most part. The fact that just over 7 million viewers on average were still tuning into Doctor Who week after week, nearly 21 years after its very first episode, that's a sure sign of a national staple if I ever saw one. When we put this against the previous 20 seasons in terms of ranking, season 21 ranks as the 4th least viewed, sharing that spot with both seasons 5 and 7. This I feel puts into perspective that while 7.2 million is far from disastrous, for it to place in the bottom 5 shows that for Doctor Who's track record, it's a little worrying. When compared to the previous 2 years, season 21 places 2nd overall in the 5th Doctor's era, gaining just 0.1 million higher than season 20, but remaining miles behind first place, which is season 19, by around 2.1 million viewers. It is a shame to see the numbers drop so heavily after the Fifth Doctor's first year on the air, but as we've discussed, numerous factors played into this. The hype of a new Doctor wearing off, the show constantly changing days and time slots for transmission, the mixed reaction to the televised stories, strong competition from ITV, the introduction of Channel 4, all of these factors could have contributed to the average viewership seeing this sharp decline. However, the fact that said average held at just over 7 million across 1983 and 1984 is a positive. We haven't yet descended to below that mark. And hopefully, with the Sixth Doctor coming in, this danger zone would continue to be avoided. But more on that when we get there. But now, as we've reached the end of another Doctor's era, it's time we got really nerdy with numbers and figure out the overall average for the Peter Davison years. By combining the results achieved from seasons 19 to 21, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for the Peter Davison era of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 7.9 million viewers. Together with William Hartnell's time, this is the joint third most watched era of the programme thus far, falling 0.4 million behind the Pertwee years and 1.5 million behind Tom Baker's 7-year stint. It may be in third place, but it is worth noting that the Davison era had a lot less adventures than its immediate predecessor. Whereas Tom Baker had over 40 televised stories, Peter Davison only had 20 by comparison, meaning that he has the least amount of serials overall on our journey thus far. So had the viewing figures achieved in his 3 years been lower than what we got, it could have dragged down the overall era average considerably. Season 21 in a way had a lot of pressure placed upon it. It had to follow the mammoth event of the 20th anniversary and prove that Doctor Who not only had a lot of fresh life in it, but that it could still deliver new and exciting adventures for audiences young and old. Did it succeed with every attempt this year? Arguably not, but what we do get is a bunch of stories that weren't afraid to push the boundaries just a little bit further. The dark, grim tones of Resurrection of the Daleks or Caves of Androzani, the simplistic yet intriguing settings of The Awakening or Planet of Fire, and even stories that many consider to be duds, like Warriors of the Deep, I would always argue that they contain elements that work to their strengths. This was the kind of storytelling the Fifth Doctor needed as a character, to develop further and to give him the best send-off possible, which is arguably what he got. And while seeing the Sixth Doctor's first adventure is a real treat to conclude the season, this is very much Peter Davison's year. It's this season where I believe he truly gives many of his best performances as the Doctor, getting across that relatable vulnerability whilst retaining much of what viewers had come to love the Time Lord for. His time on the show may have seemed brief compared to others, but he delivered an incarnation that is just as beloved as his predecessors. But as season 21 concluded, a new man was in control of the TARDIS, and viewers would have to wait an agonising 9 months to find out just where he would end up next. And just like that, Peter Davison's time as the Doctor had come to an end. Over the 3 years in which he piloted the TARDIS, the programme had been injected with a new lease of life. Audiences soared dramatically to 9, sometimes 10 million viewers, and the quality of the stories in that first year are some of the best that Classic Who has to offer. Peter's prior popularity with audiences helped usher Doctor Who into the 1980s with relative ease, and even though that initial boom wore off for his remaining 2 years, the programme retained its following strongly enough to avoid ever coming near the chopping block. It was Peter's Doctor that spearheaded the 20th anniversary celebrations, giving fans the chance to meet the stars, and with the 5 Doctors, deliver an adventure that appealed to everyone in some way, shape or form. His final year offered viewers darker stories, adventures with perhaps even more ambition than what had come before, no more exemplified than with this swan song, The Caves of Androzani. And as Peter Davison became Colin Baker, the former, just like his 4 predecessors, walked away from the TARDIS onto pastures new. Peter remained a very successful actor for much of the 1980s, but he never truly distanced himself away from Doctor Who in the same way that Tom Baker had initially done. He appeared frequently at conventions, charity events, and was more than happy to appear in the pseudo 30th anniversary special, Dimensions in Time. I've already talked about this beast in depth, but we'll come to it in this series eventually. Peter was also one of the first classic Doctors to reprise his incarnation for Big Finish, who began producing audio adventures for the series in 1999 and continue to do so to this day. Perhaps most notably, Peter returned to TV screens as the Fifth Doctor for a charity minisode called Time Crash, which aired as part of Children in Need 2007. This escapade saw him team up with 10th Doctor David Tennant, who would eventually become his son-in-law, but more on that when we get there. For the programme's 50th anniversary in 2013, Peter was the director and driving force behind the comedy adventure, The Five-ish Doctors reboot, in which together with Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy, they delivered half an hour of laughs and wit that would make any Doctor Who fan joyous to no end. I think it's fair to say that in many numerous respects, Peter Davison was, and still very much is, the Doctor, playing the part with the same vigour and enthusiasm just as he had done almost 40 years ago. He remains a firm fan favourite to this day. In the summer of 1983, Peter Davison announced that he would be relinquishing the role of Doctor Who after the transmission of the show's 21st season. In the spring of 1984, the moment had arrived. After sacrificing himself to save the life of his new companion Perry, the Doctor regenerated once again, this time taking the guise of Colin Baker. The actor was keen to take on the part, even stating to some interviewers that he hoped to break his namesake Tom Baker's 7-year streak. With an extra story tacked on to the end of season 21 to allow audiences to meet the new Doctor, Colin was ready to show just what he could do with the popular Time Lord. Little did he, or any of the production team know then, that this would be the start of one of the most turbulent periods in the programme's long history. But of course, more on that when we get there. The 7th and final story from season 21, and the first adventure for the 6th Doctor, is the Twin Dilemma. The planet Gioconda has been conquered by the gastropods. Their leader, Mestor, kidnaps genius twins, Romulus and Remus, as part of his plan to spread gastropod eggs throughout the universe. In the TARDIS, the newly regenerated Doctor is adjusting to change. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 22nd of March 1984 and concluded on the 30th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and whilst the 6th Doctor starts strong from where the 5th left off, we see a worrying drop by story's end. Part 1 indeed is the peak of the story's viewership, with 7.6 million tuning in, before slowly dropping across the next 3 episodes. Part 2 dips slightly to 7.4 million, Part 3 a little further to bang on 7 million, before Part 4 records the biggest drop and the least viewed part of the story, with 6.3 million viewers sitting down to see the 6th Doctor face off against Mestor. When looking over at the top 40 programmes, surprisingly, the most viewed episode does not chart the highest. Part 1 charts at 66th, but Part 3, despite having lower viewership, managed to finish off at 59th. Part 4 rounded off at 67th, and Part 2 serves as the lowest charter for the Twin Dilemma, finishing at 71st place. So with the arrival of a brand new Doctor, why weren't the viewing figures for his opening story much higher? When looking over at the competition on ITV, I'm surprised to say that I don't think it did too much damage on this occasion. Thursday and Friday opponents remained quite steady, with Emmerdale Farm and Knight Rider mainly occupying the Thursday slots, with the Zodiac Game and the Fall Guy making up Fridays. These programmes, whilst popular, didn't seem to damage Doctor Who's viewing figures in the same way that a programme like the A-Team did towards the beginning of season 21's run. And if anything let the Twin Dilemma's figures down, it certainly wasn't promotion. Even before the story began, the press rollout for the 6th Doctor was in full swing. The first appearance from Colin actually wasn't focused on Doctor Who. Appearing on Pebble Mill at 1 on the 29th of February, Colin joined his wife Marion to discuss the tragedy of cot death, the couple having lost a child to it fairly recently. However, as March came around, Colin was seemingly popping up everywhere to chat about the new part. On the day of the Caves of Androzani Part 3, the 15th of March, a photo call with Colin and Nicola took place, with the former later making an appearance in his striking new costume on Blue Peter. On Saturday the 17th of March, more costumed appearances followed for both Colin and Nicola, as they appeared on children's programme Saturday Superstore, in which they took viewer questions via phone, including a surprise call from the Master. On Tuesday the 20th of March, Colin, together with Peter Davison, appeared on the show Hearty, in which they took viewer questions and also discussed the part and the show in general. Finally, on the day the Twin Dilemma began, on the 22nd of March, Colin and Nicola would again appear in costume, this time on leading morning show Breakfast Time. So in just a span of 1 week, the arrival of the new Doctor was extensively covered on TV, and in the print world, the situation was very much the same. Lots of newspapers ran articles heralding the 6th Doctor's debut, and the Radio Times dedicated a full colour page to said arrival. After all of the hype and promotion drummed up for the new Doctor, the Twin Dilemma sadly didn't meet many of the demands held by viewers. The decision to make the 6th Doctor initially very erratic and temperamental is a decision that I find really interesting, but I feel wasn't necessarily executed to the best effect. Had the story had more time, or dialogue, or actions that were a bit more subtle and a bit less obtuse, then I feel an unlikable Doctor could have worked, at least to begin with. For me though, it's not the actions of the new Doctor that let it down, rather the dull acting from some of the guest cast. It just drags the story right down, and drowns out other actors who are turning in a good performance, such as Maurice Denham as Asmael, whose final scenes with the Doctor in this story are really quite touching. It may not succeed in every level, but I do think it gets far more negative attention than it deserves. I don't think it's that awful of a story, and at least they tried to do something radically different with the new Doctor. It's not for everyone, but who knows, after you've watched it, you may even find that it's for you. If you want to hear me talk more about it, I did a video with my friend Davis in which we really talked about this a lot. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.1 million viewers, a 0.2 drop from the previous story. An average of this level would have still been seen as respectable for a programme in 1984, especially one that was over 20 years old. But it is a shame that the Sixth Doctor didn't get a fresh boost of viewership for his debut story, which is something nearly all of the other Doctors had received. The Twin Dilemma has frequently been placed last in various rankings of Doctor Who stories, and ever since I first watched it, I always thought it was undeserving of that title. It's not necessarily a fantastic story, but it's one that experiments with new ideas for a new Doctor, wasn't afraid to stray into areas the show hadn't done previously, and even though we have some creaky performances, we have some truly wonderful scenes in the mix too. And if you want to see where you stand on this controversial story, you can read the Target book from 1985, or its audio adaptation from 2012. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1992, which for some reason was released exclusively to Woolworths. If you want to experience the Sixth Doctor's debut on a more modern format, you can pick up the standalone DVD release from 2009. Despite the reputation that it's picked up over the years, I would argue that the Twin Dilemma shows off the acting chops of Colin Baker. Even though his Doctor's personality would change and develop over the next few years, I believe Colin's portrayal almost from the word go, and for that reason, I will always recommend checking out the Twin Dilemma, just to see how the Sixth Doctor got his start.
I am the Doctor, whether you like it or not.
In the first few days of 1985, viewers were gearing up for the return of Doctor Who once again, this time its 22nd season, and with a brand new Doctor piloting the TARDIS. Colin Baker had officially made his debut in the closing serial of the previous season, The Twin Dilemma. The experiment to show a more erratic, unstable Doctor was certainly an interesting idea, but one in which didn't hit all the right marks. Audiences were left not liking the sixth incarnation of the beloved Time Lord, and those that did had to wait almost a full year to see him again. Producer John Nathan Turner still had a few ideas up his sleeve, however, which he hoped would bring the viewers coming back in droves. One of the biggest shake-ups was the format of the show itself. Ever since its inception, Doctor Who had broadcast 25-minute long episodes. However, the previous year, Resurrection of the Daleks broke that mould by having its 4 standard-length episodes become 2 45-minute long features, which went down successfully with viewers, and gaining the highest viewing average of the season. It was partly this success that would result in all stories of Season 22 adopting the 45-minute length, and returning to Doctor Who's staple position of the Saturday tea time slot, the first time the show had occupied the space since early 1981. So, with bumper-length episodes and a return to Saturday nights, surely this alone would spell great success for Doctor Who as far as ratings were concerned, especially with the new Doctor finally getting a proper chance to show himself off to audiences. Let's take a deep dive into Season 22 and find out if this seemingly assured success came to pass. The first story from Season 22 is Attack of the Cybermen. In 1985, Halley's Comet approaches Earth. Arriving in London, the Doctor and Peri discover that Cybermen from the future intend to use the comet to destroy the Earth and change the course of history. This story is comprised of 2 45-minute episodes, which began airing on the 5th of January 1985 and concluded the following week on the 12th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and we have a strong start here, but sadly it doesn't hold. Part 1 of the story attracted a whopping 8.9 million viewers, a figure the programme hadn't achieved since Part 3 of Time Flight back in 1982. Part 2, however, doesn't quite reach the same feat. In the space of just 1 week, nearly 2 million audience members had decided to dip out of the story, with now 7.2 million tuning in. Whilst this result is still respectable by 1985 standards, it's quite surprising that almost 2 million viewers decided not to continue with the story to see how it concluded. In regards to the top 40 programmes, despite the initial high viewing figures, Doctor Who ended up nowhere near the top 40 itself. Part 1 came in at 71st, and Part 2 fell into triple digits, rounding off at 104th place. Not the best result for your season opener. So, even though Attack of the Cybermen kicked Season 22 off with one of the best ratings results in years, what was causing so many audience members to drop off partway through? Well, I think we need to address the format shake-up and how that could have affected things. As mentioned, episodes were now 45 minutes in length as opposed to 25, and Doctor Who was back airing on Saturday nights as opposed to twice weekly, as it had been doing for the past 3 years. Many viewers rejoiced that the sci-fi staple was back in its traditional slot, but in terms of its place in the schedule, it was much earlier in the evening than people had expected. Since the early 70s, Doctor Who had gone out either close to, on, or after 6 PM, with the Peter Davison years even going closer to 7, which was seen as more of a prime-time slot. For season 22, the original transmission time was penciled to be around 6:15, slightly earlier than the last few seasons, but still familiar territory. However, controller of BBC One, Michael Grade, decided to shift the show 50 minutes earlier, with the new time being 5:20. Grade took this decision as he felt the programme would run better in this earlier slot, especially with its expanded runtime. This meant Doctor Who was going out in a slot it hadn't occupied predominantly since the 1960s, and, as a result, it could have impacted the viewing figures. Or perhaps the format itself put viewers off. The 1.7 million dip in viewership between parts 1 and 2 indicate that something wasn't clicking. It could have been the length, but it sadly could have also been down to the new Doctor. This isn't Colin's fault directly, but often a first Doctor's opening story would attract higher viewership initially, before dipping with subsequent episodes. Now, I know this wasn't Colin's first adventure, that technically goes to the previous year's Twin Dilemma, but keep in mind, audiences hadn't seen the Sixth Doctor for 9 months, and for those who didn't warm to him in the opening story, may have been further put off by how the Doctor is characterised here. Of course, this is all speculative theory, but I think a lot of it does hold weight, considering how sharp the viewing figures dropped between episodes. But we also need to consider our two regular factors, competition and promotion. For the former, ITV decided to air one of the most popular American imports of the day against Doctor Who, and that of course was the A-Team. The show managed to steal away sizable chunks of viewership away from Peter Davison's final season, and given the continued popularity of Mr. T and his colleagues, the same effect could have definitely happened here. I will give a mention to the VCR market, however, which was beginning to really boom as the 1980s progressed. Players and tapes were gradually coming down in price and becoming more affordable for households to acquire. And whilst more people were recording Doctor Who year after year, the measures used to calculate ratings didn't consider these recordings, still primarily focusing on live viewers. Home recordings wouldn't be considered for several decades to come, so more on that when we get there. For promotion, Attack of the Cybermen got a decent bout of it, but perhaps not as much as you'd expect for a season opener. The first bit of publicity actually came several months before transmission, in the July of 1984. A photo call was held with Colin in costume as the Doctor, joined by guest star Faith Brown, who was due to play the Cryon Flast, but she wasn't asked to don her costume for the promo shoot. Brown would later appear on BBC One's Breakfast Time on the 13th of July to discuss her upcoming role with the presenters, though viewers wouldn't get a glimpse of her for another 6 months. Closer to transmission, the Radio Times promoted the opening episode with a monochrome photo of the Doctor, together with a shot of a Cyberman. Sadly, no full-colour spreads, or even better, a front cover, but at least the programme was still being pushed somewhat in the listings magazine. However, for Part 2, the back pages section was dedicated to the episode, with full-colour photos of a Cyberman, some Cryons, and guest star Sarah Green. Promotion via TV was a bit more substantial. The day before Part 1, on Friday the 4th of January, Breakfast Time once again promoted the season opener with a short extract from Part 1, and the following day, Colin Baker, together with Nicola Bryant, Jacqueline Pearce and Mary Tam, appeared on the hit children's show Saturday Superstore. All 4 actors had been appearing in the pantomime Cinderella, which had begun on Boxing Day 1984 and was produced and directed by Doctor Who's producer, John Nathan Turner. A small clip from Part 2 was also previewed as, funnily enough, host Sarah Green was appearing as one of the Cryons. Finally, on the day of Part 1's broadcast, trailers for the story started doing the rounds on BBC One, alerting viewers of the early start time and that Doctor Who was back on Saturday nights. Even though it could have been more expansive, it seems the promotional hype for the beginning of Season 22 had worked, given the near 9 million who tuned in for Part 1. Attack of the Cybermen is one of those stories that I feel is a little bit underrated. Now, does it have problems? God, yes, it does. The story is chock full of continuity references to earlier adventures from back in the 60s, and don't get me wrong, nowadays that information is a lot more accessible, but back in 1985, when repeat viewings of black and white episodes were rare, and many of them were believed to no longer exist, only those who were there for their original airings almost 20 years prior may have fully understood the full context of many of these references. The other main criticism is that this story is full of unnecessary violence. Now, I don't mind me some violence in Doctor Who, and I actually find a lot of it here fairly acceptable given what's going on in the story, but of course, there are moments that seem a little excessive. The classic example, of course, is this. Yeah, this seems quite bleak for Doctor Who. On the positive side, I really do enjoy the adventure as a season opener. The tone echoes the dark, gloomy nature of Resurrection of the Daleks, and Colin and Nicola are an effective TARDIS team, even if they do bicker a lot in these stories. But the one who sells it for me is Maurice Colburn as Lytton. The character also appeared in Resurrection, and both times Maurice plays him with a wonderful sinister quality, whilst keeping him completely sympathetic by story's end. The rather downbeat ending I think is quite poignant, as for all his wonderful qualities, even the Doctor every now and then needs reminding to not be so prejudiced and judgmental. Overall, this story attracted an average of 8.1 million viewers. That's a 1 million increase from the previous story, The Twin Dilemma, and a 0.8 boost from the previous season opener, Warriors of the Deep. It's great to see Doctor Who average over 8 million again, as it hadn't occurred since 1982, and to start off your new season with higher numbers than before is always a plus. However, given the sharp drop between episodes, I'm afraid that this impressive average won't remain consistent across the next few stories. That aside, Attack of the Cybermen, if anything, remains one of the more intriguing watches from the wide world of classic Who. It is very Marmite, you'll either love it or hate it for various reasons, but like all serials, absolutely give it a chance. I really enjoy it, and even from my early days as a Who fan, it was one of the stories that intrigued me the most. If you're similarly intrigued, you can read the Target book from 1989, or enjoy an audio adaptation from 1995, initially released on cassette, before it was eventually released on CD in 2004 as part of the Tales from the TARDIS series. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 2000, where it was packaged together with the 10th Planet as part of a Cybermen tin set. Alternatively, you can enjoy Attack on DVD, where it was issued as a standalone release in 2009. To start off your new season with a returning monster is always a solid move, and you can hardly get better than the Cybermen. I think that the story is one of the more menacing appearances they have, where they can truly showcase not only their strength, but the brutality in which they execute said strength. Set aside an hour and a half and give Attack of the Cybermen a go, as, like I say, you may even find yourself a new favourite.
I don't think I've ever misjudged anybody quite as badly as I did Lytton.
The second story from Season 22 is Vengeance on Varos. Requiring the rare mineral Zyton 7 to repair the TARDIS, the Doctor and Peri arrive on the planet Varos. There they unwillingly become contestants on the colony's barbaric reality TV show, in which prisoners are tortured and executed for the viewer's entertainment. This story is comprised of two 45-minute episodes, which began airing on the 19th of January 1985 and concluded the following week on the 26th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and it seems that the numbers are holding steady around the 7 million range. Sadly, we don't see a figure close to the 9 million that Part 1 of Attack of the Cybermen drew in, but at least these two episodes draw in similar results, rather than one being wildly different from the other. For the top 40 programmes, both episodes fall into triple figures outside of the top 100. Part 1 clocks in at 110th, and Part 2 managed to inch gently above that, finishing at 108th place. So, is around 7 million going to be the standard for the Sixth Doctor's first season? Why couldn't Vengeance on Varos bring the viewing figures up to match what the programme was pulling in just a few years ago? Well, for one, the competition over at ITV continued to be quite the threat to Doctor Who. The Time Lord was continuing to face off against the action-orientated antics of the A-Team, whose popularity only grew with each new episode. Still, despite Mr. T & Co proving to be a ratings juggernaut, Doctor Who managed to still attract over 7 million viewers, so thankfully not everyone had given up on the new Doctor's adventures just yet. Promotion for the serial was an interesting mix. You had features in the tabloids as usual, but standout promotional moments came down to the story's guest cast. Firstly, you had the main villain, Syl, played excellently by Nabil Shaban. The actor's leading role in Doctor Who here helped promote the Fair Play campaign, which aimed to help performers with disabilities, such as Shaban himself, gain more recognition and subsequent parts on television. However, a surprise bit of last-minute promotion came from the appearance of Jason Connery, who was playing Jondar in this serial. Son of the original screen James Bond, Sean Connery, Jason hadn't originally been awarded guest star status for his stint on Varos. However, after filming had been completed, he was cast as the new lead of hit ITV drama Robin of Sherwood, which would see him debut alongside the start of the third season. This huge casting announcement led to the BBC organising a press release just 2 days before Part 1's transmission, in which Connery's forthcoming appearance was extensively promoted. Vengeance on Varos is a story that frequently gets cited as being the superior standout from Season 22, and to some extent, I find that hard to disagree with. The world of Varos is incredibly intricate, both in its appearance but also in how its society is structured and operates. The notion of a people being enraptured with video nasties may seem a typically 80s theme, as this indeed was a constant talking point, but the concept works extremely well within the world of Doctor Who. Nabil Shaban absolutely shines as Syl, a creature who almost revels in his own viciousness and vulgarness. Martin Jarvis delivers a cracking performance as the Governor, and once again, the TARDIS team continued to be on top of their game. Writer Philip Martin, who before Who was primarily known for dark, gritty shows such as Gangsters, brings his trademark tones to Vengeance on Varos, and whilst the harshness of the action certainly has its impact, there were some members of the viewing public who thought such harshness was pushed a step too far. Several scenes from these adventures were criticised for their violent or morbid content, with the acid bath scene in particular drawing lots of unwanted attention. The manner of the death is rather nasty, but it's the Doctor's almost nonchalant response that rubbed several audience members the wrong way.
You forgive me if I don't join you.
Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.1 million viewers, a 1 million drop from the previous story. It seems the initial intrigue and speculation about the new Doctor had well and truly worn off, as this figure is more in line with many of the final few stories of the Peter Davison era. However, despite the long wait for season 22, the return to Saturdays and the bumper-length episodes, for the show to remain steady at 7 million surely indicates that the core of the show remained intact. Whether you revel in the bleakness of the broadcasts, hide in horror at the various nasty manners in which people are dispatched, or just enjoy it for its political undertones, Vengeance on Varos works on many different levels for many different people. To see which particular angle works for you, you can read the Target book from 1988, or its audio adaptation from 2019. There's also another audio adaptation of this story, read by Colin Baker no less, that was released on cassette tape in 1997 before being issued on CD in 2004 as part of the Tales from the TARDIS series. To watch Vengeance on Varos, you have the VHS release from 1993, the original DVD release from 2001, or a 2-disc re-release from 2012, in which it was dubbed as the Special Edition. Vengeance on Varos is one of the most memorable adventures from Season 22, and for many, it's the crowning jewel. A beautiful visual aesthetic, a twisted topic to base your society on, a wonderful lead villain, and a story that genuinely feels tailor-made for the Sixth Doctor, allowing Colin to really flex his acting muscles and his take on the part. An absolute must-watch. One of the best of the 80s.
And cut it now.
The third story from Season 22 is The Mark of the Rani. The TARDIS brings the Doctor and Peri to the English mining town of Killingworth in the 19th century. There the Doctor encounters inventor George Stephenson, as well as 2 other Time Lords, the ruthless Rani and his old nemesis, the Master. This story is comprised of 2 45-minute episodes, which began airing on the 2nd of February 1985 and concluded the following week on the 9th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and things seem to be slipping further downwards, not a trend we want to see occur. Part 1 pulls in 6.3 million viewers, losing almost a million from the concluding part of the last story, but don't worry, not all hope is lost. Part 2 of the adventure managed to boost the figures up by 1 million, to finish with 7.3 million viewers tuning in, a much more stable and respectable showing. Whilst these are far from the worst figures in the show's history, the near dip to below 6 million is a little concerning. When looking at the top 40 programmes, Part 1 falls out of the top 100, finishing at 111th place, but Part 2 managed to find its way back up to a double-figure result, charting at 84th place. A better showing for sure, but still quite away from reaching the top 40 itself. So what happened with The Mark of the Rani to see it lose a million viewers during its opening instalment? Well, for starters, the competition over at ITV was remaining as resilient as ever. The A-Team was still the prime opponent for Doctor Who, and in terms of viewing figures and audience interest, it made its presence felt. The Time Lord did overlap slightly with other programmes as well, though rather than being networked like the A-Team was, the selection varied depending on the region that the viewer lived in. Examples of overlap competition included Cartoon Alphabet, Lakeland Game, Different Strokes, and Blockbusters. Promotional efforts were a bit more positive, with the serial gaining some coverage in the back pages of the Radio Times and Nicola Bryant popping up in different newspapers. The Daily Express ran an article which featured her boyfriend, Scott Kennedy, who actually was her husband of 2 years, but had been asked to be seen as a boyfriend by producer John Nathan Turner. Showbiz promotion for you, I suppose. Meanwhile, in the Sunday Mirror, it was reported that Nicola had turned down £20,000 to appear naked. As you can tell, tabloids haven't changed much over the years in terms of content. Anthony Ainley also did some promotional rounds too, leading up to his return as the Master in this story. For the Daily Express, he commented that he was fond of the Master. He pays my bills. However, the shining feature of this adventure, and one who was strangely absent from much of the promotional drive, is Kate O'Mara playing the leading villain, the Rani. Another renegade Time Lord with a brilliant mind for science and a bitter disdain for her male counterparts. Kate was already a household name, being recognisable to millions from her starring role in soap opera Triangle, which had aired some years previously. As the Rani, it's clear from start to finish that she is absolutely relishing the role and delivers a performance that some may class as a bit camp, but one that is so much fun you can't take your eyes off her. The story is a decent one, a Victorian setting is no stranger to Doctor Who, though for me at least, I feel this is a tale that doesn't benefit the best from the new 45-minute format. There's a few moments that feel a tad dragged out for the sake of it, but that aside, to see three Time Lords going at each other and lots of wacky antics alongside, then the Mark of the Rani will get the job done for you. Overall, this story attracted an average of 6.8 million viewers, a 0.3 drop from the previous story, and so we've also slipped below the 7 million mark. Not necessarily a disastrous point, but to see the downward trend of viewership continue as Colin's reign as the Doctor progresses is a little disheartening, but we still have 3 more stories to go, so hopefully the numbers may swing upward before the season is out. The Mark of the Rani is often overlooked when I see Season 22 retrospectives. Considering this run of serials is jam-packed with returning villains or strong concepts or aesthetics, it's easy for this one to slip through the cracks. However, I would argue it's absolutely worth your consideration. The banter and interactions between the Doctor, Master and Rani are fantastic. All 3 actors are clearly loving every second, and Victorian settings are always nice to see in the programme. It may not be the best, but it's bags of fun, and if you want to muck in and check it out for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1986, or its audio adaptation from 2018. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1995, or the standalone DVD release from 2006. The Rani is such an instantly memorable villain, one who Kate O'Mara plays to absolute perfection. And call it a funny hunch, but I don't think this is the last time that we're going to encounter her. But more on that when we get there. So settle down and check this adventure out. You'll be laughing 1 minute and squirming the next, which is one of the many things that Doctor Who can do best. The 4th story from Season 22 is The Two Doctors. In Seville, Spain, the Doctor crosses paths with one of his earlier selves, while Peri finds she is on the menu of a cannibalistic chef. The 2 Doctors must combine forces to prevent the Sontarans and the scheming Chesini from acquiring time travel technology. This story is comprised of 3 45-minute episodes, which began airing on the 16th of February 1985 and concluded on the 2nd of March. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 3 episodes, and this is exactly the result I was dreading to see crop up at some point during Season 22. All 3 episodes fall under 7 million and lock themselves in the 6 million range. Part 3 records the highest showing, with 6.9 million viewers tuning in. Part 1 falls slightly lower, with 6.6 million, but Part 2 records the lowest result of Season 22 thus far, with just 6 million viewers. To see Doctor Who drop below 6 million is a heartbreaking sight, and whilst The Two Doctors doesn't succumb to that, it comes very close indeed. For the top 40 TV programmes, surprisingly all 3 episodes managed to stay within the top 100, with parts 1 and 2 charting at 92nd and 90th respectively, whilst part 3 achieves quite a boost over them, finishing up at 66th place, proving to be one of the highest chart placings of a Season 22 episode thus far. What happened here with The Two Doctors then? Multi-Doctor stories were and still are seen as a big deal, so why didn't that translate over to this story's viewing figures? You probably think I sound like a broken record by now, but the power of the A-Team was still working against the TARDIS team in the Saturday night schedules. Beginning 15 minutes after Who kicked off, it's reasonable to assume that those loyal to the other side were either not watching Doctor Who at all, or were switching over once Mr. T and Co began their latest mission that week. Prior to the A-Team starting, the first 15 minutes of Who went against many of the programmes mentioned previously, which varied depending on the region that you lived in. Promotionally, you would have thought that this would be a goldmine of opportunity. With 2 Doctors featuring, the chance of front covers, interviews and TV appearances were there, but it seems like relatively little effort was made to capitalise on this. In late 1984, Patrick Troughton had made an appearance on leading children's programme Blue Peter, but this was to promote his role in the Christmas classic The Box of Delights. Doctor Who was brought up briefly, but the sci-fi staple was not the real focus here. Nevertheless, Pat's appearance as Cole Hawlings would have introduced him to a whole new generation of children, some of which may have been curious in seeing him turn up in Doctor Who as one of the Time Lord's incarnations. There were no special feature articles in the Radio Times outside of the usual listings, but one of the most surprising promotional spots occurred on television, when immediately after Part 2 aired, that week's Jim'll Fix It featured a segment titled A Fix with Sontarans, in which young fan Gareth Jenkins teamed up with Colin Baker and Janet Fielding, reprising her role as Tegan, to take out some invading Sontarans. Over 10 million viewers tuned into this 5-minute sketch, around 4 million more than those who had just been watching The Two Doctors itself. However, between parts 2 and 3, on Wednesday the 27th of February, fans of Doctor Who were about to encounter some truly shocking news. The 1986 season of Doctor Who, its 23rd, was to be delayed, widening the gap between story transmissions by double. Instead of the usual 9 months, it would now be 18 months before viewers would see the Doctor again on BBC One. The man behind the decision, Michael Grade, was the controller of the channel, and he had been harbouring thoughts towards the show for some time. He cited several moments from season 22 that he believed to be nasty and overly violent. From the Two Doctors specifically, moments such as Shockeye biting into a rat, and that same character later facing death by cyanide, from the Doctor no less, were seen as steps too far by some viewers, Michael Grade included. He decreed that the programme needed the extended rest to find a new direction, and improve on what he perceived to be tired and ropey stories that were a far cry from the so-called golden days of the 1960s. It wasn't an outright cancellation, but this was arguably the further major dent in the tried and tested armour that Doctor Who had been wearing for over 20 years. And many perceived this moment to be the first step in what would ultimately culminate in the show's eventual downfall. But more on that when we get there. Back to the story at hand, The Two Doctors is often maligned by people for being too long, crammed full of continuity references, and excessive violence, to name a few. However, I've always adored this story from start to finish. Patrick Troughton slips right back into the role of the Second Doctor, as does Fraser Hines, whom, after a cameo in The Five Doctors, feels right at home as Jamie McCrimmon once again. Their interactions with each other, and indeed the current TARDIS team, are wonderful to witness, and I love all the lore behind the Androgums, with Jacqueline Pearce and John Stratton delivering wonderful contrasting performances as Cassini and Shockeye respectively. The Sontarans are also here, another returning villain for season 22, and aside from their unusual tall height, they remain a credible villain in my book. Their presence may feel a little bit shoehorned in, but they're just as thrilling to watch as ever. Robert Holmes returns to Doctor Who to pen the script, and whilst I respect and agree to a level that 3 45-minute instalments may be a tad too long, in terms of how the dialogue is written, it's still quintessential Holmes stuff. We are also treated to lots of lovely location work in sunny Spain. This marked the 3rd year in a row in which Doctor Who travelled abroad, and the lush settings of Seville give this serial an air of elegance and flair that is so unusual to see in the classic series. So despite it not being as revered as other multi-Doctor adventures, definitely consider giving The Two Doctors a good watch. It's a blast all the way through, and sadly marks the last appearance of Patrick Troughton as the Doctor. Having first played the role in 1966, Patrick was instrumental in not only ensuring Doctor Who's continuation, but also in defining the role for generations to come. There's a reason why so many future Doctors cite Patrick as an inspiration. His bumbling yet intelligent nature is one that we see many incarnations take on, all with his trademark warmth and brilliance. The Second Doctor is still beloved by millions, and it cemented the legacy that Patrick left behind. As 2 years later, in 1987, whilst attending a convention in the USA, Patrick suffered a fatal heart attack. According to paramedics, he had died instantly. He was 67 years old. Overall, this story attracted an average of 6.5 million viewers, a 0.3 drop from the previous story. We're slowly sliding down towards falling out of the 6 million range. If that happens, it would be the first time the programme did so since 1980, and usually when a show drops into 5 million viewers or lower, you're looking at trouble, especially back in the mid-80s. Such a shame that the presence of Two Doctors and the Sontarans as returning villains couldn't bolster those numbers back up. For all of its flaws, I would find it hard to agree with the notion that The Two Doctors is boring. It's a classic sci-fi adventure, penned by one of the series' most acclaimed writers, and with Two Doctors, you can't claim you aren't getting the bang for your buck. To enjoy it for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1985, or its audio adaptation from 2015. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1993, or the standalone DVD release from 2003, which was included a few years later in 2008 on the Bread for War box set, alongside the Time Warrior, the Sontaran Experiment, and the Invasion of Time. Just to note, the 2003 DVD was re-released in 2013, the only alteration being the special feature removal of the Jim Will Fix It sketch, A Fix with Sontarans. I'm sure we all know why that decision was made. The Two Doctors remains as one of my favourite multi-Doctor stories across any form of media. It's fun, it's action-packed, features some wonderful dialogue, some genuinely chilling scenes, and plenty of memorable moments, for better or for worse. Just make sure you're not starving when you watch it, otherwise, like Shockeye, you may get a little peckish.
Stop! I've come a long way for you. Naturally. Don't expect any thanks.
The fifth and penultimate story from Season 22 is Timelash. The Doctor makes an unexpected return visit to the planet Carful when the TARDIS is caught in a time disturbance. The Doctor discovers that Carful is now ruled by the Borad, and war is brewing with the neighbouring Bandrels. This story is comprised of two 45-minute episodes, which began airing on the 9th of March 1985 and concluded the following week on the 16th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and there is a small improvement from the preceding story, but a far cry from years past. Part 1 continues to finish within the 6 million range, with 6.7 million viewers tuning in, but thankfully, Part 2 manages to draw in a nice boost of viewership, with 7.4 million viewers. Despite audiences learning the news recently that the show would be on an extended hiatus, it seems that the news could have possibly contributed to this little boost. We'll explore that possibility in just a moment. When looking at the top 40 programmes, once again, both episodes managed to hold within the top 100, with Part 1 being the winner of the two, charting at 69th, whereas Part 2, despite having a higher viewership, falls 10 places lower, finishing at 79th place. So, as Doctor Who was about to embark on one of the longest breaks in its history thus far, what was it about Timelash that managed to bring in that little bit of extra viewership? Funnily enough, the announcement of Doctor Who's extended hiatus did see a small boost in viewers for the closing instalment of The Two Doctors, so perhaps the interest from the casual viewer was sparked? With all the talks of a violent and tired show, it could be argued that some possibly tuned in just to see if those claims were true. It's impressive that Timelash raised the viewership when looking over at the main competition it faced on ITV, for on the other side, Robin of Sherwood kicked off its second series. Having been a smash hit a year previously in 1984, just like with the A-Team, viewers were presented with the ever-difficult choice of which programme they wished to dedicate their time to. Doctor Who did have a 15-minute lead on the Merry Men, facing off against the same array of different regional competition, which included a new face, the Smurfs. Promotion for Timelash was rather minimal, the only noteworthy addition being a small article in the Daily Mail regarding the history of the Doctor's female companions. However, the Time Lord was appearing elsewhere in the media world, namely in the form of a charity single, Doctor in Distress. Devised by longtime viewer and unofficial continuity advisor Ian Levine, the song was an attempt to create a Live Aid style anthem, but with the notion of celebrating and saving Doctor Who from its extended break off the air. The song is interesting, and if you haven't heard it before, go and check it out, but prepare your ears, especially with some of the singing. The track was deemed so poor a quality that even the BBC themselves refused to air it on their radio stations, though you could grab a copy in the shops as either a 7 or 12-inch vinyl single. All proceeds were being donated to cancer relief, so that's something positive, I suppose. Charity singles aside, Timelash sadly exemplifies one element that Michael Grade criticised the show for, that being the rather tired appearance of it. Don't get me wrong, some scenes such as the Borad's lair look fantastic, but a lot of the time the sets look flimsy, the Timelash itself leaves a lot to be desired, and beyond the aesthetics, the story also feels a little lacklustre. Perry gets the absolute worst treatment throughout, and whilst the appearance of H.G. Wells is charming and provides some of the best moments, it's hampered by a bit of hammy acting from the guest stars and the Bandrels. Who could forget the Bandrels? Paul Darrow is the leading guest star, having made his name in the sci-fi world through Terry Nation's Blake 7, but his performance here splits viewers completely down the middle. Some believe it to be out of place and a bit hokey, whereas others commend him for a unique and daring take on the role. I'll leave it up to you to decide which camp you feel you belong to on that one. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.1 million viewers, a 0.6 increase from the previous story. It is great to see Doctor Who bring in an average of over 7 million again, but out of all the Season 22 adventures to do it, I'm honestly amazed that it was Timelash. But hey, after recently being told you'll be off the air for 18 months, I'm sure the Doctor Who team were taking any success that they could get. Timelash is often found in the bottom 10 of many story rankings lists, but despite its sour reputation, there are some who genuinely love it, and that's always been one of Doctor Who's great strengths,
that for potentially any of its stories, there will always be someone who can find it absolutely brilliant. And to see whether you think Time Lash is brilliant, you can read the Target book from 1985, but there's no audio adaptation as of yet. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1998, or a standalone DVD release from 2007. Like many of the preceding adventures in Season 22, Time Lash is far from boring. If you can shut your brain off and revel in the more ropey moments that this serial offers, then you'll have a whale of a time. But if Time Lash stands as an example of who at its shakiest, then I'd argue the following adventure delivers the complete opposite.
Goodbye, Doctor. Unpleasant journey.
The sixth and final story from Season 22 is Revelation of the Daleks. The Doctor and Peri visit tranquil repose on the planet Necros, where the Doctor intends to pay his last respects to an old friend. There they discover that Davros is secretly manufacturing a new army of Daleks, with which he intends to conquer the universe. This story is comprised of two 45-minute episodes, which began airing on the 23rd of March 1985 and concluded the following week on the 30th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and it's nice to see the numbers return to being firmly within the 7 million range for the season finale. Part 1 kicks things off with 7.4 million viewers, and Part 2 manages to bring in a few 100,000 more, rounding off the story, and Season 22, with 7.7 million viewers, one of the strongest individual showings of the run. Translating those results to the top 40 programmes, Doctor Who once again missed out on a spot within that chart. However, both episodes of Revelation do remain within the top 100. Part 1 charts at 65th, and Part 2 records one of the highest chart placings of the season, finishing up at 58th place. Despite the news of a prolonged hiatus creating a somewhat somber mood amongst fans, how did Revelation of the Daleks manage to provide one last little boost in viewership for Season 22? First thoughts turned to promotion, and efforts were certainly made for it to be some of the most elaborate of the year, but sadly it didn't come to pass. Producer John Nathan Turner had contacted the Radio Times to see if a colour feature, or even the coveted front cover, could be allocated to the Season 22 finale. This sadly didn't happen, and the only notable feature in the listings magazine was a monochrome photo of two of the newly cream-coated Daleks, which accompanied Part 1. In terms of guest stars, there had been many rumours that renowned actor, Laurence Olivier, would be making an appearance, although a BBC press officer had to confirm that this was not the case. A famous performer who would be appearing, however, was comedian Alexei Sayle, who played the DJ at Tranquil Repose. Chatting with the Daily Express, Sayle discussed his love for the programme and also his nerves for taking a role within it. But if we put forward the notion that the BBC missed a major opportunity to promote Revelation, did ITV capitalise on this with its competition offerings? Well, not really, but they didn't really need to. Robin of Sherwood was progressing with its second series and was performing really well with audiences and in the viewing figures table, so a change in time slot away from Doctor Who was probably not necessary. Revelation of the Daleks saw the programme's viewing figures climb higher and higher, which is always a positive, but these achievements were somewhat downplayed due to the realisation of all those watching that this would be the last trip in the TARDIS for quite some time. Revelation of the Daleks is such a fascinating adventure. It's one of the darkest scripts ever put forward in Classic Who, and who else to craft the tale than Eric Saywood, who was also serving on the show as the script editor. Saywood was never shy to include numerous deaths and elements of violence into his stories, just look at Earthshock or Resurrection of the Daleks. Here, however, the element of death is played on so brilliantly via the concept of tranquil repose, a respite for the rich, only for them to be grotesquely transformed into a new race of Daleks. Davros is the being responsible, played once again by Terry Malloy, who I believe delivers his best TV performance of the megalomaniac here. The moments where he is quiet and slow talking are some of the most chilling scenes of any Who story, and I'm glad he gets such a big focus, and the Daleks take a back seat. The same could be said of the Doctor and Peri, who spend all of Part 1 just getting to tranquil repose from the TARDIS. It's a factor that many criticise, but I love that for the most part, this is a Davros story, showing how he uses his intellect, power, and influence on the unsuspecting around him. Speaking of Davros, his return, along with the Daleks, was teased by a continuity announcer when Time Lash concluded. That, together with the now regular promotional spots on TV, could have sparked the interest of the more casual viewer, one who recognised the Daleks and was curious to see them once again battle the Time Lord. There are some moments of violence that some may argue again are a little too excessive. Joe Bell being killed with a syringe, Stengos begging his daughter to kill him, and a stabbing which we see the knife go in spring to mind. However, I would argue that if any story of Season 22 earns those moments of horror, then Revelation of the Daleks, together with Vengeance on Varos, would be my selections. It's a very different type of story, especially for Classic Who, but give it a chance regardless. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.6 million viewers, a 0.5 increase from the previous story. The downward trend has truly been defeated, and it's wonderful to see Season 22 close out on a high. The return of the Daleks and Davros still clearly had some resonance with all kinds of viewers, and despite the looming hiatus, Doctor Who ended things on a positive, rather than tumbling lower in the viewing figures table. We also have some repeat data for you. As part of a season on BBC Two to celebrate 30 years of the programme, Revelation of the Daleks was selected to represent the Colin Baker era, and was screened as 4 25-minute episodes across 4 consecutive Fridays. Airing from the 19th of March to the 9th of April, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 1.59 million viewers, over 6 million less than the original broadcast just 8 years earlier. However, as typical with many of these 90s repeats, the same contributing factors are at play to result in these less than stellar numbers. Having been cancelled in 1989, Doctor Who had not been producing new episodes for almost 4 years. As a result, the interest in the programme was primarily kept up by the fanbase, with the more casual viewers dropping off almost entirely. Secondly, being the sister channel to BBC One, BBC Two almost always received considerably lower viewership than its big brother. That, combined with the growing accessibility of satellite television, and viewers had far more than merely a handful of channels to dedicate their time to. Revelation of the Daleks stands as not only one of the best stories of the Colin Baker era, but one of the greatest stories of all Classic Who, at least in my view. To find out whether or not you agree with me, you can read the BBC Books release from 2019, or its audio adaptation released the same year. You can also enjoy this release under the Target imprint, which was released in 2021. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1999, packaged together with Planet of the Daleks as part of a Dalek tin set. It was later issued on VHS again, this time as part of the Davros collection, which was released in 2001 and was exclusive to WH Smith's. On DVD, you can enjoy Revelation via a standalone release from 2005 or as part of numerous box sets. These include the Dalek collection from 2007, which was exclusive to Amazon, or the complete Davros collection, which was also released in 2007. It may be a very downbeat and gloomy ending for Season 22, but Revelation of the Daleks holds so much within its 2 episodes. Whether it's the grotesque actions of Davros, the rebranding of the Daleks, or even just to see how Alexei Sayle fits in, there is something here for everyone. It's just a shame that we never find out where the Doctor planned on taking Perry to truly kick back and relax.
I suppose anywhere will be peaceful after Necros. All right. I'll take you to...
So that's Season 22, the 6 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Part 2 of Revelation of the Daleks, Season 22 was brought to an end, concluding a near 3-month run, comprised of 13 45-minute episodes across 6 stories. Now, let's have a look at the story averages for this season. The results are certainly less consistent than the previous year, but the highs are certainly higher, and the lows are also slightly lower. The clear winner is the season opener, Attack of the Cybermen, with 8.1 million viewers on average, the only story to cross into the 8 million range. The least viewed story is the multi-Doctor crossover, The Two Doctors, with 6.5 million viewers watching on average. It may be far from being the least viewed Doctor Who story over the last 22 years, but the closer the programme gets to falling below 6 million is always a slight cause for concern. Overall though, the averages displayed here from Season 22 arguably present a case that Doctor Who, despite the shake-up in format and Doctor, was still just as popular as it ever was, with a loyal viewership whom, whilst vocal, were always up for sitting down to tune into the escapades of the TARDIS team. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for Season 22 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 7.2 million viewers, which mirrors the overall average gained by Season 21 the previous year. This result further supports the argument that despite all of the criticisms and the announcement of the 18-month hiatus, Doctor Who viewers weren't necessarily flocking away in their millions, but that the programme had a core viewership built up over the past 22 years that weren't quite tired of the Time Lord just yet. When we put this result against the previous 21 seasons, Season 22 sadly falls within the bottom 5, tying with Seasons 5, 7 and 21 for being the 4th least viewed season of the programme thus far. Again, a 7.2 million average overall is indeed quite healthy for a programme over 20 years old, but considering it still ranks in the bottom 5, arguably shows that the hyper-popularity spikes seen in the 60s and 70s wasn't exactly reoccurring as the 80s progressed on. Season 22 had a tall order on its hands right from the very start. Not only did it have to reintroduce audiences to the 6th Doctor after a 9-month absence, but it had to juggle the brand new 45-minute format and adapt its often traditional story structures into something more dramatic. Did it work every time? No, I'd argue it didn't. Stories like Time Lash limp along, and the 2 Doctors perhaps didn't need to be 3 episodes, but on the other hand, we get some stories that really dared to push the boundaries of what Doctor Who could do with its storytelling. The video nasty theme of Vengeance on Varos may focus on violence, but the way in which it's presented is wonderfully written, and Nabil Shaban as Syl is an instantly memorable classic villain. As is the Rani, with Kate O'Mara delivering a brilliant performance that put her up alongside some of the Doctor's strongest enemies. The Big Four all return for this season, that being the Cybermen, the Master, the Sontarans and the Daleks, the first season in which they all appear. It may make things feel a little crammed, but their presence is always welcome nonetheless. Not to mention we got a multi-Doctor story thrown in the mix. Patrick Troughton shines as the 2nd Doctor for one last time, and with Revelation of the Daleks ending the series on a creative high, it seemed almost ludicrous that the show was paused when it was. But if there was one thing that was for certain, it was that Colin Baker was most certainly the Doctor. His performance may not have been enjoyed by everyone at the time, and in retrospect, Colin has said he often didn't warm to how his incarnation was portrayed on TV, but he still retains the warmth, wit and adventure that all of his predecessors held too. The hiatus may have dampened Colin's enthusiasm slightly, but he, along with his many fans, were excited and hopeful to see where his adventures would take him next. It's the autumn of 1986, and after an 18-month break, viewers were finally getting ready again to sit down and enjoy new episodes of Doctor Who on a Saturday night. The announcement of the hiatus had come as quite a shock, not just to audiences, but the team making the programme as well. BBC One controller, Michael Grade, believed the show was too tired and too violent, instructing the production team to tone down the nastiness and find the sense of fun that he felt the programme had been lacking for some time. With this in mind, producer John Nathan Turner had some truly tough decisions to make. To start with, all existing scripts that had been lined up for season 23 were scrapped. However, many of them can be enjoyed today, either as target books or via audio adaptations from Big Finish. In the place of these original scripts, the decision was taken to produce one long story that would play out across the entire season. The story chosen ran with the idea of the Doctor being placed on trial by the Time Lords. Borrowing a motif from Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, 3 adventures marking the Doctor's past, present and future would take place within the trial framework before concluding events in the final 2 episodes. Part of what influenced this one long story idea was the change to the series format yet again. Having experimented with 45-minute episodes during season 22, higher-ups at the BBC believed that ultimately it hadn't been a success, despite the season attracting an overall average of over 7 million viewers. To this end, season 23 of Doctor Who would mark a return to the more familiar 25-minute episode structure, with 14 of them allocated to the production. These 14 25-minute episodes would mean that season 23 would be the shortest season of Doctor Who thus far. Despite all these setbacks, the production team got to work and began to piece together the 14-part epic that would be known as the Trial of a Time Lord. For Colin Baker, this would mark his 2nd season as the 6th Doctor. Unfortunately for him, it would also turn out to be his last. But more on that when we get there. For now, let's dive into season 23 and see how the Doctor came to be on trial and the grave implications it could have for him if he should be found guilty. The first segment of the Trial of a Time Lord is the mysterious planet. Put on trial by the Time Lords, the Doctor stands accused of causing harm to those he has encountered on his travels. An adventure on the planet Ravelox is presented as evidence for the prosecution by the Valeyard. This segment is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 6th of September 1986 and concluded on the 27th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and wow, this is not the comeback that the Doctor Who team were expecting. It seems that the 18-month hiatus had done its damage, as the opening instalment only managed to draw in 4.9 million viewers. This was matched the following week for part 2, but 1 week after that, 1 million viewers dipped out of the adventure, lowering the ratings down to 3.9 million, the first time the programme had dipped below 4 million since 1980. Part 4 continued to lower the viewing figures for the opening segment, reaching a result of 3.7 million viewers. These numbers are some of the lowest ever attained by a Doctor Who story up to this point, and it casts a dark cloud over what was meant to be the series' triumphant return to BBC One. When looking at the top 40 programmes, despite disastrous viewing figures, all 4 parts were able to stay within the top 100 programmes. Part 3 comes the closest to triple digits, charting at 98th, with Part 4 just 1 spot above at 97th. Part 2 ranks considerably higher, at 75th, with Part 1 proving to take the leading position, finishing off at 69th place. Doctor Who hadn't been able to crack the top 40 in quite some time, and despite not falling below 100th, it does make you wonder whether the show will ever be able to make it in that prestigious chart once again. So the obvious question would be, what on earth happened? After an 18-month break from screens and with a loyal viewership ready for the Doctor's return, how come the many millions who tuned in before didn't return this time around? The first factor we must address, of course, is the 18-month hiatus itself. Between March of 1985 and September of 1986, fans had to turn to other mediums to get their Doctor Who fix. The Target novels were still being released every month, and in the summer, an official audio adventure was broadcast on the radio. Written by script editor Eric Saywood and broadcast on children's station Pirate Radio 4, Slipback was a 6-part adventure comprised of 10-minute episodes, and broadcast across July and August 1985. It's a harmless bit of fun to say the least, but it left an even greater desire for the Time Lord to return to television as soon as possible. He did return briefly in the autumn, in the form of a parody skit as part of The Lenny Henry Show, in which the titular comedian takes on the role of the Doctor, and he and Perry battle the evil Thatchos, her husband Denos, and make a not-so-subtle jab at the show's extended break off air. Fun and games aside, these little forays into radio or the realm of parody didn't fully meet the appetites of the ever-hungry fanbase. Those who desired information constantly could always indulge in Doctor Who magazine, which had been running since 1979, as well as various fanzines that were popular at that time. The most prolific arguably being Doctor Who Bulletin, or DWB for short, which began to grow ever critical of the show's producer, John Nathan Turner, who himself was about to helm his 6th series in the role. But as the autumn season of 1986 drew closer, every possible effort was made in the promotional department to get the programme right back into the consciousness of the viewing public. As a result, there were several stories and articles in the print world promoting the series' return, as well as several TV appearances too. In August of 1986, Colin Baker was interviewed on Open Air and soon after appeared alongside Linda Bellingham on an episode of the popular chat show Wogan, to once again promote the series' upcoming return to BBC One. On the morning of Part 1's broadcast, the Saturday Picture Show touted an appearance from Bonnie Langford, who was due to become the new companion in a matter of weeks, but more on that when we get there. Finally, between Parts 2 and 3, Colin, Bonnie and Nabil Shaban made an appearance on leading children's programme Blue Peter, to showcase various monsters from the new season. As well as interviews, trailers began to pop up, quickly establishing the trial theme that would run throughout the new season. With promotional efforts being at their strongest in years, was it perhaps the competition over at ITV that prevented Doctor Who from achieving its triumphant return? The answer there is quite possibly. Going up against Doctor Who once again was the American action series, The A-Team. This show had faced the Time Lord in both 1984 and 1985, and on both occasions managed to not only attract high viewership, but was also creating a dilemma for those who only had one television in the house, and in some cases, no means of recording the programme. Whilst VCRs were becoming more popular year after year, those watching after broadcast weren't included on the viewing figures results, and wouldn't be for several years to come. And for those who didn't have a VCR, with the A-Team having a 10-minute head start, perhaps viewers watching the other side were less inclined to change the channel once they were already partway into an exciting venture with Mr. T and Co. But even though the A-Team was still really popular and undoubtedly stole a sizable chunk of viewers away from Doctor Who, it was arguably the programmes that preceded the TARDIS team that could have done even greater damage. For the first programme of BBC One's Saturday evening lineup was Roland Rat, the series. After having been credited for saving ITV's fledgling breakfast programme TV AM, Roland eventually moved over to the BBC, in which he was given his own pseudo-chat show, which was expected to be a great success. Unfortunately for the Beeb, Roland Rat the series was anything but successful, proving to be a ratings disaster and failing to chart within the top 100 programmes. And it's reasonable to assume that if audience members were put off by Roland's antics on BBC One, they were highly likely to change the channel and to stick with whatever they were offering, neglecting to change back for when Doctor Who started, especially when considering the 10-minute lead held by the A-Team. The Time Lord and the Rodent crossed over somewhat too. On the night of Part 2's broadcast, Colin Baker recorded an appearance as the Doctor, introducing Roland Rat the series, and then providing linking continuity into his own programme. It's a shame that less than 5 million viewers tuned in for the opening installment of The Trial of a Time Lord, as this first segment feels particularly refreshing and so full of life. Despite the extended break, the production team went to every effort to prove that Doctor Who still had a place within the Saturday night schedules. This is no clearer than in the opening shot of Part 1, in which we see a vast space station, which ends up pulling in the TARDIS, establishing the setting for the Doctor's trial. This sequence costs several thousands of pounds, a great deal of the show's budget, but its intention of giving Doctor Who impressive and modern-looking visuals absolutely worked. It still looks incredible today, and stands out as one of the series' greatest visual effects moments. We are introduced to the main players of this trial, namely the Inquisitor and the prosecuting Valeyard, played wonderfully by Linda Bellingham and Michael Jastor respectively. The past segment itself is a fun, if slightly paint-by-numbers Who adventure. It's great seeing the Doctor and Peri do something other than bicker all the time, and the introduction of vibrant characters such as Glitz and Dibber really help keep the serial moving whilst remaining very entertaining. Joan Sims is the leading guest star, playing Queen Katrika, and having been the star of several Carry On films, it was hoped that her presence would have attracted perhaps some of the older patrons within the audience. This segment was penned by Robert Holmes, former script editor, and one of the most prolific writers to ever have contributed to the programme. The Mysterious Planet may not be the most memorable of Holmes' scripts, but it still contains his trademark writing style that never fails to be interesting at the very least. There are some effects that even by 1986 standards look a little ropey, but that aside, these 4 parts are an exciting start to the trial season. Even though the cuts back to the courtroom can feel a little annoying, removing us from the action, they did serve as a reminder to the one central story, and as a reminder of the fine line that the show was walking on. Overall, this segment attracted an average of 4.4 million viewers, a whopping 3.2 million drop from the previous broadcast story, Revelation of the Daleks. This is a disastrous result to say the least, and is the lowest average that Doctor Who has recorded thus far in its first 23 years on the air. It seems the extended gap in transmission, the strong competition, and the off-putting preceding programmes all contributed to audiences flocking away from the Doctor's trial, and I'm sure it served as a harsh wake-up call to both the production team and indeed the BBC. The Mysterious Planet can often be overlooked when analysing the various trial segments, and whilst it may get lost when compared to other Robert Holmes' scripts, it's one you should still check out and give your attention to. Some call it a bit standard, but it's always nice to have a straightforward adventure every now and then. To discover the mysteries of Ravelox for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1987, or an audio adaptation from 2013, in which it was bundled with the following segment, Mind Warp, and this reading was re-released together with all the remaining episodes of Trial in a collection set in 2020. To watch it, you have the VHS box set release from 1993, which came packaged within a lovely TARDIS tin, and on DVD, it again was released as part of a Trial of a Time Lord box set, which hit shop shelves in 2008. Over a decade later, the segment would debut on the Blu-ray format, as part of the Season 23 collection set, released in 2019. To kickstart a 14-part epic is no easy feat, but for the most part, The Mysterious Planet I believe succeeds in providing an exciting adventure to bring audiences back in, whilst setting up the grander stakes of the Doctor's trial and foreshadowing what perils could be coming up. And it seems that the man who postponed Doctor Who, Michael Grade, thought this too. Now part of the BBC board as Director of Programmes, at a BBC One Drama press launch in early August, Grade congratulated producer John Nathan Turner, as he found the opening instalment very enjoyable. Now, whether he would retain this enjoyment for the rest of the season, we'll just have to wait and see.
Oh yes, Doctor, much better. The most damning is still to come. And when I have finished, this court will demand your life.
The second segment of The Trial of a Time Lord is Mind Warp. As the Doctor's trial continues, further evidence against him is presented in the form of his recent visit to Thoros Beta. There he once again encountered his old adversary, Syl, and a scientist conducting a series of horrific experiments on living creatures. This segment is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 4th of October, 1986, and concluded on the 25th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and we can see that there's been some improvement, but sadly it remains a far cry from the numbers the programme was pulling in the previous year. Parts 5 and 6 pick up 1 million viewers from The Mysterious Planet, drawing in 4.8 and 4.6 million viewers respectively, and with 5.1 million tuning in for Part 7, this marks the first occasion in Season 23 in which that barrier is broken. Part 8 holds out at bang on 5 million, and whilst it's higher than the first 4 episodes, it's hardly a show of strength, especially when compared to the previous few years. In regards to the top 40 programs chart, all 4 parts managed to remain within the top 100, a reassuring sight to say the least. Parts 6 and 7 tie for the weakest position, both of them finishing at 87th. Part 8 eclipses them slightly at 84th, and Part 5 takes the winning spot, rounding off at 76th place on the chart. I must admit, I'm surprised that with the lower than average viewing figures, the fact that Doctor Who was routinely finding a place within the top 100 is still quite impressive. So, as the second segment of the trial played out, it was apparent that more viewers were tuning in. But what was holding Doctor Who back from greater heights in the ratings table? Well, the competition over at ITV was absolutely demolishing Doctor Who when it came to audiences. Mind Warp's peak viewership was just over 5 million, whereas the A-Team were routinely getting double, with over 10 million viewers tuning in for each new instalment. However, again, it must be noted that despite being miles away from Mr. T and co, Doctor Who's viewership was steadily increasing and remaining within the top 100. Gotta take those small victories where we can. Promotional efforts were still present for the segment, but arguably nowhere near the level of what we saw for the Mysterious Planet. Nabil Shaban made an appearance as Syl on Blue Peter in September, as mentioned previously, and the actor also gave a few interviews to various publications on the Sinister Slug's return. Other guest stars were also given a bit of media spotlight, including Christopher Ryan, who would be playing the mentor Kiv, and of course Brian Blessed, who was playing King Yrcanos. Speaking of special appearances, Bonnie Langford made one on the popular chat show Wogan, which was broadcast between parts 6 and 7. Promoting her upcoming role as the future companion, viewers would have to wait a few weeks more before meeting Bonnie's character on screen, but it seems the production team were trying to hype up her role as much as possible, considering Bonnie's success as both a child and adult performer. Finally, during the transmission of Mind Warp, little bouts of promotion occurred after the conclusion of each episode, advertising either the steadily growing library of Doctor Who VHS tapes or the exhibition in Longleat, which had been running successfully for several years. Mind Warp is often considered to be the high point of the Trial saga, and in many respects, I couldn't agree more. This is arguably the darkest that Season 23 dares to get, with a focus on brain alteration, metamorphosis, and the rather shocking conclusion and the horrors that befall poor Peri. This segment was written by Philip Martin, who had contributed Vengeance on Varos to Season 22 the previous year. I adored the world that he built on Varos, and that adoration continues into how he's crafted Thoros Beta. The character work for the most part is excellent, and the guest stars are really giving it everything they've got. Particularly Brian Blessed, whose presence is hard to miss with his big booming voice and mildly humorous outbursts. Nabil Shaban makes a wonderfully sinister return as Syl, and the additional lore we have regarding his planet and his superiors, the Mentors, is fascinating. But perhaps the biggest revelations occur towards the segment's end, when the Doctor is taken out of time by the Time Lords, thus bringing him to the events of his trial. Without the Doctor, Peri is left to the mercy of Dr. Crozier and his increasingly ill patient, Kiv. With her head shaved and Peri now being essentially dead, seeing Nicola Bryant embody the Kiv character is genuinely quite horrifying. One of the most spine-tingling moments of any Who story. It all makes for quite an emotional finale, one in which the Doctor is left in the courtroom both gobsmacked and seething with rage. A tantalising end to a superb segment. Overall, this segment attracted an average of 4.9 million viewers, a 0.5 increase from the previous 4 episodes. On one hand, it's reassuring that the viewership for Season 23 was steadily rising, with perhaps more people becoming aware that Doctor Who had indeed returned. However, on the other hand, for the programme to again score an average of under 5 million is heartbreaking, and the last time that this had occurred so frequently, it very nearly cost the show its life. However, the low ratings in no way represent Mind Warp in terms of its quality. From start to finish, this adventure is dark, bleak, and can achieve horrors and chills that very few stories from this time are able to do. It's an absolute must-watch, and if your curiosity is now sparked, you can read the Target book from 1989, or an audio adaptation from 2013, released together with The Mysterious Planet as Trial of a Time Lord Volume 1, or via the complete collection release from 2020. To watch it, you have the 1993 VHS set, the 2008 DVD box set, or the Season 23 collection set, which is exclusive to the Blu-ray format. It may be part of the full trial storyline, with frequent cuts to the courtroom, but all that aside, Mind Warp in my view stands as one of the crowning achievements when looking at 80s Who. It's a sci-fi tale that is taking itself seriously, with room for spouts of humour and whimsy as well. It delivers a shocking final few minutes, with one of the longest serving companions arguably meeting a fate worse than death, and seeing its reaction on the Doctor, we can only imagine what events will play out next.
The High Council has no right to order Peri's... or anyone else's death.
Please, Doctor.
I was taken out of time for another reason, and I have every intention of finding out what it is.
The third and penultimate segment of the trial of a Time Lord is Terror of the Vervoids. With the case for the prosecution completed in his trial, the Doctor must now present evidence in his defence. He selects an adventure from his own future, which takes place aboard a luxury starliner. A murderer is on the loose, along with the alien Vervoids. This segment is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 1st of November, 1986, and concluded on the 22nd of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and once again, the numbers seem to be improving ever so slightly, but not to a level that would reassure the production team or the BBC higher-ups. 3 of the segment's 4 parts managed to crack the 5 million mark, Part 11 taking the victory, with 5.3 million viewers tuning in. The preceding week, Part 10 recorded the weakest viewership of the segment, with 4.6 million viewers watching the unfolding events on Hyperion 3. So we have a story that for the most part hovers within the 5 million range, but even back in 1986, that kind of ballpark was not seen as a roaring success for a Saturday night drama, especially one that had been as long running as Doctor Who. Looking over at the top 40 programmes, once again all 4 parts managed to stay within the top 100. Part 10 comes the closest to slipping out at 93rd, with Part 12 charting higher at 89th, Part 11 higher still at 86th, and Part 9 pipping them all, rounding off at 85th place. As the trial continued, it seems more and more viewers, however small an increase they may represent, were settling down to see what was going on. Was competition on ITV starting to finally slip? The firm answer to that, I'm afraid, is no. The A-Team continued its dominance of the Saturday tea time slot over on ITV, and just to give mention to Channel 4, which had been broadcasting since 1982, they were airing their increasingly popular soap opera, Brookside. This show had aired since Channel 4's inception, but only recently was beginning to receive a bit more noticeable traction amongst viewers. So, with ITV competition being exceedingly popular and Channel 4's offerings up on the rise, Doctor Who was stacked against some pretty heavy odds. Promotion-wise though, this time period saw a sort of second wave for season 23 in terms of press attention. The main source of this was the arrival of Bonnie Langford as new companion Melanie Bush, or just Mel for short. Bonnie was a well-known face for British TV viewers, having made her name as a child star, mostly as Violet Elizabeth Bott in the children's series Just William. As an adult, she continued her success on the stage in a variety of musicals, and as such, early promotional photographs were issued with both Colin Baker as the Doctor, and Bonnie dressed in her then most recent stage role of Peter Pan. Bonnie's arrival had already been well known to viewers for weeks, as she had made appearances on a variety of different programmes to help promote the season. She also was the main feature of the Radio Times back page. A full-colour spread was dedicated to her debut as the latest member of the TARDIS team. Her role as companion was either met with enthusiasm by some, or disdain by others, long before she'd actually done anything on the programme. Nothing new there then. On the topic of companions, producer John Nathan Turner made an appearance on the BBC's Breakfast Time programme a week or 2 before the Terror of the Vervoids to promote the release of his new book, Doctor Who: The Companions. Joined by former assistant Janet Fielding and outgoing assistant Nicola Bryant, JNT teased Mel's arrival to expectant viewers. However, criticism of the producer's handling of the show was growing even more feverish as the trial of the Time Lord went on. In fact, despite all of the positive press dedicated to Bonnie Langford, the papers also picked up on quite a tumultuous event that had happened behind the scenes. John Nathan Turner and script editor Eric Saywood hadn't always agreed on various aspects of Doctor Who, but they were still able to churn out some wonderful stories in their partnership together. However, due to events surrounding the final segment of the trial, Saywood had vacated the role and launched a scathing public attack on the producer. This story was blown up as Terror of the Vervoids was set to air, but seeing as the context surrounding it is centred around the final 2 episodes, we'll focus more on this when we get there. On the positive, the last little promotional push came with the release of Dominic Glynn's arrangement of the Doctor Who theme as a 7-inch single. After 6 years of Peter Howell's 80s reimagining of the iconic original, Glynn's version has a sinister, foreboding quality to it, one that I really enjoy, and it is actually one of my favourite variations of the theme overall. The track also saw a 12-inch and cassette release in 1987, bizarrely releasing nearly a year after the regular single. Terror of the Vervoids has a lot riding on it in a way. Not only does it have to continue on from the devastating impact of the Mind Warp segment, but it also has to introduce us to a new companion from the Doctor's future, robbing us of a traditional first meeting story, and trying to sell us that these two have been travelling together for some time. Not only that, but it has to set up a murder mystery plot, evoking the works of Agatha Christie,
whilst juggling several characters as well as a sinister race of plant-like aliens. Quite a tall order, but alas, the writing team behind the segment, Pip and Jane Baker, was somehow able to get it done and make it work. These two were industry veterans, and had previously written Season 22's Mark of the Rani. Their Who contributions may not be beloved by everyone, but I found this one in particular a really fun watch. Honor Blackman is the leading guest star, having made her name in the Avengers TV series before appearing as perhaps the most well-known Bond girl, Pussy Galore. Her appearance here is fantastic, and indeed I found most of the guest actors here give a great performance. The Vervoids are quite menacing in places, despite their somewhat interesting appearance, and whilst this may not be my favourite segment of the trial, it's arguably one of the most fun. Overall, this segment attracted an average of 5.1 million viewers, a 0.2 increase from the previous 4 episodes. We finally crossed over the 5 million barrier, which is reassuring in itself, but this achievement was something Doctor Who had routinely been breaking in its sleep for the majority of the past 20 years. Now, it almost seems like some sort of Herculean effort, but nevertheless, I'll always take a boost in ratings rather than a sharp decline. Terror of the Vervoids is often cited as the most traditional segment from Season 23, one where if you remove the cuts back to the courtroom, it could easily serve as its own standalone adventure. If you wish to try and solve the mystery aboard Hyperion 3 for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1987, or an audio adaptation from 2013, packaged together with the following segment, The Ultimate Foe, as Trial of a Time Lord Volume 2. This was re-released with all the other trial segments in 2020. To watch it, you have either the VHS set from 1993, the DVD set from 2008, or the Season 23 collection set from 2019. The 4 episodes are a nice change of pace and tone from what we had just experienced with Mind Warp. Bonnie Langford is an adorably positive presence as Mel, and her dynamic with the Doctor works surprisingly well, especially considering we haven't seen how these two met. And when all is said and done, despite taking care of the Vervoids, the Doctor has now earned himself another charge, one of genocide, which leads us into the remaining 2 episodes, and the Doctor's final confrontation with the Valeyard.
Article 7 permits no exceptions. The Doctor has destroyed a complete species. The charge must now be genocide.
The 4th and final segment from the Trial of a Time Lord is The Ultimate Foe. When Sabalom Glitz and Mel make an unexpected appearance at the Doctor's trial, the Doctor begins to suspect that the Time Lords have a hidden agenda. An old enemy also re-emerges, and the Valeyard's true identity is revealed. This segment is comprised of 2 episodes, which began airing on the 29th of November, 1986, and concluded the following week on the 6th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and talk about a series in flux. Part 13 attracts one of the lowest ratings for the season, with just 4.4 million viewers tuning in. But for Part 14, the final part of the trial, Doctor Who saw an uplift of 1.2 million viewers, with 5.6 million switching on for the concluding instalment. This makes Part 14 the most viewed episode of the entire trial, implying that a small selection of that audience hadn't tuned into the preceding 13 weeks. But whilst 5.6 million may be the high point for Season 23, it serves as a crushing blow for Doctor Who as a whole. For that to be your strongest showing after 23 years of near continual success, it's quite heartbreaking. For the top 40 programmes, Part 13 came very close to slipping into triple digits, placing at 98th. But Part 14 manages to climb a fair degree higher on the chart, finishing off at 80th place. We may not have had any top 40 placings, but despite Season 23 getting low viewing figures, not seeing one episode fall below 100th place is a small victory to be celebrated and recognised. So we've reached the trial's end. All shall be revealed, and all the loose ends will be tied up. Hopefully. Then how come that influx of viewers only came for the very end? What was keeping them from the final setup? Well, for starters, the competition remained resilient right up until the very end. Whether it was the A-Team over at ITV, or Brookside on the fledgling Channel 4, viewers were increasingly being given more and more choices in what programming they wished to dedicate their time to, which, for an old staple such as Doctor Who, could have only meant a few dents in its armour. Promotion-wise, Colin Baker made an appearance on Saturday Superstore on the day of Part 13's broadcast, the 29th of November. Celebrating the series' 23rd birthday and taking questions from viewers, Colin commented to one caller that if he had a TARDIS, he would go back 2.5 years and start his journey as the Doctor all over again. But what did he mean by this? He wasn't off already, was he? Unfortunately, and without much choice, he was. Doctor Who had its prospective 24th season greenlit way back in the August of 1986, ensuring the future of the programme, at least in the short term. However, as season 23 progressed, Michael Grade would comment to producer John Nathan Turner that although he believed what he saw was an improvement, he felt the show still wasn't quite right. With supportive comments from head of drama series and serials Jonathan Powell, the pair believed that the programme would continue with both a new producer and a new doctor. JNT had wanted to move on for some time, but before he could depart, Grade and Powell gave him one final instruction: to inform Colin Baker that his contract would not be renewed, and his services as the Doctor would no longer be required. Worried that the news would leak to the press, JNT telephoned Colin in late October to give him the bad news. Baker was shocked and upset, as he had so much he still wanted to do with the part, and had been doing all these promotional appearances without so much as an inkling that season 23 would be his last. After meeting with Jonathan Powell in early November, Colin presented his ultimatum. He offered that he would lead the next season, and then depart at the end of it, giving him a true third year in the role, considering one was missed due to the hiatus. Powell countered by offering him just the opening serial of the next season, to which Colin flatly declined. He felt hurt by the BBC higher-ups, quite rightly too. Nevertheless, he remained professional in all of his promotional obligations after he received the devastating news, including appearing on the Tomorrow's World Christmas quiz in December. Said news eventually did make its way to the press by the final months of 1986, and even after season 23 concluded and the world entered 1987, more stories were coming out about Colin's removal from the TARDIS. The actor himself gave a rather damning interview, criticising the actions of Michael Grade, feeling that he had truly been robbed of what he had initially planned to do with the role of the Time Lord. In response to all of this fallout, Michael Grade responded by saying to one interviewer, "The show is in trouble. It is very stale, but we will give it another go." If the loss of his lead actor wasn't enough, John Nathan Turner was ultimately instructed, not asked, to stay on as producer after all in the November of 1986. When trying to explain that there wasn't sufficient time to prepare a full new series, the higher-ups told him that he'd find a way to cope, and duly showed him out of the door. So, after losing battles to keep Colin Baker, and to move on from the series himself, what else could befall the producer? Well, how about an outcry from his exhausted script editor? Eric Saywood had held the position since 1981, and had gone to every effort to not only find writers who could provide suitable work for the series, but to also deliver some classic stories himself. For the final 2 episodes of the trial, Saywood had originally commissioned Robert Holmes with the task of wrapping up the trial saga. However, Holmes was becoming increasingly ill as 1986 progressed, ultimately passing away on the 24th of May. He had completed a rough draft for Part 13 and a plot outline for Part 14. Saywood, despite being bereaved at the loss of his friend, managed to adapt and build upon Holmes' Part 13, which is what eventually ended up on screen. With Part 14, however, this is where the trouble starts. Holmes' original ending saw the Doctor and the Valeyard falling to their deaths in a seemingly endless void, providing one extra cliffhanger moment that could be resolved in the next season. However, John Nathan Turner found this ending to be too downbeat, and believing it gave any detractors at the BBC all the ammunition they needed to take the show off the air once and for all. Saywood completely disagreed with JNT, and this served to be the straw that broke the camel's back. He not only resigned from the position of script editor, but he also withdrew permission for the Part 14 script to be used. With very little time left, JNT contracted Pip and Jane Baker, who had written the preceding Terror of the Vervoids, to write the final instalment instead. However, due to Saywood's withdrawal of permission, the Bakers were not allowed to view the original Part 14 script and weren't told any of its contents. So they had a small window of time to complete an episode that they had no idea of what had originally been intended. Now, that is a tall order for any creative, never mind an experienced duo of writers. The results leave The Ultimate Foe feeling like quite the mixed bag upon viewing. I really like Part 13 in what it sets up, the revelations that the Valeyard is an evil incarnation of the Doctor, the journey into the Matrix, and the limitless horrors it can yield, and the welcome return of Mel, Glitz, and even the Master, played once again by Anthony Ainley. Part 14, on the other hand, is a little botched. This is in no way any disrespect to Pip and Jane Baker, as they were given an impossible task at the very last minute. The fact that we got any sort of Part 14 at all is enough. However, the conclusion is very rushed, and in some aspects doesn't make the greatest of sense, or it certainly doesn't feel like a justified finale to this 14-week epic. It does, however, have a personal favourite line of mine.
There's nothing you can do to prevent the catharsis of spurious morality.
I mentioned earlier that JNT instructed that the ending be more upbeat, and indeed it was. With all charges against the Doctor dropped, he and Mel jump back into the TARDIS for some more new adventures. However, there is one further change made by JNT that I and many others feel is a bit unnecessary. Keeping with the positive theme, it's revealed that Peri didn't in fact meet her end in Mind Warp, but was actually alive and living as a warrior queen with King Yrcanos, with what we originally saw being a result of the Valyard's tampering with the Matrix. Now, who wouldn't want to be married to Brian Blessed? I know I certainly would. But not only do we learn this information without actually seeing it occur, but it just removes so much of the weight and impact that Mind Warp originally had. All in all, it may not be the most satisfying end to the Trial of a Time Lord, but the Ultimate Foe in just 2 episodes gives a damn good go at trying to tie everything up, whilst giving us lots of new lore to dwell on. I'd recommend watching it, as part of the whole Trial saga of course, and see what conclusions you come to, in how the Doctor was able to avoid death at seemingly his own future hand. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5 million viewers, a 0.1 drop from the previous 4 episodes. Whilst the drop may be minuscule, a 5 million average is still a poor showing for the programme. They tried everything they could promotionally and in the quality of the storytelling that we've seen for the most part, but it seems that aside from strong competition, Doctor Who just didn't have that same appeal anymore, at least to perhaps the more casual viewer. The Ultimate Foe may make hardly any sense when viewed on its own, but even with all of its misgivings, plot holes and rushed elements, it still succeeds in some level of providing an exciting finale, one in which Colin Baker gives a marvellous performance, even though sadly it would be his last. That aside, if you're desperate to find out how the trial concludes, you can read the Target book from 1988, or an audio adaptation from 2013, making up half of the Trial of a Time Lord Volume 2, and later making up a quarter of the full trial collection, which was released in 2020. To watch it, you can select either the 1993 VHS set, the 2008 DVD release, or the Season 23 collection set, which is exclusive to Blu-ray and was released in 2019. Trying to summarise and round off a story across 14 instalments is a task that most would never dare attempt, but the Doctor Who team always embraced a challenge. And considering this particular challenge had the series' future at stake, they needed to give it everything that they got. The Ultimate Foe may have been besieged with problems and lost publicly within the press attention from Colin's sacking and the fallout from Eric Saywood's resignation, but still, give it a fair chance. It's a respectable end to the longest and most ambitious saga the show had attempted to tell so far.
Repair the Matrix, Keeper. Requisition anything you need.
My lady.
So that's Season 23, the 4 segments that comprise the overall story, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Part 14 of The Trial of a Time Lord, Season 23 was brought to an end, concluding a 3-month run comprised of 14 episodes across 1 story, divided into 4 segments. Now, let's have a look at the averages for this season. We can sadly see that the viewing figures remain quite low throughout the 14-part saga. The peak comes with parts 9 to 12, The Terror of the Vervoids, which managed to bring in 5.1 million viewers on average, whilst the least viewed segment was the opener, The Mysterious Planet, which recorded a new low for the programme at just 4.4 million. It seems that despite embracing one overarching story across the season, it didn't work to the degree that the production team had hoped. What was supposed to be Doctor Who's great comeback after an extended break ended up barely making a ripple in the television landscape. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each segment, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for Season 23 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 4.9 million viewers. This is a colossal 2.3 million decrease from the previous season's average, and is the first occasion in which a full season of the programme averaged out at under 5 million viewers. This is not a good showing at all for Doctor Who, and really represents the low point that the series had sank to, not necessarily in terms of quality, but in terms of how it was being perceived by the mass audience. This sadly means that for our ratings chart, Season 23 places at the very bottom, as the least viewed season of Doctor Who on our journey thus far. It's almost 1 million lower than the previous last placeholder, which was Season 18, and considering that Season 22 also made the bottom 5, it's heartbreaking that an actor as good as Colin Baker just didn't have the best of luck when it came to the series' viewing figures. His first year in the role achieved respectable figures no doubt. A 7.2 million average for an over 20-year-old programme in 1985 is no feat to be snuffed at, but the sheer drop in viewership in just 18 months is what makes this more gutting. But now, as we've reached the end of another Doctor's era, it's time we got really nerdy with numbers and work out the overall average for the Colin Baker years. By combining the results achieved from the Twin Dilemma, Season 22 and 23, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for the Colin Baker era of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 6.4 million viewers. I hate to say it, but this is the least viewed era of the programme thus far, as when you place it against other Doctors, it falls 0.7 million behind Troughton, 1.5 million behind Hartnell and Davison, 1.9 million behind Pertwee, and a staggering 3 million behind the indomitable Tom Baker. This result really goes to show how the significantly lower viewership of season 23 really did its damage onto Colin's era of the show. Another aspect in which I feel for Colin is in the amount of televised stories he had, there being only 8 of them. And whilst this is a far cry from what his 5 predecessors had, we have to remember 2 key factors. One being season 22's 45-minute long episodes, and the fact that the Trial of a Time Lord was one story. It has segments for sure, but it is all one adventure. Had circumstances been different, and had Colin been allowed to remain in the role for as long as he originally had intended, I'm sure he would have had just as many, if not more adventures than those who'd come before him. Season 23 had a lot riding on its shoulders when it played out to audiences in the autumn of 1986. Not only did it have to establish Doctor Who's return as triumphantly as possible, but it also had to tell one overarching story across 14 weeks, something that hadn't been attempted to this magnitude for years. Furthermore, it had to juggle 3 segments within the trial setting, making sure everything links together, and it may have its criticisms, but I've always felt that the Trial of a Time Lord as a whole works surprisingly well. Sure, it has its ropey moments, and the conclusion may leave a lot to be desired, but there is so much good to delve into here. Whether it's the more straightforward, traditional fun of the mysterious planet or terror of the Vervoids, the dark, sinister style of Mind Warp, or the surprising revelations we see in The Ultimate Foe, there is arguably a little something here for everyone. It's a crying shame that the same level of viewership didn't return to witness the trial, but I suppose that shows how the viewing habits of the public can change in such a short amount of time. But whether you're a fan of season 23 or not, one thing you cannot deny is the consistently wonderful performance from Colin Baker. And as he steps into the TARDIS, muttering about his distaste of carrot juice, just like that, the 6th Doctor's era had come to a rather abrupt end. After originally appearing as Commander Maxil in 1983's Arc of Infinity, Colin very much doubted he would be in the series again, never mind playing the lead role. Much to his surprise, that would soon become a reality. Right from the get-go with his debut in The Twin Dilemma, you can tell this is a Doctor full of life, energy, and a more mysterious, unpredictable quality. One which may not have been demonstrated in the best way for his debut, but one that has remained a fascinating focus for millions of fans. Despite changes in format, shifting time slots, and even an 18-month hiatus, Colin always held his love for the role and the programme at large, attending several events and conventions to meet the many fans he had built, all with a smile and a genuine warmth, despite whatever was occurring behind the scenes. The greatest tragedy, arguably, being that after waiting so patiently to get back into the TARDIS for season 23, the role he loved so much was snatched from underneath him, the higher-ups deciding he had his 3 years, even though technically he'd really only done 2. Despite the poor treatment from the BBC, Colin would remain engaged with the Doctor Who fandom, becoming a regular fixture at conventions all across the world, sharing stories and anecdotes and providing joy to the millions who met him. In 1989, he would pilot the TARDIS again, this time on the stage, taking over from Jon Pertwee as the leading incarnation of The Ultimate Adventure. In 1993, he once again donned his coat of many colours for the makeshift 30th anniversary special, Dimensions in Time, which of course is canon. Towards the end of the 90s, when it was really uncertain if Doctor Who would ever return to television, Colin was one of the first former Doctors to join with Big Finish Productions, who began making regular audio adventures based on the series in 1999. This gave Colin a second chance in many respects, to refine his incarnation in the way he had originally wanted. Gone are many of the biting remarks or the endless bickering, and in their place is a warmth, but also a very sharp wit, one which Colin has been able to refine and develop over the past 20 years, and indeed still is today. Even now, at nearly 80 years old, Colin continues to delight Who fans the world over, whether via the audio adventures from Big Finish, or via his appearances at conventions, or indeed his appointment as president of the Doctor Who Appreciation Society. In the near 40 years since his first association with the programme, his love for Doctor Who, and the viewers who enjoy consuming it, has never been stronger. And despite uncertainties from audiences at the very beginning, Colin has since become the favourite incarnation of the Doctor to many a Whovian. Rock on, Sixie. In terms of your time on TV, you certainly deserve better. We must remember though, time waits for no man, and with very little time to assemble scripts for the upcoming new season, John Nathan Turner had one major task to fulfill to make it all come together. For the 3rd time, he would have to find a new actor to take control of the TARDIS. It's early 1987, and the Doctor Who production office has a crisis on its hands. After John Nathan Turner was instructed by the BBC higher-ups to produce the forthcoming season 24, he was left without any scripts, a script editor, and most importantly, a new Doctor. The previous incarnation of the Time Lord, Colin Baker, had his time in the role cut mercilessly short by the powers that be, who believed that for the show to be a success once again, it needed a new Doctor. Refusing to take part in a regeneration sequence, JNT had to work fast to not only cast the 7th Doctor, but also amass together a season of stories to show them off to an eager fanbase. His choice was the Scotsman, Sylvester McCoy. Initially finding fame in the Ken Campbell Roadshow and children's programmes such as Vision On and Eureka, McCoy was a man of many talents, talents that JNT believed would be perfectly suited to the role of the Doctor. In the story department, the new script editor in town was Andrew Cartmel, a relative newcomer to the industry, taking over from Eric Sayward, whose very public resignation had left a sour taste in the mouth of the producer. Cartmel wanted to reinvigorate the programme, and had big ideas that he wanted to set into motion, commissioning newer, younger writers whom he felt not only understood the show, but offered new and exciting ways to tell a story. With just 14 episodes allocated to the season, Cartmel and his team were able to craft 4 brand new adventures, all very different, and in different respects, all equally memorable. With the new Doctor set to pilot the TARDIS, and the scripts being locked in, Season 24 was ready to go, but as with the beginning of every new era, the question was asked, would the public take to this new Doctor? Would they enjoy the new stories and the various directions that they wished to head in? And perhaps most importantly, particularly for the BBC, would this new lease of life cause the viewing figures to shoot back up to the levels that Doctor Who had become oh so accustomed to? Or would they remain as low as they did the previous year, or even worse, decline even further? Let's dive right into Season 24, and find out whether the show's last chance saloon paid off. The first story from Season 24 is Time and the Rani. The TARDIS is forced down on the planet Lacursha by the Rani, where the Doctor regenerates into his 7th body. Masquerading as Mel, the Rani tricks the Doctor into helping her further her plans to take control of the universe. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 7th of September, 1987, and concluded on the 28th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and I think it's fair to say that this is not the sort of comeback that the programme was hoping for. Despite the higher-ups' demand of a new Doctor, it seems relatively few new audience members were all that interested, as the opening episode only attracted 5.1 million viewers. This sort of figure echoes what happened during the Trial saga the previous year, and the following 3 episodes only continue to do so, as all of them fall below 5 million, attaining 4.2, 4.3, and 4.9 million viewers respectively. These are some of the lowest numbers that Doctor Who has ever pulled in during its time on air so far, and considering the series was seemingly now always one step away from cancellation, it's hardly reassuring. For the top 40 TV programmes, however, things are slightly more positive, in the sense that none of Time and the Rani's 4 instalments dropped out of the top 100. Part 1 charted the highest at 71st, still a fair way from the top 40, but somewhat of a saving grace at this point. Part 3 slips 10 places lower to 81st, Part 2 further still at 85th, and Part 4 is the lowest charter, finishing up at 86th place. So even though Doctor Who managed to kick off its 24th season within the top 100, the ever-present distance from the top 40 makes that sort of honour seem ever more elusive. What exactly happened here then? After a change in Doctor, change in script editor and several other factors, why was Time and the Rani not able to bring about the ratings boost that the higher-ups, and indeed the production team, had hoped for? Well, before we address our regular factors, we must note the fact that Doctor Who was once again shifted around in the TV schedules. The series was to no longer occupy its traditional Saturday tea time slot, for it would now air on Monday evenings. The programme was no stranger to weekday airings. The entire Peter Davison era went out twice weekly to sustain success, so what was the difference here? Well, during the Davison years, the programme was airing either just before or at 7 PM against consistent competition, but competition it could often claim victory over. However, for Season 24, Doctor Who would now air at 7:35 PM, the latest time the show had ever gone out in its history so far. This move prompted some complaints from parents whose younger ones could no longer watch the show due to clashes with after-school activities, or in some cases, had already gone to bed. However, the main problem with this new time slot was the competition shown over at ITV. For now, the Doctor would go directly up against the network's longest-running soap opera, Coronation Street, which had been on air since 1960. As with most soaps, Corrie would see peaks and troughs with its popularity over the years, but with a sensationalist rise in storylines hitting most soaps of the late 80s, the public was more interested as to what was happening on the cobbles than ever. Against Time and the Rani, ITV soap was easily able to attract more than double the Doctor's viewership week after week. BBC One controller Michael Grade defended this schedule change, claiming that with some of Britain's biggest names appearing this season, he was confident that it will make inroads into the viewership on Monday evenings. Sadly, in Time and the Rani's case, these hopes were disastrously unfounded. What about the promotional department, though? Was a lack of publicity another damning factor into the weak impact that the season opener had? I'd argue no, as there was a startling amount of publicity for Time and the Rani, just not all of it good. On the positive, a trailer was screened at a BBC press launch in mid-August, which showed clips from the first 3 stories of season 24, as well as highlighting several of the guest stars that were set to appear. A cut-down version of the trailer was later screened on BBC One to advertise the new run of adventures. In the print world, Doctor Who enjoyed some lavish colour promotion thanks to publications such as the Radio Times, who dedicated their back page spread to the upcoming season, and Sylvester McCoy was the subject of several interviews, as were his co-stars Bonnie Langford and the returning villainess, Kate O'Mara. All of this positive coverage seemed to occur before the broadcast of Time and the Rani, for as the serial hit the airwaves in September, that's when all of the negative comments came in. Many of the tabloids criticised the new Doctor, the story, and the series itself. Several cited the adventure as pantomime in tone, with the lead actors camping up their roles to the max. Within the fandom, several were critical of the programme, with even the Doctor Who Appreciation Society voicing their disdain at producer John Nathan Turner, with many blaming him for the show's supposed decline in quality. This continued the strained relationship JNT had with the fandom, as whilst he knew attending conventions and events was a great way to build that bridge, he was growing weary of the ever-constant scathing attacks on his work and his character. Meanwhile, the viewpoints of the general audience continued to flood in. A programme to show these opinions, points of view, showcased some comments from viewers regarding the serial. Some were enthusiastic, others were outraged. Nice to see that hasn't changed over the years. The new theme tune that accompanied the new titles also drew heavy criticism. Arranged by Kev McCulloch, the new theme had heavy synthesizer overtones that many believed removed the air of mystery from Ron Grainer and Delia Derbyshire's original. However, I couldn't disagree more. I feel this theme gives off a sense of excitement, wonder, a slight tinge of menace. It feels like a full package, and to this day, it remains my favourite iteration of the iconic theme. But perhaps the piece of publicity that was the most telling of how divisive the new Doctor and Adventure were was the appearance of Sylvester McCoy, Bonnie Langford, and John Nathan Turner on an edition of Open Air. Broadcast live one day after Time and the Rani concluded, the stars and producer endured the scathing comments made about their performances from the press and the disdain from viewers regarding the show's supposed descent into pantomime. The three take most of these on the chin, and some positive comments were made, which is a nice silver lining, but perhaps most reassuring was JNT confirming that there would indeed be a new season for 1988. So at least viewers knew season 25 was locked in. Time and the Rani had a rocky ride of it, to say the least. From derision in the press to criticism from viewers, you could be led to believe that simply no one enjoyed the serial, or the new Doctor. But of course, this simply isn't true. Even back in 1987, there were those in the print world and on TV expressing their admiration and enjoyment of the season opener. And while Sylvester's Doctor was still finding his feet, there were those who enjoyed the clown-like antics of this impish new man. Regarding the story itself, it's often chided as being one of the weakest examples of Doctor Who that's ever been. And sure, there are moments that feel a tad bit panto, some elements that look a bit flimsy or unfinished, but honestly, for the most part, I find Time and the Rani a lot of fun to go back to. It's crystal clear that the cast are having the time of their lives making this show, particularly Kate O'Mara, who returns as the Rani. Having found success overseas in hit show Dynasty, Kate insisted that she would be more than happy to return to the muddy quarries of Doctor Who to record a return appearance. The story was written by Pip and Jane Baker, an established writing duo who had previously penned The Mark of the Rani and 5 episodes of the Trial of a Time Lord saga, and whilst many cite this as their weakest effort, you can hardly blame them for trying. Considering that when they wrote the serial, they still had Colin Baker in mind as the Doctor, as well as alterations being made at the request of new script editor Andrew Cartmel. The result may be a little over the top and a tad ridiculous in places, but Time and the Rani boasts some new and impressive special effects for the time, some wonderful scenes with Sylvester as the 7th Doctor, and just a prevailing sense of fun and frivolity that provides some of the most entertaining Who of the 1980s. Highly recommend you give it a chance. Just switch your brain off and have a blast. Overall, this story attracted an average of 4.6 million viewers, a 0.3 drop from the previous story, that being the 14-part Trial of a Time Lord. This is hardly the average you want to clock in for a season opener, especially one that's introducing a brand new Doctor. This figure makes Time and the Rani the least viewed post-regeneration story for a new Doctor on our journey thus far. A disappointing sight to say the least. A new Doctor had proven to be event television for the audience, curious to see the new lead in action and how they'd adapt to the role. And whilst Part 1 had a small boost, it seems that intrigue was nowhere near at the levels it had once been amongst the general public. It may all seem like doom and gloom, but I can't stress enough how much fun Time and the Rani is. I appreciate that it may not be for everyone, but at a time when Doctor Who was constantly facing calls of cancellation, not just from the press but even in some corners of the fandom, the fact that this serial wasn't afraid to let its hair down and present a story filled to the brim with wacky ideas and set pieces, that's an admirable cause to take in my opinion. To join in the fun for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1987, or its forthcoming audio adaptation, which will be released in 2022. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1995, the standalone DVD release from 2010, or the Season 24 collection set from 2021, which is exclusive to Blu-ray and features Time and the Rani alongside the 3 other stories from this run. Whether you're in it for the Rani's return or to see the 7th Doctor's first moments, Time and the Rani holds a lot of intrigue within its 4 episodes. It may not be the finest example of Doctor Who ever made, but it certainly captures the sense of spirit and optimism that the show had been championing for the last 24 years. Just don't let a tetrap get its tongue on you. That's just a little weird. The second story from Season 24 is Paradise Towers. Arriving in Paradise Towers, the Doctor and Mel find that the high-rise apartment block fails to live up to its name. Warring gangs battle it out in the corridors, murderous cleaning robots are on the prowl, and something sinister is hidden in the basement. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 5th of October, 1987, and concluded on the 26th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and we seem to have improved slightly, but not to a high enough level for the show to be considered overtly successful in the ratings department. Whereas Time and the Rani had 3 episodes attract less than 5 million viewers, Paradise Towers manages to do the opposite, with parts 2, 3, and 4 breaking that barrier. Just. The peak viewership of 5.2 million with part 2 is a new high for season 24, but when compared to the past 23 seasons, it's a far cry from the show's past success. Part 1 stands out with only 4.5 million viewers tuning in, showing that despite all the efforts the production team were going to reinvigorate Doctor Who, they were largely going unchecked by the UK audience. However, looking over at the top 40 programmes, Doctor Who once again was able to avoid slipping into triple digits, with all 4 parts holding firm within the top 100. Part 3 ranks the highest at 79th, whilst parts 1 and 2 slip lower at 88th and 84th respectively, and part 4 comes the closest to slipping below 100th, as it settles in at 93rd place. Not bad for a show that was currently struggling to hold a viewership of over 5 million viewers. So, it seems that Paradise Towers couldn't provide a big enough boost to the show's vastly reduced viewership. But what factors were at play to result in this? It should come as no surprise that the competition over at ITV was arguably the dominating factor that contributed to Paradise Towers' low results. Coronation Street continued to demolish Doctor Who in the Monday night schedules, with the soap consistently getting well over 10 million viewers with each instalment. However, not to be outdone by immense odds, the promotional drive for Paradise Towers was consistent in both the print world and on TV. The focus of the promotion was the appearance of guest star Richard Briers, who was playing the leading villain, the Chief Caretaker. Briers was somewhat of a household name in British TV, his most notable role arguably being Tom Good, the leading man in popular 70s sitcom The Good Life. His appearance, along with the story, was promoted extensively on TV. Aside from the series launch trailers, Briers popped up in clips that were previewed on programmes such as Open Air, teasing his appearance, as well as the presence of the sinister cleaner robots. The Radio Times included several monochrome photos of Briers in character to help promote Part 1, and in the Today publication, an interview with the star was published, in which he discussed his role as the Chief Caretaker, and his thoughts on Doctor Who in general. One bit of odd publicity came from everyone's favourite dish rag, The Sun, in which they erroneously reported that the show had been axed completely. This came on the day of Part 1's broadcast, and was far from true, with producer John Nathan Turner having confirmed that the show would return in 1988 the previous week. Also circulating around the press at this time was the prospect of a big-budget Doctor Who movie. Unlike the cancellation rumour, JNT was all too happy to indulge this story, with him claiming that a film was being made by Coast to Coast and would be released in November 1988. Fair to say, this never came to fruition, and the idea of a Doctor Who movie would be a prospect that would last way into the 1990s. As Paradise Towers went to air, one key bit of positive feedback came from head of drama, Jonathan Powell. Writing to the production office, he described the serial as first-rate, and even suggested a future storyline involving the Daleks at Paradise Towers. Now, that's a sequel I'd be interested in seeing. The general reaction to the story was far more positive than with Time and the Rani, with audiences enjoying the atmospheric nature of the complex and the inhabitants within. However, one scene drew heavy complaints, namely the sequence in which Mel is threatened by the elderly Resis, who brandish knives towards her. Doctor Who was no stranger to knives or just violence generally, but wider events could have contributed to the complaints. The Hungerford massacre, in which 15 people were brutally murdered by a man with legally licensed weapons, had occurred in the August of 1987. From this event, a careful control was maintained regarding violence on British television. Despite being approved before transmission, Michael Grade found this scene to be a step too far and instructed John Nathan Turner to tone it down for overseas sales or repeat transmissions. From this, several shots were cut from the scene to avoid focus on the knives themselves. However, when issued to home video, the original scene was retained and has done in every subsequent release. Paradise Towers stands as a shining example of the fresh new direction that script editor Andrew Cartmel wished to take the programme. The sets are atmospheric and dingy, the supporting Kangs are interesting and fleshed out, their presence and role within the towers told wonderfully through the dialogue and the set pieces. The chief caretaker and his cronies, whilst having a delightful air of camp, do a great job of providing the menace for the serial, as do the aforementioned Resis, their gleeful delight at capturing Mel sending shivers down the spine. The cleaning robots perhaps may have been more effective in lower lighting, but their inclusion is welcome nonetheless. And there's Pex. Who could forget Pex? Obviously fashioned as a pastiche, Howard Cook does a great job at making him both appear arrogant and cocky, but also sympathetic and likeable. And all of these elements were crafted by relative newcomer Stephen Wyatt. Commissioned by Andrew Cartmel, Stephen relished the chance to develop a script for the programme and was generally pleased with the finished result. It wouldn't be long before his name would appear in the opening credits again for a similarly dark and creepy tale. But more on that when we get there. Overall, this story attracted an average of 4.9 million viewers, a 0.3 increase from the previous story. It's a small improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. However, it is a shame that pulling in less than 5 million viewers, which was once a one-off, is now becoming worryingly more of a regular fixture for the programme. But people seem to take to Paradise Towers a little more than Time and the Rani, and we can only hope this positive trend continues as season 24 progresses on. Paradise Towers can arguably serve as another turning point in the programme's long history. It marks the first script that Andrew Cartmel was able to properly commission, catering to his vision for the programme and establishing new talent within the TV landscape. It marks a more atmospheric look for Doctor Who in terms of its storytelling, while still retaining a warmth and light touch to the proceedings. If you dare to explore the depths of Paradise Towers for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1988 or its audio adaptation from 2012. To watch it, you have the 1995 VHS release, the 2011 standalone DVD release, or via the Season 24 collection set, which is only available on Blu-ray. If the wacky antics of Time and the Rani weren't for you, then you may get a lot more from watching Paradise Towers. Sure, there's still some wacky moments to be had, but it's a wonderful adventure that is filled with danger, high stakes, and some truly standout moments. Take a trip yourself. Just watch out for those cleaners, otherwise you may end up as a meal for something sinister.
We're cleaners! Back to the lift! Wait, Doctor! Back!
The third and penultimate story from Season 24 is Delta and the Bannermen. Joining a group of alien tourists for an unplanned stop at a 1950s holiday camp in Wales, the Doctor and Mel discover that one of the holidaymakers is being pursued by the ruthless Gavrok and his Bannermen, who are determined to make her race extinct. This story is comprised of 3 episodes, which began airing on the 2nd of November, 1987, and concluded on the 16th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 3 episodes, and for the first time in Season 24, we have a story in which all of its episodes pulled in over 5 million viewers. Part 1 kicks things off with 5.3 million, the highest of the season so far. Part 2 drops slightly to 5.1, but then Part 3 brings things back up and provides the new top showing for Season 24 thus far, with 5.4 million sitting down to watch events conclude at the Shangri-La holiday camp. Despite hovering around 5 million being seen as a disappointment in the bigger picture, it is reassuring to see that the viewing figures are increasing, no matter how small the jump may be. In regards to the top 40 programs, as you may have expected, no episode is able to crack that top bracket. However, for the third time this year, Doctor Who managed to avoid falling out of the top 100, with all 3 of Delta and the Bannerman's episodes finding a place within the chart, though not by much. Part 3 is the highest charter, at 87th, but parts 1 and 2 came quite close to slipping to the next lower level, as they charted at 90th and 93rd place respectively. So if Delta and the Bannermen currently represents the peak in Season 24's viewership, how come it wasn't able to push its numbers up even higher? ITV continued to dominate the Monday evening slot with Coronation Street, the ongoing events on the cobbles proving irresistible to the viewing public. I just want to take a moment to bring up the notion of recording programs. I've mentioned it before, but as the 1980s progressed, VCRs were becoming more of a household staple rather than a luxury novelty. And even though more viewers recorded programs year on year, Doctor Who included, these recorded viewings were not considered for the ratings. So, whilst I'm sure many fans tape Doctor Who whilst they or their families watch Corrie, it would be the soap that would climb higher in the ratings table. But whilst the TARDIS team's fight against the crew from the Rover's return seemed to grow ever more impossible, publicity and promotion for the series continued to remain consistent and plentiful. For Delta and the Bannermen, it was one of 3 Season 24 stories that was briefly showcased in the trailer for the programme. A week before the new season started, it was the subject of a 5-minute item on But First, This, which interviewed Sylvester McCoy, Bonnie Langford, and guest star Ken Dodd from the set of Delta and the Bannermen. The comedian's appearance was one of the most highly promoted items for Doctor Who that year, given his status as not just a household name, but a first-class entertainer. The Radio Times dedicated a colour article to Dodd's appearance, and trailers aired before transmission often showed clips featuring his Tollmaster character. The publicity and hype for his appearance perhaps implied he would feature throughout the story, when in fact he is mercilessly killed off during Part 1, much to the joy of some of the tabloid reviewers. The press reaction overall to Delta wasn't particularly positive, and some areas of fandom were much different. During an episode of BBC Two programme Did You See, which aired days after Delta concluded, former unofficial continuity advisor to the show, Ian Levine, and Doctor Who historian Jeremy Bentham were featured in interviews in which they criticised the programme, particularly how it was being handled by John Nathan Turner. The producer came under further fire from one of the leading Doctor Who fanzines, Doctor Who Bulletin, in which it claimed many of its readers and viewers overall wanted Michael Gray to fire John Nathan Turner and get a new producer for the programme. Whilst JNT had been in the producer's chair for 7 years by this point, already becoming the longest serving, he certainly was still trying to maintain the series' presence on air, even if he desperately wanted to move on to other projects himself. Delta and the Bannermen may be remembered for its very light-hearted and campy overtones, but by God is it a great time. Similar to Time and the Rani, which was widely criticised for feeling like an overblown pantomime, Delta embodies that same sense of fun and adventure. It has some great gags from many of the guest stars, and the setting of a rundown Welsh holiday camp I feel strangely works for this story. The whole 1950s theming works a treat in both the visuals and the music, and even if the main story can get lost within it sometimes, it's still a serial I can return to that's guaranteed to put a smile on my face. The writer for this story was Malcolm Cole, yet another newcomer to the programme brought on by Andrew Cartmel. Whilst it may have seemed quite out there and unusual for Doctor Who at this time, I find in retrospect Malcolm's work to wonderfully blend the fun, light-hearted nature of the setting and characters with the bleakness of the Bannermen and their ruthless leader, Gavrok. As mentioned, even though his time is brief, Ken Dodd is clearly relishing his small role with great gusto, and he too brings a smile to me, and many fans who enjoy the story today. As does Stubby K, a Broadway legend who may not have much of an idea of what's going on, but the effort he gives the part makes it all the more endearing and enjoyable. The final supporting character I want to give praise to is Ray, a lovely Welsh girl who could have easily joined the TARDIS team as a travelling companion. Her performance in Delta is one of the story's highlights, and it's such a shame we haven't seen her return on TV. If you're not a fan of these sort of ultra light-hearted adventures, then perhaps Delta and the Bannermen isn't for you, but like all Who stories, I would always recommend sitting down to try it at least once. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.3 million viewers, a 0.4 increase from the previous story. We finally cracked the 5 million mark with Season 24. Even though it may not have been by much, things definitely seem to be getting better little by little. Will we see the upward trend continue, and maybe even surpass 6 million with the final story of the season? We'll just have to wait and see. For all the calls of camp and pantomime that this story gets, Delta and the Bannermen arguably remains as the most fun and entertaining adventure that Season 24 has to offer. Given the right mood upon viewing, it can be one of the most heartwarming tales that Classic Who has, or one of the most laborious. It really depends on your tastes. To see where you stand on this divisive adventure, you can read the Target book from 1989, or its audio adaptation from 2017. To watch it, the story was released to VHS in the later years of the range, back in 2001, before making its way to DVD less than a decade later, via a standalone release from 2009. In 2021, it was included as part of the Season 24 collection set, where it can finally be enjoyed on the Blu-ray format. Doo-wop tunes, a Welsh holiday camp, an evil group of killers, and a green baby to boot, you really can't ask much more from Delta and the Bannermen, can you? It may not be to everyone's liking, just like any Doctor Who story, but if you want something that can evoke such simple joy and fun, then you hardly can go wrong with this serial. Perhaps on initial broadcast it wasn't what Doctor Who needed at that time, or more like what the audience didn't want at that time, but as it stands, it's a positive example of a show fighting to maintain its place on the air and having the best kind of fun whilst it's at it. Everyone hop aboard, and let's go back to the rock and roll years.
Actually, I think I may have gone a little too far.
The fourth and final story from Season 24 is Dragonfire. Arriving on Iceworld, the Doctor and Mel find themselves teaming up with Glitz and new friend Ace to find the fabled Dragonfire treasure. But the sinister Kane will stop at nothing to find it first. This story is comprised of 3 episodes, which began airing on the 23rd of November, 1987, and concluded on the 7th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 3 episodes, and we've got back to being a bit all over the place. Dragonfire wasn't able to hold at least 5 million viewers across each of its episodes, however Part 1 does bring in the highest viewership of Season 24, with 5.5 million viewers tuning in. Sadly, a chunk of them dropped away the following week, with bang on 5 million tuning in for Part 2, and further audience members continued to drop away by the time the story concluded, with just 4.7 million witnessing Mel's departure and Ace coming aboard the TARDIS. Not the strongest figures by any means, but if these ratings from Dragonfire and from Season 24 showcase anything, it's that despite the reduced audience, those who remained were loyal and continued to be captivated by the new Doctor's continued adventures. Crossing over to the top 40 programs chart, Dragonfire's placings mean that Season 24 as a whole was able to remain within the top 100 for the duration of its run. Part 1 charted the highest at 80th, and Parts 2 and 3 came very close to slipping into triple digits, coming in at 96th and 94th respectively. For Doctor Who to remain consistently within the top 100, despite a vastly reduced audience and immense competition, is certainly respectable at the very least. So, considering that Dragonfire was the finale for Season 24, why weren't more audience members tuning in to see how the 7th Doctor's first run of adventures rounded off? The main answer to that would be down to the poor scheduling against ITV. The network saw no reason to change their lineup in terms of what faced Doctor Who, considering that Coronation Street was trouncing it week after week with more than double the viewership. The move to Monday evenings wasn't destined for failure right from the outset, but after being placed against Corrie, that almost seemed to be the death knell. However, once again, publicity and promotion for the series remained as rampant as ever, although this time there were calls for celebrations. The BBC claimed that Dragonfire was the 150th story, which would start transmitting on the 23rd of November, the programme's 24th birthday. This is technically true if you number each of the trial segments from last season as individual stories. However, most consider the trial saga to be one long story, thus making Dragonfire the 147th story to be transmitted instead. But hey, who's counting? Clips from the serial were shown in trailers, and also in other programmes that were interviewing the show's stars. An edition of Going Live on the 14th of November had Sylvester McCoy join the regular hosts, where the infamous Part 1 cliffhanger was shown, but we'll talk more on that in just a moment. In the print world, various publications ran with the 150th story celebrations, and the Radio Times dedicated a lavish colour article for the occasion, giving a little backstory on each of the past 6 Doctors. The arrival of new companion Ace, played by Sophie Aldred, was picked up by most of the press, and she was set to appear on leading children's programme Blue Peter. However, this had to be called off due to her prior commitments to fellow children's show, Corners, for which she'd recently started writing for as well. However, despite all the excitement around a new companion and the 150th story celebrations, one day before Part 1 was transmitted was when the Did You See segment, which heavily criticised the programme, went out on BBC Two. With high-profile fans and historians coming out against the show and its producer, it had the potential to shatter Dragonfire's chances in terms of attracting new viewers. How odd that Part 1 ended up attracting the peak of Season 24's viewership, with 5.5 million tuning in. Dragonfire did warrant some complaints during its broadcast, namely for a scene in Part 3, in which the villain Kane's face seemingly melts before the audience's eyes. It reminds me strongly of a similar scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark, but despite it being carried across that Kane was mostly made up of ice, some parents found it a little too much for 7:35 on a Monday evening. However, the most important bit of publicity to come during Dragonfire's time in the spotlight was a comment from head of drama Jonathan Powell, who on the 16th of December had confirmed that the future of Doctor Who is safe, and that he believed that the new leading man was doing a marvellous job. So for those who struggled to believe JNT's comments about Season 25 on open air back in September, it now was set in stone. Doctor Who wasn't cancelled and would be coming back. At least for now. Dragonfire is often cited to be the crowning jewel of Season 24, and for many onlookers, it's not hard to see why. It's a story filled with charm, menace, and a growing sense of adventure. We have Sophie Aldred bursting in as the new companion ace, a fiery teenager who isn't afraid to speak her mind, blow things up, and call others out for their misdeeds. In many respects, she was quite unlike any companion that had come before on Doctor Who, and it's no wonder that many writers from the revived series cite Ace as a huge inspiration for how modern-day characters are formed and portrayed. We also get a fantastic villain, the Icy Kane, who is played masterfully by Edward Peel. Stylized as some sort of quasi-Nazi-esque general, Peel delivers a performance that not only is memorable, but extremely impactful too. The way he manipulates those around him, only for them to meet their demise at his hand, is a horrific yet excellent piece of storytelling. One of those who fall before him is guest star Patricia Quinn, of Rocky Horror Picture Show fame, and while she gives a great performance, I wish they had given her even more to do. The author of this serial, Ian Briggs, was another newcomer to the programme, and someone who had been an avid fan of the show since the 1960s. With his knowledge of the Doctor's past and a love of sci-fi, his dialogue remains sharp and consistent, and the story beats and structure are fast-paced and engaging. We do have a returning character pop up, that being Sabalom Glitz, played once again by Tony Selby. Having appeared sporadically through the Trial of a Time Lord saga the previous year, it's a pleasant surprise to see him reappear, but Selby absolutely nails the character, that cockney, Del Boyish type charm coming through in spades. Whilst the story is memorable, it's not always for the best. Part 1's cliffhanger has been the subject of mockery and parody ever since it went out in 1987. We see the Doctor come to a cliff face, to which he decides to climb down, and then realising he doesn't know what to do or where to go next, creating a literal cliffhanger. And whilst it does look odd and certainly makes no sense, I'm sure had there been more money in the budget or more time in the episodes, that this scene could have had a bit more context and come off as a bit less jarring. However, Dragonfire also contains one of my favourite scenes from the McCoy era, that being Mel's departure from the TARDIS at the story's conclusion. Her decision to leave does come rather out of the blue, but the little moment her and the Doctor share in the TARDIS is extremely touching, McCoy getting a real chance to show the more melancholic and mysterious side of his take on the Time Lord. It's a lovely scene, and even if you can't believe that Mel would leave with Glitz of all people, we are left with a brand new companion to join the TARDIS. Someone who brings a youthful energy and presence, and one that would undergo the most radical character development of any classic Who companion. But more on that when we get there. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.1 million viewers, a 0.2 drop from the previous story. It's a shame that the upward trend seen throughout Season 24 didn't continue right until the very end, but given all of the factors working against Doctor Who, at this point, to finish off with an average of 5 million is somewhat of a saving grace. They aren't impressive figures, even by 1987 standards, but it continued to showcase that the programme had a loyal following that was willing to stick around despite any changes that may occur along the way. Dragonfire is in many ways one of the more traditional, yet excitingly refreshing stories that came out of late 80s Who. The injection of new writing talent helps make Iceworld and its inhabitants feel detailed and intriguing, and even if the dragon mechanoid looks a bit naff nowadays, we can only imagine what could have been had the programme been given a stronger budget. But if you want to witness all these goings-on for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1989, or its audio adaptation from 2019. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1993, or the DVD release from 2012, in which it was bundled with Season 25's The Happiness Patrol as part of the Ace Adventures box set. For Blu-ray, you have the Season 24 collection set, which was released in 2021. You may be in it for Ace's arrival, for Mel's departure, the return of Glitz, or just to see a cracking villain work out his malicious plans. Dragonfire feels familiar, yet new all at the same time. It's certainly a highlight from Season 24, and has so much on offer to grab your attention. Just make sure that if you're going to climb down any cliffs, that you actually have a plan to get out of it. So that's season 24, the 4 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of part 3 of Dragonfire, season 24 was brought to an end, concluding a 3-month run, comprised of 14 episodes across 4 stories. Now, let's have a look at the averages for this season. We can see that the winner is Delta and the Bannermen, which had 5.3 million viewers watching on average. Whilst it is good that Doctor Who was cracking the 5 million mark, it continues to cast a dark cloud over the series as a whole, considering that for several years, Doctor Who was gaining averages well over 5 million with every single adventure. The least viewed story of season 24 is the opener, Time and the Rani, which had 4.6 million viewers on average. A result within the 4 million range sets off several alarm bells for sure, but considering it's only 0.7 million behind the winning story, it represents the reduced state Doctor Who was in terms of its appeal to the wider general public, and not just the dedicated fanbase. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for season 24 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 5 million viewers. This is a 0.1 increase from the previous season, which sure is an improvement in terms of the raw numbers, but to see such a small rise in what was meant to be yet another bold reinvention of the series is quite disappointing to see. And even though all 4 stories have viewing figures that are quite similar to one another, despite some sort of consistency, the result clearly shows a weakened presence in the wider world of TV programmes in the UK. When placed alongside the previous 23 seasons, the 7th Doctor's first run of adventures sadly charts as the 2nd least viewed season of the programme thus far, only slightly ahead of season 23, which remains at last place. The further we journey on, it is a crying shame to see so many seasons from the 1980s occupy these spots in the rankings. We can only hope that with season 25, Doctor Who will finally be able to break free of the bottom 5, for which it posted new entries to over the last few years. Season 24, like the season before it, had quite a lot to take on and overcome. It not only had to introduce a brand new Doctor, but it had to introduce viewers to new kinds of stories, ones they weren't necessarily used to, all whilst trying to maintain its success and popularity amongst the viewing public. Now, did it achieve all of these aims? Arguably not. The scheduling against Coronation Street was a huge blow for the programme, immensely preventing it from attaining the viewership it deserved, and the constant attacks from the press and corners of the fandom probably didn't help either. However, when all is said and done, the production team were able to put together and transmit 4 stories that, if nothing else, all retain that wondrous sense of fun and adventure that Doctor Who has been able to do so well right from its inception all the way up until today. Whether it's the more traditional yet wacky events of Time and the Rani, the rundown complex of Paradise Towers, the fun and frivolity of Delta and the Bannermen, or the icy intrigue held by Dragonfire, season 24 is not only one of the most varied seasons of Doctor Who, but it's also one of the most fun. And whilst at the time and for many years after it was the subject of derision, in recent years opinions seem to have shifted, with many more citing their appreciation for the season, its leading actors, and the stories themselves. It may all be a bit campy, but season 24 is the perfect example of shut your brain off entertainment. If you're here for a good time, then it's going to keep you constantly smiling away from start to finish. Sylvester McCoy absolutely shines as the 7th Doctor in this season too. Sure, to start with, perhaps his characterisation comes across as a bit too comical, but when given very little direction, he played to his strengths, so I can't criticise him too harshly for that. But as the season progresses, you can already see glimmers of this more mysterious, darker Doctor, a being that is aware of the powers he holds and how he can use them to set plans into motion, long before his enemies, or even his friends, have clocked on. Andrew Cartmel, as script editor, had huge plans for the character that he wanted to set in motion, and we'll see more of that plan unfold over the next few years. But the primary aim had been achieved, that Doctor Who was safe and would return in the autumn of 1988 for its 25th run of stories. But how would the team celebrate and hype up the 25th anniversary? What did they have in store that would not only entertain existing viewers, but hopefully make great inroads into pulling audiences away from Coronation Street, right back to the adventures of the TARDIS team?
The year is 1988, and Doctor Who had entered its 25th anniversary year. The last few seasons have proved to be quite a tumultuous time for the programme. After the extended hiatus in 1985, the rocky trial saga of 1986, and the low ratings of 1987, all were casting a cloud of doom and gloom for the Time Lord and his adventures. However, season 25 had been confirmed early into the 7th Doctor's run, and given that it marked the programme's silver anniversary, the expectation amongst fans
was that all of the stops would be pulled out to mark the occasion, just as it had been for the show's 10th and 20th birthdays. Despite having orchestrated the commercial success that was the 20th anniversary in 1983, producer John Nathan Turner arguably had a bigger task on his hands this time around. Doctor Who's profile amongst the general viewing public had weakened considerably over the last few years, but that wouldn't stop JNT and his team from attempting to celebrate the show's Silver Jubilee in style. 4 new stories were lined up for the season, stories that would feature a mix of returning foes and thrilling new villains to go up against the TARDIS team. The team itself would consist of Sylvester McCoy, returning for his second run of adventures as the 7th Doctor, and Sophie Aldred as his brand new companion, Ace. And it's arguably here in which we really begin to delve into and explore these characters. Gone is the overly comedic tendencies from season 24, with the Doctor now casting a more mysterious, almost unnerving presence, executing long-held plans, all whilst keeping his cards very close to his chest. With Ace, her journey is just beginning, but already in these 4 stories, we see that she is far more than just another typical companion of the classic series. But even with all of this, even with the promise of returning favourites, even with the exploration of a darker, more mysterious Doctor, would the viewing figures hold up? Would audiences flock back to help celebrate Doctor Who's 25th anniversary, or would the numbers remain low, or even worse, continue to sink to lower depths than ever before? Let's delve right into season 25 and find out. The first story from season 25 is Remembrance of the Daleks. Planet Earth, 1963. The Doctor and Ace are caught in the crossfire between 2 rival Dalek factions, searching for the Hand of Omega. The Doctor has a plan, but can he stay one step ahead of his oldest enemies? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 5th of October, 1988, and concluded on the 26th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and this is a noticeable improvement over the previous season. Granted, the numbers are still quite low for 1988 standards, but considering that season 24 struggled to maintain 5 million viewers, to see all 4 episodes of Remembrance hold within that bracket is reassuring to say the least. Part 1 kicks things off with 5.5 million, matching the most viewed episode from the previous year, and for Part 2 the following week, a few 100,000 more have joined the proceedings, with 5.8 million tuning in to see whether the Doctor was able to escape the hovering Dalek. Part 3 unfortunately drops down to 5.1 million, and Part 4 further still to bang on 5 million. But again, I'm happy to see that for the opening story of the 25th anniversary year, public interest seems to have been pipped somewhat, even if it's only just a slight spike in viewership. For the top 40 TV programmes, Doctor Who sadly wasn't able to triumphantly return to the charts, but all 4 episodes managed to gain a foothold within the top 100. Parts 1 and 2 draw for peak position, both finishing at 78th place, whilst Parts 3 and 4 come dangerously close to triple digits, with Part 3 clocking in at 91st and Part 4 at 96th. A spot in the top 100 is an achievement, but when you can't crack at least 6 million, the chances of Doctor Who ever returning to settle within the top 40 grow thinner and thinner by the year. With throwbacks to the past, a proper first story for Ace, and the return of some shiny new Daleks, why weren't the viewing figures for Remembrance skyrocketing through the roof? Well, as is fast becoming traditional at this point, Doctor Who was once again moved around in the television schedules in the lead up to season 25 starting transmission. The previous year had seen the TARDIS team absolutely obliterated by ITV's Coronation Street, which was routinely bringing in double, if not triple the viewership that was tuning into BBC One. Doctor Who was moved away from Monday nights, now resting midweek on Wednesdays. However, the time slot of the show, around 7:35 PM, was retained, which meant that once again, the Time Lord would be battling the cast of the Cobbles over on Corrie. This decision lends to the theory that higher-ups at the BBC were slowly trying to kill off Doctor Who by placing it against such immeasurable odds in terms of its competition. And in terms of how long it was able to do that for, we'll talk more on that when we get there. One shift that had happened late in the day was the premiere date for season 25. Originally having been scheduled to begin on Wednesday the 7th of September, due to the extensive coverage of the 1988 Olympic Games in Seoul, South Korea, numerous changes had to be made by UK broadcasters in order to accommodate this. As a result, Doctor Who was pushed back by 4 weeks, with Remembrance now beginning on the 5th of October. But even if season 25 was pushed back, this arguably gave the BBC more time to actively market and promote the programme, certainly if not to celebrate the 25th anniversary year at the very least. The leading element of these celebrations was the release of a special trailer to promote the Silver Anniversary series. These featured several clips from season 25 stories, including Remembrance, The Greatest Show in the Galaxy, and Silver Nemesis. This trailer also featured some special linking material featuring the Doctor and Ace, and was first seen by the press back in August, and later by the public some months later.
As well as a series trailer, Sylvester McCoy made numerous appearances on a variety of programmes. These included spots on Breakfast Time, The Clothes Show, and Noel Edmonds' Saturday Roadshow, in which McCoy appeared in character as the Doctor on the Clown Court segment, providing skits between screenings of various outtakes from filming the programme. Furthermore, Sylvester had been booked to be the narrator and frontman of a brand new live show aimed at children, What's Your Story? This programme built on the choose-your-own-adventure style of storytelling that was somewhat popular in the 1980s, and allowed viewers the unique chance to phone up and help dictate where the story went next. So with the then current Doctor Who fronting this exciting new programme, plus his numerous guest appearances on shows aimed at a wide range of audiences, it's arguable to suggest that Doctor Who's profile amongst the casual viewer base was quite healthy. But it wasn't just the Doctor that was the subject of Season 25's initial promotion, but also the return of his deadliest enemies, the Daleks. The Pepperpots may not have been seen too much on other programmes, but publications such as the Radio Times gave them some decent coverage in the run-up to Remembrance's transmission. Most of the press were a bit kinder to the season opener this time around, praising the impressive storytelling and the return of the Daleks, though not everyone was so kind. 2 days after Part 1, comments on the serial were featured on opinion-based programme Open Air, in which a variety of comments, both positive and negative, were shared. But Doctor Who was back, with his deadliest enemies leading the charge, and with their popularity still as present as ever, it could be argued that the presence of the Daleks helped the programme receive the little boost in viewership that we see with Remembrance. It may have been outdone threefold by Coronation Street's regular audience of around 15 million, but we have to take the small victories where we can. It is a shame that the programme's viewing figures aren't higher, as Remembrance of the Daleks is not only one of the best stories of the Sylvester McCoy years, but also one of the best Doctor Who stories ever told. It serves as another turning point for the show, one in which the excessive frivolity of the previous year is stripped away, and in its place are some genuinely great moments of character drama, excellent action sequences featuring armies of Daleks, and some wonderful moments for the Seventh Doctor. Moments in which the Master Manipulator begins to show his true power. Moments in which the mystique that McCoy and script editor Andrew Cartmel longed to put back into the programme was beginning to shine through. The writer of this adventure, Ben Aronovich, was new to the writing team, but a Doctor Who fan at heart. And not only does he write the Daleks fantastically, but he's able to portray the leads with a huge degree of depth that arguably is sometimes not so present in certain classic Who stories. But not only is this story a triumph for the Doctor, but his new companion Ace also gets some great scenes to showcase her personality and just how different and unique of a companion she was going to be for the programme. Her strong views on certain antiquated values of the 1960s go a long way to influence how the show would portray similar stories in the 21st century, and her hands-on approach, particularly with fighting Daleks, is certainly a highlight too. Talking of Daleks, we get treated to two factions of them this time around. The familiar grey-looking machines with their black and silver supreme are the Renegade faction, whilst the white and gold-plated Daleks returned from the previous outing 3 years earlier, now slightly modified to what has got to be one of my favourite Dalek designs of all time. These are denoted as the Imperial Daleks, led by a spherical Emperor, who is later revealed to be the Dalek creator, Davros. Whilst his presence and influence in the serial remain quite minimal, it's great to see Terry Malloy reprise the role as the malevolent megalomaniac one last time in the classic series. The Dalek action sequences, as mentioned, are excellent, and despite the limited budget, go a long way to make these moments feel exciting and thrilling for those who tune in. And speaking of set pieces, this story marked the very first time that viewers saw a Dalek levitate up a flight of stairs, putting to rest 25 years worth of tired jokes and also arguably giving us one of the show's most surprising and tantalising cliffhangers. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.4 million viewers, a 0.3 increase from the previous story, Season 24's Dragonfire. Whilst it's great to see Doctor Who's viewership increase for the beginning of this new run of adventures, 5.4 million is still leagues away from the numbers that the programme was able to pull in even just a couple of years ago. And even with the popular appeal of the Daleks, for Remembrance to pull in fewer than 6 million viewers is really quite staggering, but perhaps not surprising given what it was up against. Regardless though of how little a splash this serial may have made back in 1988, it didn't take long for fans old and new to sink their teeth into it, and celebrate it for its stellar writing, great supporting characters, and its memorable moments. To experience all of the madness for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1990, or its audio adaptation from 2015. To watch it, it was released with The Chase on VHS as part of a limited edition Dalek tin set in 1993, and later as part of the Davros box set from 2001, which was exclusive to W.H. Smith's and also contained the other classic Who stories featuring the Dalek creator. That same year, the story made its way to DVD as a standalone release, and was later re-released several times, first as part of W.H. Smith's exclusive Dalek Collector's Edition set, and a remastered version appeared on the 2007 complete Davros collection.
which had a limited print run of copies available. Remembrance also got a special edition 2-disc release on DVD in 2009, correcting past mistakes and adding a whole bunch of new extras. Remembrance of the Daleks still is a great example of the high quality of storytelling Doctor Who can achieve regardless of what any outside factors are placed before it. Lots of Dalek action, lots of great moments for the two leads, a supporting cast who are absolutely wonderful and went on to have their own series of adventures on audio, by the way. Just every ingredient thrown into Remembrance, in my view at least, works flawlessly. This is more than just a positive recommendation. I would argue that this is an absolute must-watch for anyone who wants to delve into Doctor Who. Period.
You will be exterminated! Exterminate! 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 Exterminate!
The second story from Season 25 is the Happiness Patrol. The Doctor has heard of something evil on the planet Terra Alpha, and tonight's the night. Dictator Helen A has outlawed sadness, enforcing her rule of law with the Happiness Patrol. Smile or die, the choice is yours. This story is comprised of 3 episodes, which began airing on the 2nd of November 1988 and concluded on the 16th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 3 episodes, and the numbers seem to be slipping slightly. 2/3 of the adventure were able to attract over 5 million viewers, with both parts 1 and 3 drawing in 5.3 million. However, part 2 takes us below the 5 million mark for the first time this season, with 4.6 million tuning in to see the events happening on Terra Alpha. Keep in mind, hovering below or above 5 million was still not the best showing for a programme in 1988, especially one that had been on the air for 25 years and had a wide international appeal too. But what about the top 40 programmes? Well, for the first time since 1985, Doctor Who fell below the top 100, with Part 2 charting at 104th place. Parts 1 and 3 managed to grab a spot, however, coming in at 96th and 88th respectively. If low viewing figures weren't already ringing alarm bells, falling out of the top 100 programmes for the week would have only made those bells louder. Still, it was just for one of the Happiness Patrol's 3 weeks on air, and hopefully we won't see it reoccur for the remainder of Season 25. What happened here then? After such a strong season opener, why weren't more audience members tuning into BBC One to see the Doctor and Ace go up against Helen A and her subordinates? I think we can all cite the primary answer to this question would once again be the competition over at ITV. With Wednesday's Coronation Street still airing directly against Doctor Who, more than triple the audiences were tuning in to see the drama on the cobbles instead of the Doctor's exploits on Terra Alpha. Just to acknowledge VCRs, by 1988 VHS was clearly the dominant format of choice for home recording, and whilst more viewers were recording programmes, Doctor Who included, these recorded playbacks weren't considered for the ratings charts, with only live viewers being considered. Promotional efforts around the time of the Happiness Patrol's broadcast, however, was a different story, as Sylvester McCoy in particular was still popping up everywhere on TV. 2 days after Remembrance of the Daleks concluded, McCoy, together with Sophie Aldred and former Dr. John Pertwee, appeared on Daytime Live to chat about and celebrate the 25th anniversary. Sylvester would return to the programme just days later on the 1st of November in order to help promote his new BBC One children's show, What's Your Story? Running for 4 consecutive days over a fortnight period, McCoy served as host and narrator to the various stories the nation's children submitted, with over 1 million of them calling in, usually suggesting stories of a time travel nature. As if all of this coverage wasn't enough, McCoy would make an appearance on Saturday morning children's show, Going Live, between parts 1 and 2 of the Happiness Patrol on the 5th of November. Broadcasting live from Centre Parks in Nottingham, Sylvester in costume as the Doctor again promoted both Doctor Who as well as What's Your Story. Print coverage for the programme at this time was fairly minuscule in comparison to all of these TV appearances. However, all of that would change between parts 2 and 3, when the production team would face the wrath of Bertie Bassett. You see, this is the Candyman. I don't think it's too unreasonable to claim that he bears some design similarities to this gentleman, Bertie Bassett. Clearly the chairman of the confectionery group, HB or Bev Stokes, found this one step too far, and on Thursday the 10th of November submitted a letter to producer John Nathan Turner claiming that Bertie Bassett was being used in Doctor Who as an evil killer in the form of the Candyman. To bolster his arguments, Stokes claimed that he believed this villain would cause confusion in the minds of the public and could have a negative effect on the sale of our products. Stokes requested that a disclaimer be placed onto the remaining episode and that the Candyman character never be used again. The press picked up on all of this drama pretty quickly, and soon enough the sensationalist headlines would hit shop shelves, perhaps contributing to the 0.7 million boost in viewership for Part 3? But that's just a theory, of course. Towards the end of November, BBC Copyright officially refuted the charges, citing no connection. However, they did reassure Bassett that the Candyman would never be used again, and sure enough, over 30 years since his original appearance,
he has not graced our TV screens on Doctor Who ever again. Despite the drama over the Candyman, the Happiness Patrol is quite frankly one of the most underrated adventures of the McCoy era. The world of Terra Alpha, despite the happy facade, is deliciously grim in tone, and the various inhabitants within it, whether it's Helen A's group of female mercenaries or those who resist her, the world feels lived in and quite detailed as a result. The author of the serial, Graham Curry, was another new face in the Doctor Who production team, and although he never contributed a script to the programme again, I feel for a first attempt the Happiness Patrol holds some pretty strong stuff, and even though he was and still is to some degree the subject of ridicule, I actually find the Candyman to be quite a unique villain in Doctor Who's long lineup of enemies. A vicious mind with a killer sense of what it means to feel pleasure, the almost wailing voice, and the distinct design all contribute to him being a memorable villain, and it's a shame that the BBC bowed to Bassett's, probably preventing him from ever being seen on screen again. However, I think the real shining factor of this story is Sheila Hancock's portrayal of Helen A, the head of the Happiness Patrol, who's determined to ensure that happiness will prevail. Her take on the character has allusions to the current Prime Minister of the day, Margaret Thatcher, and indeed, numerous elements of the serial could be cited as a pseudo-statement on the Conservative government of the day. Her downfall is extremely well handled, and also once again shows off how phenomenal of an actor Sylvester McCoy is. Similar to Remembrance, there are little moments littered throughout the Happiness Patrol that really showcase just how different his Doctor is. One highlight is the scene with the two snipers, where the Doctor is able to manipulate them for his own ends, and a scene towards the end, in which the Time Lord confronts a devastated Helen A. These scenes are some of the best classic Who has to offer, so I highly recommend that you check those out at the very least, but to be honest, I'd recommend the Happiness Patrol in its entirety. You'll be treated to 3 episodes of some unique settings, some unique villains, and some interesting questions asked, the kind that are present in any high quality drama. But as you watch it, perhaps go easy on the sweet treats. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.1 million viewers, a 0.3 decrease from the previous story. A decline is never a nice thing to see, but at least it isn't a colossal one. After the hype of the Daleks returning, it seems that a great many of those viewers were willing to stick around, and I'm sure the drama from the Bassett's complaints could have helped at least raise the series' profile once again. But considering this is the 25th anniversary year, to see Doctor Who reduced to pulling in barely over 5 million viewers is a little crushing to say the least. The Happiness Patrol may have elements that may be considered laughable, but if you strip that away, you really do have quite an eerie adventure. Whether it's the inhabitants of Terra Alpha, how Helen A enforces the Happiness Patrol's efforts, the malicious tendencies of the Candyman, in just 3 episodes there's plenty to enjoy and soak up. To enjoy your very own fondant surprise, you can read the Target book from 1990, or its audio adaptation from 2009. To watch it, you have the standalone VHS release from 1997, or on DVD as part of the Ace Adventures box set, which also included Dragonfire and was released in 2012. Despite being ridiculed and mocked for years, it is reassuring to see that in recent times, the Happiness Patrol has gained a new appreciation amongst audiences. The running themes of happiness, the suppression of sadness, the political undertones of the late 80s, whether it's from an analytical or recreational point of view, the Happiness Patrol, I believe, continued to mark the progressive change that the lead actor and script editor wanted for the programme. A dive into darker subjects, with a much darker Doctor right at the centre of the action. Check it out for yourself, and remember, happiness will prevail.
Why don't you do it then? Look me in the eye. Pull the trigger. End my life.
The third and penultimate story from Season 25 is Silver Nemesis. An ancient Time Lord weapon crashes to Earth, drawing the Doctor and Ace into a battle with Cybermen, neo-Nazis, and the sinister Lady Painfort. Can the Doctor keep his darkest of secrets? Doctor Who? This story is comprised of 3 episodes, which began airing on the 23rd of November, 1988, and concluded on the 7th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 3 episodes, and this is what I call an improvement. For the first time since Revelation of the Daleks back in 1985, Doctor Who was finally able to crack the 6 million mark, with 6.1 million joining the TARDIS team on the anniversary night broadcast. However, it is a shame to see that the audience boost didn't hold, with parts 2 and 3 losing nearly 1 million viewers, both drawing in 5.2 million instead. Great to see that Silver Nemesis never slipped below the 5 million mark, but after starting strong with over 6 million, the fact that audiences weren't convinced to carry on with the adventure is a little disheartening, especially as this was technically the 25th anniversary story. For the top 40 TV programmes, Doctor Who was able to avoid slipping below the top 100, though parts 2 and 3 came close, charting at 94th and 98th place respectively. Part 1 leaps above them by quite a margin, managing to settle itself at 76th on the chart. We've got one more story after this, so let's hope that spots within the top 100 are waiting for it. But where did it all go wrong here? A story featuring one of the Doctor's most popular adversaries going out on the show's actual 25th birthday? 6 million viewers is nice, but why weren't there many more millions tuning in? Once again, Coronation Street was a huge factor in preventing Silver Nemesis from gaining a much higher viewership. You think just over 6 million is a good figure for late 80s Who? Well, the ITV soap was pulling in over 19 million viewers around the same time, way more than 3 times the amount of viewers watching the Doctor battle the Cybermen. But by this point, the production team knew the almost impossible competition that they faced, and thankfully, Silver Nemesis received arguably the greatest amount of promotional coverage across all of Season 25. Given that this was quite literally the Silver Jubilee adventure, Part 1 was screened at a special celebratory event at the 3001 Space Adventure tourist attraction in London on the 15th of November, in which Sylvester McCoy, Sophie Aldred, John Nathan Turner, director Chris Clough and composer Kev McCulloch were all in attendance. At this event, numerous interviews were recorded for other programmes, including Hearts of Gold, Behind the Screen, and Open Air. Speaking of Open Air, as well as the pre-recorded interviews, appearing in studio to discuss the programme's longevity were former Doctor Who John Pertwee and the show's original producer, Verity Lambert. However, Doctor Who was a focus on Open Air just a few weeks later, as 2 days after Part 1, on the 25th of November, some complained of the scenes featuring Lady Painfort shooting arrows at pigeons, to which the BBC production office issued a statement reassuring viewers that no birds were hurt in the making of the programme. But whilst all of this 25th anniversary coverage was a great boost for the show, one rather unique slice of promotion would come from the United States. Filmed on location during the filming of Silver Nemesis, The Making of Doctor Who was a documentary focusing on the series, aimed at the rapidly expanding American fanbase. Premiering in New Jersey on the 19th of November, John Nathan Turner, who was in attendance, had requested that the documentary be shown on the BBC, but had his request turned down, on the basis that the Beeb found the special to be too American. At the time of this video, its only official release here in the UK was via the Silver Nemesis VHS from 1993. One interesting note is that the theme for the documentary was Doctor in the TARDIS, which was recorded by the Time Lords, later to be known as the KLF, and this tune was released in the June of 1988 and is essentially a club remix of the Doctor Who theme, and as such, it reached #1 on the UK singles chart. That's right, a remix of the theme tune became a #1 single. Funny how things work out. To top all of this off, Silver Nemesis received a trailer that was aired extensively on BBC One. Using clips from the serial alongside a classic scene from the Web Planet, this trailer aimed to show how far Doctor Who had come in the last quarter century, and together with the extensive promotion on TV, could have helped push those audience numbers over the 6 million mark for Part 1. In the print world, the coverage was just as extensive. The Radio Times dedicated a 4-page colour article to the series, with focus on the various companions over the years, while Sylvester became the first subject interviewed for the brand new My Kind of Day segment of the Listings magazine. On the day of Part 1's broadcast, the anniversary date of the 23rd of November, many publications ran articles celebrating the milestone. The reaction to Silver Nemesis in the press was quite mixed, although a BBC audience research study showed that this story was the most popular of the season. Whether you love it or loathe it, it's abundantly clear that Silver Nemesis was made to be the pseudo 25th anniversary special. Its first episode air date of the 23rd of November was no coincidence, as Silver Nemesis was originally intended to be the final story of season 25. However, the delayed launch due to the Olympics coverage meant that the serial would have to go out second to last if it wished to keep that November 23rd air date. Lots of elements are thrown into the story, the return of the Cybermen being the main highlight. I always found it nice how they chose the Cybermen over the Daleks for the anniversary story, cementing just how important the metal monsters are to the world of Doctor Who. It may not be their strongest outing, but their presence is welcome nonetheless, along with their chrome-plated redesign. The other villains vying for the power of the Nemesis are a group of neo-Nazis, led by renowned actor Anton Diffring, and 17th century characters Lady Painfort and her companion Richard. The extensive location work too looks fantastic, and many of the action sequences, like Remembrance, look wonderful. There's lots of nice oddities within Silver Nemesis, many of them being cameo appearances. You have jazz musician Courtney Pine at the top of the story, stage star Dolores Gray in Part 3, a Queen Elizabeth II lookalike, as well as several tourists of Windsor Castle being people who had an association with the programme, including Brigadier actor Nicholas Courtney, directors Andrew Morgan, Fiona Cumming and Peter Moffat, and writers Graham Curry and Kevin Clarke. Speaking of the latter, Kevin Clarke was the third and final new writer to season 25, and for your first script to be penciled as the 25th anniversary story, that must have been no easy feat to tackle. Despite some of his initial ideas being toned down, Clarke's script is able to communicate more mystery surrounding the Doctor, continuing the trend we saw in Remembrance of the Daleks and the Happiness Patrol. The final confrontation, between the TARDIS team, the Cybermen and Lady Painfort offers us a tantalising tease, with the 17th century villain claiming she knows exactly who the Doctor is, threatening to reveal his secrets. And sure, this theme of the Doctor's identity isn't the central focus throughout the story, but these teasers and glimpses really do have a weight to them, and help build up this image of the master manipulator and a being of a higher power that the production team wanted to develop. It may have had a lot of silly moments, and as mentioned, it doesn't necessarily show the Cybermen off at their strongest, but if anything, Silver Nemesis is a lot of fun. And if your anniversary special should be anything, at its core, it should be fun. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.5 million viewers, a 0.4 increase from the previous story. It's great to see the averages rise up, especially in time for the 25th anniversary story, but when compared to the 10th and 20th anniversary adventures, Silver Nemesis doesn't hold a candle to them in terms of the ratings. However, despite the insane strength of the competition, and with a good bout of promotion, for Silver Nemesis to finish with the audience it did, is a victory I'm willing to take. It may not be the best anniversary story, it may not be a favourite to many, but if there's one thing I enjoy about this serial that's concurrent with the rest of season 25, it's the feeling of how fresh the experience is. Doctor Who around this time feels like it has a new lease of life, that it's enjoying every moment of, and as a result, you get an adventure that may feel a little lacking in some places, but never is a bore to sit through. To see just who wins control over the Nemesis statue for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1989, but there's no audio adaptation as of yet. To watch it, you have the 1993 VHS release, which included 11 minutes of previously untransmitted material, and the documentary The Making of Doctor Who, which had previously been broadcast in North America, and at the time of making this video, still hasn't been included on any future releases of this story. You can also enjoy Silver Nemesis on DVD, bundled together with Revenge of the Cybermen as part of a twin release box set from 2010. As 25th anniversary stories go, Silver Nemesis may seem a little unconventional, but I admire it all the more for that. It doesn't feel the need to gather multiple doctors or companions, instead it focuses on telling an interesting story, featuring one of the Doctor's greatest enemies, alongside new foes who have their own impact too. What's more, these mysterious ramifications of just who the Doctor really is would continue to be developed in both this era and the generations to come. But of course, more on that when we get there.
Have you never wondered where he came from? Who he is?
Nobody knows who the Doctor is.
Except me.
The fourth and final story from season 25 is the greatest show in the galaxy. Roll up, roll up. The psychic circus has come to Seganax, and it needs acts to keep the audience entertained. The Doctor and Ace are among a weird troupe of performers in the ring, where something sinister waits. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 14th of December 1988 and concluded on the 4th of January 1989. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and talk about a sporadic way to finish. Parts 1 and 2 carry on the consistency that we've seen for most of season 25, with the instalments bringing in 5 and 5.3 million respectively. For part 3, things take a rather unfortunate dip down, with just 4.8 million watching the Doctor face the clowns of the psychic circus. In a dramatic turn of events, however, part 4 manages to not only soar above 6 million, but also attains the honour of being the highest viewed episode of the season, with 6.6 million witnessing the story's conclusion. A figure this high was last achieved in 1985, and even though it was just for 1 episode, it's nice to see the numbers shoot higher for the programme once again. For the top 40 TV programmes, all episodes managed to stay within the top 100 except for part 3, which sadly dropped out and finished at 108th, the worst chart position for any episode that season. The remaining 3 episodes all vary, part 2 coming close to dropping out, charting at 99th, part 1 aims a little higher by finishing at 86th, and part 4 unsurprisingly is the winner, managing to notch itself at 79th place. So we've seen Doctor Who slip out of the top 100 a handful of times during season 25, but it still seems few and far between. But why are these viewing figures all over the place? Why did audiences sink so low before soaring to new heights for season 25? What factors were at play here? Just to get it out of the way, because it's sadly become a fixture at this point, the competition over at ITV was still primarily Coronation Street, and with the Christmas season promising even more heightened drama down at the Rover's return, those already hooked weren't going to switch channel anytime soon. However, the fact that the greatest show in the galaxy went out over the Christmas and New Year period could have done Doctor Who some favours. By the late 80s, family viewing of Christmas time programming had become something of a staple amongst the British public. As a result, most programmes, particularly those airing in the evening slots, often received a boost in the ratings table.
This could be the reason for why Part 4, which went out a few days into 1989, received the highest viewing figures of the 7th Doctor's era thus far, with 6.6 million tuning in. The numbers could have been higher if the promotional run continued its positive streak. However, it seems that for Greatest Show in the Galaxy, the train slowed down dramatically. For the previous stories in Season 25, the leading actors, production members, and figures with an association with the programme had been a constant fixture on various chat shows and children's programmes. However, no such interviews or appearances happened this time around, save for a short item on the BBC Two show, Behind the Screen, which showcased a short clip from Part 1. The TARDIS team did make pop-up appearances on some Christmas-themed programming, however. Sylvester appeared in costume as the Doctor for the Tomorrow's World Christmas quiz that year, and later the holiday quiz just before the new year, whereas Sophie Aldred appeared on Christmas Morning with Noel, which went out on Christmas Day 1988. The print world helped boost the serial a little better, with publications focusing on the guest appearance of popular actor and impressionist Jessica Martin, who was playing the werewolf Mags. However, the most notable focus of some articles was the troubled production of the adventure itself. During routine maintenance, asbestos fibres were found in several studios of BBC Television Centre. The corporation closed all of its studios to rectify the issue, and producer John Nathan Turner was informed that The Greatest Show in the Galaxy could continue production as long as it found an alternative studio space. When this proved to be tricky to acquire, some last-minute thinking was required. Given that the vast majority of the story took place within a circus tent, the team was able to put up a makeshift tent in the car park of BBC Elstree Studios. Even though this setup was quite primitive compared to the studios over at Television Centre, the production team were able to complete the remaining work, ensuring that The Greatest Show in the Galaxy would see the light of day, and wouldn't meet the same fate as the cancelled Sharda, which failed to materialise as the Season 17 finale back in early 1980. It's such a relief that this serial did make it to air, as it serves to be one of the most unique stories in the vast back catalogue of Doctor Who adventures. The circus setting feels familiar yet extremely unnerving, whether it's the dingy look of the ring, the eerie presence of the troupe of clowns, or the flamboyant characters the TARDIS team meet along the way. Standout performances certainly go to many of the supporting cast. T.P. McKenna is a joy as the self-congratulatory Captain Cook, Jessica Martin delivers a likeable and terrifying performance as Mags, and Ian Reddington delivers true shivers down the spine as the chief clown. With very little spoken dialogue, Reddington's interpretation focuses mainly on physical and facial expressions, which either leave you chuckling or leave you holding your breath in wicked anticipation. The central villains, the gods of Ragnarok, may not do a great deal overall, but have this air of power that works so well with Who monsters like this. And it's a shame that we haven't seen them make some sort of return over the years. Greatest Show marked the second script from Stephen Wyatt, who made his Who debut the previous year with Paradise Towers. Having been impressed with his work, he was asked to return, and this script both incorporates elements of Paradise Towers, whilst also feeling completely different and unique. It's an adventure that has always commanded a lot of praise and respect, whether from how it overcame the production troubles, or for the weird and wonderful directions it decides to take. The Greatest Show in the Galaxy serves as a fitting conclusion to a season brimming with imagination, wonderful concepts and characters, and a lead who undergoes some of the most extensive development in years. Grab your tickets, and come and join the Psychic Circus. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.4 million viewers, a 0.1 drop from the previous story. So it's clear that the big boost in Part 4 couldn't bring the overall viewership above Silver Nemesis, or even above 6 million, but the fact that the drop is so minuscule for the season finale is reassuring at the very least. Similar to last year's viewing figures, whilst Doctor Who may have remained miles away from its former glories in the ratings charts, it was still attracting a fairly sizable loyal following, one that would hopefully stick around for next year's run in 1989. The Greatest Show in the Galaxy may not be for everyone, it certainly won't be for you if you have a fear or phobia of clowns, but still to this day, it showcases Doctor Who at its most creative. To take a script revolving around a strange circus, combined with production issues that almost got the serial axed, and to deliver 4 episodes of fun, imagination, and some really engaging concepts, that's what Doctor Who's all about. To come and watch the antics of the Psychic Circus for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1989, or its audio adaptation from 2013. To watch it, it made its way to VHS in the year 2000, and then on DVD via a standalone release from 2012. Lots of acrobatics, lots of strange characters, and even stranger clowns. This is what The Greatest Show in the Galaxy is all about. It may not have been scheduled to be the closing story of the season, but in many ways it feels quite fitting that it wraps up this run of adventures. After the bombastic explosive events of Remembrance of the Daleks, to the eerie goings-on in the Happiness Patrol, and after the breath of fresh air that is Silver Nemesis, Greatest Show in many ways feels like a culmination of all of those elements, packaged together in that tried and true Doctor Who format. Definitely check it out for yourself, and I hope you manage to keep the gods of Ragnarok entertained.
As I think has been said before, I wasn't after Anyway, you ain't seen nothing yet.
So that's season 25, the 4 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of part 4 of The Greatest Show in the Galaxy, season 25 was brought to an end, concluding a 3-month run comprised of 14 episodes across 4 stories. Now, let's have a look at the averages for this season. Similar to how season 24 played out, the numbers are very consistent for the most part, with there only being a 0.4 million gap between the most and least viewed episode of the season. The winner is the 25th anniversary story, Silver Nemesis, which had an average of 5.5 million tuning in across its 3-week run. Given the hype and promotion dedicated to the story in celebration of the anniversary, the crowning achievement here hardly seems surprising, though it is a shame that it only won by 0.1 million against 2 other stories. The least viewed story was The Happiness Patrol, with 5.1 million on average. A shame really, given the high quality of that story's writing, but on the plus side, if around the 5 million range is where Doctor Who is destined to stay in the final years of the 80s, at least it's managing to hit that target consistently. Though, like season 24, I feel these results represent where the programme was in the perceptions of the general viewing audience. Dedicated fans were always bound to tune in, but amongst the wider public, Doctor Who had sadly become somewhat of a joke in many eyes. A relic of a bygone era, a show that had lost its charm and former glory, and now represented cheap sci-fi that the BBC was unwilling to sink more money and time into. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for season 25 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 5.4 million viewers. This is a 0.4 million increase from the season 24 average, which obviously is a marked improvement, but it hardly deserves much celebration as it continued to showcase the fact that Doctor Who wasn't hitting the heights it used to, despite all the changes and innovation going on behind the scenes. When placed alongside the previous 24 seasons, season 25 charts as the 3rd least viewed season of the programme on our journey thus far. It ranks 0.4 million above season 24 and 0.5 million above season 23, which remains in last place. So, once again, we have a season that in its year of broadcast fell into the bottom 5, a worrying trend that doesn't seem to be getting better. By the time of season 25's conclusion, we can see that 4 of the 5 seasons that occupy these bottom slots are from the 1980s. A very unfortunate look at how the programme's reputation and appeal amongst UK viewers rapidly diminished. Let's look at the Sylvester McCoy years so far. As mentioned, both seasons 24 and 25 rank as some of the least viewed Doctor Who seasons, at least in terms of the programme's first 25 years on air. Things do seem to be improving with the slight increase we see with season 25, but as season 26 was being prepared, we can only hope that this upward trend continues, even if it is by another small margin. Season 25 not only had to turn around a lot of negative perceptions of the programme after the previous year, but had to package together 4 adventures that showcased Doctor Who at its best, right in time for its silver anniversary. In my opinion, they delivered in spades. Each story from season 25 feels wildly different, offers a lot for the audiences to engage with, and each have many memorable characters or moments that fans continue to cite as great examples of the programme to this day. Remembrance of the Daleks is often seen as the real 25th anniversary story, with its callbacks to the show's origins and the wonderful use of the Doctor's greatest enemies, pitting them against a rebellious faction of their own race, as well as one of the best supporting character lineups in all of Who. The Happiness Patrol can be overlooked, but I urge you to explore its dark and dingy caverns. The themes employed are a joy to witness, and the Candyman at the very least is a memorable villain. Silver Nemesis may feel like a dud in some respects, but it will make you smile and feel entertained, with the Cybermen appearing to bolster up the stakes. And finally, The Greatest Show in the Galaxy brings it all together, delivering thrills, chills, and several fantastic scenes that highlight the supporting cast and the central TARDIS team, who, quite frankly, have excelled all year. The Doctor and Ace really get to develop their relationship, and this would only continue to see further detailed development the following year. But with season 26 penciled in, just where could the production team go now? What new stories could they come up with that retain the new darker edge of season 25, whilst also developing the relationship of the Doctor and Ace, and entertain audiences, and hopefully attracting new viewers? It's a big task to take on, to say the least, but how did they do? The year is 1989, and Doctor Who was in quite the perplexing state. On one hand, it had just come off its 25th anniversary, a season that contained 4 stories of excellent quality with returning foes and new enemies alike, all with some great development for Companion Ace and for the titular character himself, the Doctor. However, despite this turnaround in storytelling, all was not well behind the scenes. The viewing figures for the programme were still quite low compared to its prior success in the 60s, 70s, and even early 80s, with season 25 holding around 5.4 million viewers on average. Season 26 had been given the green light, but the production team would soon learn that even the status of a long-running internationally known programme like Doctor Who wouldn't always save it from the chopping block, but more on that when we get there. As the autumn drew nearer, 4 more stories had once again been prepared that aimed to continue the character development for the TARDIS team, whilst also introducing new and powerful foes for them to face, in a variety of exciting locations and time periods. Sylvester McCoy was back for his 3rd season as the 7th Doctor, with Sophie Aldred returning for her 2nd as Ace. Andrew Cartmel remained script editor, now in his 3rd year, and he was determined to further develop the Doctor's mystique, but also his power. John Nathan Turner also returned as producer, his 9th season at the helm, and was adamant that after long last, this would be his final year. All on board were committed to creating more wonderful adventures to add to the Doctor's records, and indeed, some of them still to this day are considered some of the best that Classic Who has to offer. But would this continued innovation finally see the viewing figures rise back up to stable levels, or would they remain low and further weaken the Doctor's chances of surviving into the 1990s? Join me as we delve right into Season 26 and find out. The first story from Season 26 is Battlefield. A mysterious message pulls the Doctor and Ace into an ancient battle with an evil sorceress and knights from space. Can the Doctor, or Merlin, prevent his oldest friend getting caught in the crossfire? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 6th of September, 1989, and concluded on the 27th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and oh dear, this is not good at all. 3 of the story's 4 episodes crash below 4 million, with Part 4 just hanging on, and Part 1 records the lowest audience showing for a Doctor Who episode on our journey thus far, with just 3.1 million viewers sitting down for the season premiere. Part 2 manages to bring things up to 3.9 million, before Part 3 dips down to 3.6 million, with Part 4 finishing at bang on 4 million. So whilst the numbers improve throughout Battlefield's run, this is an absolutely abysmal showing for 1989 standards. In 26 years of broadcasting, this is arguably Doctor Who's worst showing in its history thus far. We can only hope that things rapidly improve as the season progresses. For the top 40 TV programmes, rather amazingly, only Part 1 fell out of the top 100, charting at 102nd, with the other 3 instalments coming close to doing the same, but coming in at 91st, 95th, and 89th respectively. The fact that most of Battlefield was able to hold on within the top 100 is quite impressive given the dismal viewing figures, but this low charting start continues a trend over the last few years, a trend that sadly makes a coveted spot in the top 40 seem ever more elusive for Doctor Who. So, just what on earth happened here? Why were the viewing figures for Battlefield so woefully low? Why weren't people tuning in? Well, in terms of promotion, it wasn't for want of trying. While Season 26 was still being made, Doctor Who was making an impact in the world of the theatre. Running from March until August, The Ultimate Adventure starred Jon Pertwee and later Colin Baker as the 3rd and 6th Doctors respectively, battling Daleks and Cybermen in a theatrical extravaganza. Reviews were mixed, but audiences generally enjoyed the show, so even though not directly related with Season 26, this extra attention could have only been a good thing. A press launch for the new season was held on the 16th of August, in which producer John Nathan Turner, together with Sophie Aldred and guest actor Jean Marsh, all appearing to help promote Battlefield. But already at this stage, even before the season began airing, all was not well behind the scenes. There were murmurs circulating that production on the prospective 1990 season of Doctor Who, Season 27, was to be delayed, with talks of a US production company wanting to co-produce with the BBC. Back in the present, the Radio Times Listings magazine offered a slice of the back page article to Doctor Who a week before Season 26 began. This was penned by Sophie Aldred and focused on the creatures that the TARDIS team would be facing. Further promotional appearances included Sylvester McCoy and JNT popping up at the Doctor Who Space Adventure exhibition on the 2nd of September, and later, on Saturday the 16th of September, McCoy would appear as the Doctor on the Noel Edmonds Saturday Roadshow, in which he joined the titular presenter in a skit about the TARDIS breaking down. Several leading newspapers covered Season 26 beginning transmission, so with all this relatively mainstream coverage, why did Battlefield still suffer in the viewing figures table? Well, we now turn to the dominating factor to this answer: competition. Doctor Who maintained its Wednesday broadcast slot from the previous year, still going out at around 7:35 PM, its latest time slot on our journey so far. However, this time slot would pit the Time Lord once again against ITV's most popular programme, Coronation Street. The long-running soap opera continued its dominance of the TV charts, often with more than 10 million tuning in. Not only that, but on the night of Part 1's broadcast, a major football game was underway on BBC Two, so with the majority of viewers either focused on the Rovers' return or the football pitch, Doctor Who stood very little chance of achieving success. Not long after the disastrous ratings for Part 1 came in, John Nathan Turner had some unfortunate news to deliver to his two leading actors. On Monday the 11th of September, JNT wrote formally to Sylvester and Sophie, informing them of events concerning the following year, and we'll elaborate more on that when we get there. Battlefield itself is often seen as the black sheep, or odd one out of Season 26, in terms of its quality, and in my opinion, I have to disagree. Sure, some of the digital effects and snippets of dialogue are a bit ropey, and compared to some of the previous McCoy adventures, and with what's to come, it may feel a little lackluster, but there's still so much to enjoy. Front and centre to that enjoyment is the return of Unit, together with long-standing favourite, Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart, played once again by Nicholas Courtney. His final appearance in Doctor Who, Courtney steps back into his most iconic character with complete ease and remains just as entertaining and engaging as ever. It was originally planned that he would be killed off, going out in a blaze of glory, but this was changed for production, with the brig surviving pretty much unscathed. The writer of this serial, Ben Aronovich, had previously penned the Season 25 opener, Remembrance of the Daleks, a story that achieved great success and is still fondly remembered today. His second script hasn't achieved the same level of praise, but Aronovich has gone on since to say he wasn't fully happy with every aspect of Battlefield's realisation to screen. He was happy to bring back the Brigadier, though quite understandably, the thought of killing off a popular 20-year-old character is quite a task for a fairly new writer to a long-standing show. However, Lethbridge Stewart isn't the only one representing Unit, for we have a new Brigadier, Winifred Bambera, played wonderfully by Angela Bruce. This feisty female leading a Unit troop is wonderful to see, and would help lay the groundwork for various female characters in the series revival. And we have Bessie come back too, and come on, you can never get tired of seeing the old Edwardian roadster in action. The villains of Battlefield are equally entertaining, with Jean Marsh playing a deliciously evil Morgaine. Jean was no stranger to Doctor Who, having appeared twice in the Hartnell era, most notably as short-lived companion Sarah Kingdom. Despite the melodramatic nature of the character, she's clearly loving every second of this role, and some of her confrontations with the Doctor are true highlights of Season 26. Throughout the adventure, she refers to the Doctor as Merlin, a glimpse into a potential life held by the Time Lord, further prompting intrigue and questions from those around him. Similar to the previous year, script editor Andrew Cartmel was committed to further developing the notion of a more powerful, mysterious, and in some cases, manipulative Doctor. We see smatterings of that in Battlefield, a particular highlight being the Doctor's confrontation with Morgaine, convincing her through words and words alone to abandon the pursuits of unleashing a nuclear war. We're accustomed to the Doctor making grand speeches in the modern series, but to see it happen in the final days of Classic Who is fantastic. The Destroyer is an absolute triumph of makeup and costume design, and is quite the intimidating presence. It's just a shame we only really get to see him in action during the last few minutes of Part 4. But as I said, despite its numerous flaws or misgivings, Battlefield is still a blast to sit through. Whether it's the returning characters, the new foes, the action sequences, or the quieter moments in between, I'm certain there'll be something in this adventure that will appeal to everyone. Overall, this story attracted an average of 3.7 million viewers, a 1.7 million drop from the last story broadcast, The Greatest Show in the Galaxy. This is quite a disheartening drop to say the least, the glimmering hope of Season 25's achievements seemingly dashed away in an instant. What's more, Battlefield's average is the lowest average attained by a Doctor Who story in its 26-year history thus far, and the only story to average under 4 million viewers. These are accolades that no adventure would wish to bear, but sadly, someone's got to do it, and Battlefield has been bearing those results ever since. We also have some repeat data for you. To celebrate the programme's 30th anniversary in 1993, BBC Two was home to screenings of Doctor Who repeats, with one story representing each Doctor. Battlefield was chosen to represent the Sylvester McCoy era, and went out on 4 consecutive Fridays from the 23rd of April to the 14th of May 1993. Here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which garnered an average of 1.3 million viewers, a 2.4 million drop from the original broadcast. Whilst this result is far worse than the 1989 screening, this sort of figure had sadly become the staple for Doctor Who repeats in the 90s. While still retaining a sizable loyal fanbase, the programme no longer enjoyed the same public profile and presence it had amongst the general public across the past 3 decades. With a vastly increased amount of channels for audiences to tune into, and new programming coming in all the time, Classic Who at this point, whilst gaining in affection, didn't stand much of a chance. Battlefield may not be viewed as an absolute classic these days, but it certainly maintains the sense of fun and freshness that several stories from the Sylvester McCoy era have in spades. To take part in the eternal battle for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1991, or its forthcoming audio adaptation, which will be released in 2022. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1998, in which 3 minutes of previously unbroadcast material were included. Alternatively, you have a standalone DVD release from 2008, or Battlefield can be enjoyed on Blu-ray, via the Season 26 collection set, which was released in 2020. With its callbacks to medieval legends, parallels with the potential devastation of nuclear war, Battlefield manages to straddle fantasy and sci-fi concepts with the terrifyingly real threats of the late 80s. The Brigadier's return is an absolute treat for those who enjoyed his previous appearances. The new remodeled unit is great, the leads get several great moments too, there's so much going on, and sure, not all of it lands, but it's a cracking good time. Just make sure you don't end up in a water tank. Sophie Aldred will tell you that for nothing.
I just do the best I can.
The second story from Season 26 is Ghostlight. Dark deeds are taking place within the corridors and rooms of Gabriel Chase. What creature is held captive in the cellar, and why is Josiah Samuel Smith so scared of it? To solve the mystery of Gabriel Chase, the Doctor must help Ace face her past. This story is comprised of 3 episodes, which began airing on the 4th of October, 1989, and concluded on the 18th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 3 episodes, and thankfully, no individual episode fell below the 4 million mark, albeit only barely. Audience figures continued to rise for Part 1 of Ghostlight, providing the peak of the story's viewership with 4.2 million tuning in. Part 2 records a small drop down to bang on 4 million, with Part 3 holding that figure steady for the story's conclusion. Despite being a clear improvement over Battlefield in terms of viewership, these numbers are still quite disastrous, and don't bode well for the programme's reputation or future behind the scenes. Looking over at the top 40 programmes chart, both Parts 1 and 2 managed to retain a spot within the top 100, coming in at 94th and 93rd respectively. However, Part 3 falls out of that bracket, finishing up at 104th place, the lowest position for a Season 26 episode thus far. Whilst the top 40 may be elusive, hopefully we won't see episodes continuously fall out of the top 100 as we progress through Season 26. So, if small pockets of audience members were now tuning into Doctor Who, what efforts were made to help Ghostlight both retain them and attempt to attract new viewers at the same time? To address the obvious, Coronation Street was still the prime competitor for Doctor Who, and as such, trounced it by 2 or even sometimes 3 times the amount of viewing figures. By the end of the 1980s, VCRs were common in millions of households, and whilst I'm sure many fans back in the day recorded Doctor Who, their delayed viewings were sadly not counted in the viewing figures compilation process. With live viewers still being the prime decider, Corrie had Doctor Who backed into a corner, but that didn't mean the TARDIS team would go down without a fight. Promotional efforts for Ghostlight, however, were seemingly lackluster in comparison to Battlefield. Small clips from the serial were shown to journalists at Season 26's press launch back in August, and a day after Part 3's broadcast, viewers gave their thoughts on the serial on the BBC's open-air programme. But there was no feature in the Radio Times, no promotional spots by any of the actors or production team on TV. It's almost as if the BBC were happy to let Doctor Who coast along, rather than give it the promotion that it needed. But decisions behind the scenes had already been made, and those decisions may have played into the programme's reduced presence in promotional material. But we'll touch on that a little bit later. Ghostlight is an adventure that embodies both a classic, haunted house kind of vibe, together with a script brimming with horror and good character work, particularly for Ace. We learn of the connection she has with the house they inhabit, what it means to her, and an insight into the Doctor's grand plan, what he's setting her up for, and how he's seemingly pulling most of the strings. Sylvester and Sophie have always been a fantastic pair, but it's the quieter scenes they have together that I think really shine, and in many of them, foreshadow the development that is still to come for the pair throughout the rest of Season 26. The halls of Gabriel Chase are absolutely gorgeous. The BBC's expertise and experience with period settings, both in design and costume, is absolutely top-notch. Speaking of costumes, the monstrous husks are quite terrifying upon their reveal, so much so that BBC One controller Jonathan Powell requested that shots of the husks be removed from the series trailer seen at the press launch. The writer for Ghostlight was newcomer Mark Platt, a long-time Doctor Who fan, and a writer brimming with ambition and imagination. His original script was so complex and intricate that it sadly suffered when it came to production. With the story only being allocated 3 episodes, several sequences had to be cut, resulting in a finale with the reveal of Light and his purpose coming across as a little muddled. The final script was restricted in such a way that many of the actors, the director, and other members of the crew had to consistently get in touch with Platt to clarify just what was going on. It is a shame that the intended impact and ideas of Ghostlight aren't able to be realised to the fullest extent, but we still have an atmospheric character drama in 3 parts. Knock off all the lights, settle down on the sofa, and get ready to be thrilled and feel chilled alongside the TARDIS team. Overall, the story attracted an average of 4.1 million viewers, a 0.4 increase from the previous story. It's great to see the trajectory improve, and for the programme to break the 4 million mark, but when you compare this result to many of the results seen over the last 26 years, it's still quite a disappointing one. With powerful competition from Coronation Street and lacklustre promotional efforts, Ghostlight's low average hardly comes across as a surprise. But don't let low viewing figures put you off. Ghostlight remains an endearing example of the darker, more character-driven directions that the creative team wanted to go in. Combined with wonderful haunting atmosphere, memorable side characters, chilling villains, and quite a shining conclusion, you have an adventure that is bound to stick in your mind for one reason or another. To bask in the glorious light for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1990 or its audio adaptation from 2011. To watch it, you have the 1994 VHS release or a standalone DVD release from 2004. You can also enjoy Ghostlight and all the other stories from this run in the Season 26 Blu-ray collection set from 2020. Often seen as the start of a pseudo-trilogy for Ace, which would run for the remainder of the season, Ghostlight serves as an intriguing opener. We learn that the Doctor's young friend is far more than just a girl who asks questions and tells the Doctor how brilliant he is. She's got demons to face, and together with the Doctor, we see her start to face them here. It's worth noting that Ghostlight was the last story to be recorded in Doctor Who's original 26-year run. Audiences still had 2 more adventures to experience, but for the regular members of the production team, the events of Gabriel Chase would prove to be their swan song in making the long-running science fiction staple.
Light!
The third and penultimate story from Season 26 is The Curse of Fenric. The Doctor and Ace arrive at a remote World War II naval base as a brilliant scientist deciphers ancient runes and the commanding officer lays a trap for Russian soldiers. The wolves of Fenric are running, and evil is stirring. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 25th of October, 1989, and concluded on the 15th of November. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and whilst the numbers now seem to be holding steady, it's far from the big boost that Doctor Who arguably needed. Part 1 marks the peak of the story's viewership at 4.3 million, with Parts 2 and 3 recording the joint lowest, at just 4 million viewers. Part 4 gets a little boost to 4.2 million, but again, when looked at on the whole, this is far from a strong showing. And as we're 3 stories into Season 26, it's clear that the overall audience had once again been diminished somewhat, and that a swath of new viewers were not setting their televisions to BBC One. Unfortunately, the data regarding The Curse of Fenric's placement within the top 40 programmes is unavailable, but to make an educated guess, based on how the previous few stories did, I would have hoped that all 4 episodes managed to stick within the top 100, even if they barely managed to cling on. But why weren't more people watching The Curse of Fenric? Considering what this story, and arguably this whole season, had going for it, what was preventing Doctor Who from experiencing a renewed renaissance? The biggest obstacle was undeniably Coronation Street, which was still being shown directly against Doctor Who as the Christmas season loomed closer. The later months of the year are always a busy time for soap operas, so the already astronomical viewing figures attained by the cast of The Cobbles only continue to grow larger, widening the gap between itself and the TARDIS team. However, on the more positive side, promotional efforts for The Curse of Fenric seemed considerably more prevalent than they were for Ghostlight. Much press attention was focused on the guest appearance of Nicholas Parsons, a popular game show host, which included programmes such as Sale of the Century, a former competitor to Doctor Who back in the 70s, and the radio panel show Just a Minute, which Parsons had hosted regularly since 1967, and would continue to do so up until 2019. His guest spot in The Curse of Fenric made the papers as early as May 1989, in which the actor commented that, "I've never had so much fun in my life." Parsons' role would again be a focus closer to broadcast, appearing in an article within the Radio Times, and also appearing alongside the 2 regulars and guest star Julian Holloway at a press event on the 19th of October. On this day, the first episodes of both The Curse of Fenric and the series finale, Survival, were premiered to the press at BAFTA. Further celebrations were in effect on the 21st of October, when Sylvester, Sophie, and JNT made an appearance at Centrepoint in London to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Doctor Who magazine, a dedicated publication which had been running continuously since 1979. However, despite all of this positive promotion, more negative news was coming to light regarding the programme. On the 21st, best-selling dish rag, The Sun, ran a story in which a member of the production team had supposedly confided to the tabloid, saying that, "Our only hope is for an independent production company to step in and save it." But after various rumours and faux reporting from the tabloids, on the 23rd of October, DJ Steve Wright confirmed on his BBC Radio 1 show that there wouldn't be a new series of Doctor Who in 1990. This wasn't a direct statement of outright cancellation, but to break the series' 26-year running chain wasn't viewed as a good sign. Presenter Anne Robinson tried to lessen the flames on an edition of Points of View that went out on the 1st of November, shortly after Part 2's transmission. Robinson denied the claim that the BBC had axed Doctor Who, but arguably the worst news was yet to come. We'll dive more into that a little bit later. The Curse of Fenric is arguably the crowning jewel of Season 26. It's this story that not only serves as a culmination of Ace's journey with the Doctor so far, but a shining example of the sort of stories, themes and characters that script editor Andrew Cartmel, together with his team of writers, wanted to inject back into the programme. The warring nations of World War II, the wonderfully designed blood-sucking haemovores, and the titular Fenric himself stand out as some of the greatest elements of late 80s Who. Fenric's power is quite intimidating, and his past battles with the Doctor imply a greater battle than perhaps we would ever see on the screen. One of the best scenes is one close to the end of Part 4, in which the Doctor and Ace are faced with a possessed Captain Sorin, who is being controlled by Fenric. I won't spoil it all, but to witness what the Doctor must do to Ace in order to save her and help defeat Fenric is one of the best classic Who moments ever, in terms of performance, writing, and how it plays out. Sophie Aldred absolutely steals the show in this serial too, continuing Ace's development in the second part of this pseudo-trilogy, allowing her to face her past, namely the contempt that she held for her mother. It's fitting then that the writer who penned this story is Ian Briggs. Having written the Season 24 story Dragonfire, in which Ace was first introduced, Ian returns to summarise the character's journey and growth so far, how the Doctor's involvement has been integral to it, but also what sort of conflict that can create between the pair. There are so many other wonderful elements of this serial, such as Nicholas Parsons, who you'd never guess was primarily known as a light-hearted game show host, as his performance is both powerful and heartbreaking in how Reverend Wainwright faces off the haemovores. In short, The Curse of Fenric is essential viewing if you're looking to dive into classic Who, featuring some of the strongest performances, most memorable moments, and character work that begins to lay the groundwork for what we would see when the programme returned in the 21st century. Just make sure you remember what you hold faith in. It may come in handy should you have to face the Ancient One. Overall, this story attracted an average of 4.1 million viewers, the same result as the previous story. It's disappointing to see that the small growth in viewership hasn't continued, but at least they haven't plummeted back downwards, especially to below 4 million. Hardly a strong showing, but if Doctor Who was still able to retain a somewhat consistent live viewership, there was still ever small glimmers that the show would avoid the ever-looming chopping block. The Curse of Fenric encapsulates all the best elements of a good Doctor Who story, while still injecting it with the running continuity of Ace's character growth and the further deepening of the Doctor's mystery and manipulative acts. There's a lot to love here, and if you want to experience it for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1990 or its audio adaptation from 2015. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1991, which was the first McCoy-era story to hit the format and was an extended cut, featuring 6 minutes of added material. In the 21st century, viewers could experience The Curse of Fenric via DVD, thanks to a standalone release from 2003, or via the Season 26 collection set, which was released exclusively to the Blu-ray format in 2020. The Curse of Fenric is arguably the story from the Sylvester McCoy era that comes the closest to script editor Andrew Cartmel's vision for the programme. A dismal setting, some great villains, a lead character who is confident in his power and ability, and a companion who is resourceful, fully independent, yet also unaware of their travelling friends' master plans. It's an absolute triumph from start to finish, and makes you wonder if future adventures in the years to come will adopt a similar template. Was that guaranteed to happen though? Not necessarily, at least not immediately.
We play the contest again. Time Lord.
The fourth and final story from Season 26 is Survival. The Doctor takes Ace home to Perivale, where her friends have vanished. But to where? Savage forces are at work, and when they're transported to the planet of the Cheetah People, an old enemy lies in wait. This story is comprised of 3 episodes, which began airing on the 22nd of November, 1989, and concluded on the 6th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 3 episodes, and we have a sizable improvement to round off the season. For the first and only time this year, Doctor Who was able to just about crack 5 million viewers, with parts 1 and 3 both hitting the mark, tying for the adventure's most viewed instalment. Part 2 is the odd one out, dropping a little lower down to 4.8 million, but that figure alone eclipses the 3 previous stories, both on an individual basis and on overall average. 5 million viewers is still quite a poor showing for a 26-year-old programme in 1989, but in regards to just season 26, this result is the biggest victory we have to celebrate. For the top 40 TV programmes, thankfully all 3 episodes of Survival were able to find a place within the top 100, with Part 1 achieving the story's peak at 89th, Part 2 coming close to dropping out at 96th, and Part 3 resting in the middle at 91st. The classic series bows out without striking the top 40, but for its last adventure to at least hang around in the top 100, I'll take that achievement for all it's worth. So, how did things close out here? With Survival being the season finale, what was it about the adventure that caused that last little extra boost in audience members to sit down and watch it unfold? It might be surprising to say, but it could have been the ever-growing rumours and eventual confirmation that Doctor Who wouldn't return for a series in 1990. I've teased you long enough, so let's delve into just what was going on. Back in September, shortly after season 26 began transmitting, John Nathan Turner wrote to both Sylvester McCoy and Sophie Aldred, informing them that their contracts for a prospective 4th season would not be taken up. This devastating news lent to the stirring comments that Doctor Who wasn't just taking a year off, but was going to be axed for good. After the confirmation that a 1990 season wouldn't materialise in October, numerous letters were sent to the controller of BBC One, Jonathan Powell, expressing sadness and outrage at the decision. An official response came from the head of drama, Peter Davison, who aimed to clarify that there were no plans to axe Doctor Who, and that there may be a little longer between this series and the next than usual. If only he knew then how long that wait would be. So whilst not officially being marked as cancelled, Doctor Who seemingly was being winded down quietly, taking an extended rest with an uncertain future. The notion of an independent production company coming in to help fund and produce the show was still circulating, and several bids were put forward to the BBC. These included Saffron Productions, run by former Who writer Victor Pemberton, Cinema Verity, ran by the first Doctor Who producer, Verity Lambert, Coast to Coast, a company who at this point still held the option to make a Doctor Who movie, and perhaps most prolifically, a partnership of Dalek creator Terry Nation and Cybermen co-creator Jerry Davis. The pair disliked the way the programme had been showcased over the past few years, and the two writers promised to get American financial backing to reduce the amount of violence and even potentially film the series on a worldwide scale. Despite Crujine's comments about the gap between seasons being longer than usual, the BBC claimed that a decision regarding the new co-producers would be made in early 1990. That came and went, and by August of that year, no announcement had been made, and the longer gap than usual would continue to go on, and on, and on. But for how long exactly? That's a story for another day. But let's get back to Survival, the story that would prove to be the final adventure in the show's original 26-year run. Despite the raised viewing figures, Doctor Who still battled against daunting competition from Coronation Street over on ITV. It had been a long 3-year battle against the long-running soap opera, a battle which sadly the TARDIS team were never able to triumph. But a continued resistance has to be commended, even in the face of poor results. Promotion for the serial remained at a somewhat steady level, however wasn't always a success with the press. After a special press call was held for the appearance of guest star comedians Hale and Pace, only one paper, the Sunday Mirror, showed up in attendance. Much of the press also derided Survival as it went to air, chiding various elements of its production and supporting the notion that the series needed more money, or in some cases, should just be axed altogether. Despite all of the press derision, the promotional train kept on chugging along, with numerous members of the Who production team appearing on different programmes. Sylvester McCoy appeared on that year's Children in Need telethon, whilst producer John Nathan Turner popped up on Mega Quiz 89 and later on Open Air to help promote and celebrate 50 years of BBC's Ealing Studios. Despite the sad news of not making a 4th season together, lead actors Sylvester McCoy and Sophie Aldred thankfully had a lot more work to sink their teeth into. Both were in pantomime for Christmas, with Sophie in Cinderella and Sylvester in Aladdin, and both actors worked extensively in the theatre throughout 1990, as well as attending various Doctor Who and sci-fi related events and conventions. Despite their success acting-wise, Who fans were left with even more doom and gloom after Sylvester made an appearance on Open Air on the 19th of December 1989. Speaking with Eamon Holmes, the actor said that Doctor Who wouldn't be seen until 1991 at the earliest. Again, if only he knew. Survival unintentionally perhaps serves as quite a fitting end to the classic run of Doctor Who on television. It adopts a modern-day Earth setting, with characters who feel distinctly current for their time, and an environment in which Ace both comes from and is able to thrive in. Exploring her past, her friends and her connections with Perivale, this sort of dedication of storytelling to a companion's origins and background had arguably not been done before in the programme. And as mentioned, this focus on a modern-day setting for a modern-day companion would be the template used when Doctor Who returned to TV in 2005. The main creatures of the serial are the cheetah people, a rather fascinating concept, their planet included, and even if their design on screen makes them look a little cuddly, the performances from the actors help convey the animalistic nature of the beings. The main villain, however, sees the return of an old foe, the Master, played once again by Anthony Ainley. Having played the Renegade Time Lord since 1981, Ainley, just like Nicholas Courtney with the Brigadier, slips back seamlessly into the role, nailing the melodramatic moments while sprinkling his now signature sense of charm and malevolence into the mix as well. His descent and fall to the planet of the cheetah people is really quite chilling, especially when we see its influence spread to not only Ace, but the Doctor as well. The writer for the season finale was another newcomer to the programme, Rona Munro. Hailing from Scotland, Rona is mainly known nowadays for extensively popular theatre work, but this was one of her first TV engagements, and I've got to say, she knocks it out of the park. Survival feels very different, not just to other eras of Classic Who, but to other stories in Season 26 as well. The focus on the modern day, plus the continuation of Ace's journey as a character, works a treat, just as well as it did in Ghostlight and The Curse of Fenric. There are several individual moments I can pick out in the story's 3 parts that stand out as being excellent, but really, the best way to experience Survival is definitely to sit down and watch it for yourself. It's a fitting end to the classic series run, it showcases how far the show has come in 26 years, and it's a rip-roaring good adventure to boot, giving us a great final outing for Anthony Ainley's Master, Sophie Aldred's Ace, and in many respects, Sylvester McCoy's 7th Doctor. Well, almost. Overall, this story attracted an average of 4.9 million viewers, a 0.8 increase from the previous story. It's fantastic that right at the very end, Doctor Who got a much needed sharper boost. Sure, it wasn't able to crack 5 million, and the results we have are far from fantastic, but for more people to watch the show as it quietly came to a conclusion, gives us one final glimmer of hope that the programme was still watched, and loved, by the viewers who tuned in. Despite coming right at the very end of Classic Who, Survival remains a great story to delve into, even if you're in the early stages of exploring Doctor Who, thanks to its many similarities to the early days of the revival, great character work for the 2 leads, the main villain, and a world that feels truly alien and quite threatening and enticing all at the same time. To venture to the planet of the cheetah people for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1990 or its audio adaptation from 2017. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1995, the standalone DVD release from 2007, or as part of the Season 26 collection set, which was released on Blu-ray in 2020. It may not feel like the grand finales we expect in television these days, but Survival absolutely thrives in how low-key, yet intense it is. The moments of action and tension are superbly handled. The actors are giving their all in these performances, even if you have 1 or 2 clunkier moments.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
But when all is said and done, considering this was the last Doctor Who story for quite some considerable time, I think Survival succeeds in every way in which it could.
If we fight like animals, we'll die like animals!
So that's Season 26, the 4 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Part 3 of Survival, Season 26 was brought to an end, concluding a 3-month run, comprised of 14 episodes across 4 stories. Now, let's have a look at the averages for this season. It's a shame that for the final season of Classic Who, the viewing figures were arguably at their poorest. No story is able to crack 5 million viewers, and the least viewed story, the season opener, Battlefield, falls below 4 million, with just 3.7 million viewers on average tuning in. On the other end of the spectrum, the season finale, Survival, comes in as the most viewed story of Season 26, with 4.9 million viewers on average, a 1.2 jump from Battlefield. The middle stories, Ghostlight and The Curse of Fenric, attained the same result of 4.1 million, but it's so interesting that despite the abysmally low start, the numbers did gradually improve, culminating in a nice little jump for the season finale. So, something was working, but it just didn't provide enough of an impact to help see Doctor Who through into the 1990s. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for Season 26 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 4.2 million viewers, a 1.2 million drop from the previous season's average. To witness a drop between seasons is always a shame, but to see a drop of over 1 million in just the space of a year, now that's truly tragic. This leans into the idea that Doctor Who just wasn't a massively popular programme anymore, at least in terms of the general audience. Fans were always going to tune in, of course, but the hyper-success the show experienced in the mid-60s and 70s was seemingly long gone. To the wider public, it no longer felt like television you had to make time for. more like an out-of-date relic from glory days gone by. When placed alongside the previous 25 seasons, Season 26 unfortunately finishes up dead last, being 0.7 million behind Season 23, which moves up one place after 3 years. Again, I think it's a great shame that the final season of Classic Who ends up being the bottom in pretty much everything, especially when the quality of the 4 stories within it is absolutely fantastic. Just goes to show that back then and even today, it doesn't necessarily all rest on how good your storytelling is, as if the competition is strong enough, or the promotional efforts are somewhat lackluster, the more casual members of the audience are less likely to watch. Looking at the 3 McCoy seasons, we can see that the numbers aren't phenomenal overall, but there is a clear odd one out. The improvements seen between Season 24 and 25 have been dashed away, with the significant drop with Season 26 resulting in quite an underwhelming swan song. With Doctor Who taking an unknown amount of rest, there didn't feel like anything to celebrate, the show having bowed out with some of its lowest viewing figures to date. An underwhelming final result for what I believe is truly one of the strongest periods of quality in Doctor Who's history. But now, as we've reached the end of another Doctor's era, it's time we got really nerdy with numbers and work out the overall average for the Sylvester McCoy years. By combining the results achieved from seasons 24, 25 and 26, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for the Sylvester McCoy era of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 4.9 million viewers. This low result sadly now means that this is the least viewed era of the programme thus far, falling lower than the previous holder, the Colin Baker years, by quite a margin. Speaking of other Doctors, the McCoy years fall 2.2 million behind Patrick Troughton, 3.4 million behind John Pertwee, a colossal 4.5 million behind Tom Baker, 3 million behind both William Hartnell and Peter Davison, and finally 1.5 million behind the previous least viewed Doctor, Colin Baker. This result could have been predicted based on the results from seasons 24 and 25 alone, but the catastrophic showings from season 26 I believe really served as the final nail in the coffin of the McCoy era in regards to viewing figures. Similar to Colin Baker's tenure, McCoy also suffers significantly in the story count department, having only 12 televised adventures during his 3 years in the role. This is obviously a far cry from the amount of stories that Hartnell, Troughton and even Davison had in their 3-year stints, but we have to remember, McCoy's era only was allocated 14 episodes a year, and to be honest, I think fans of the programme were just happy to get anything in the final few years of the 1980s. And now we're about to get really nerdy with numbers, and calculate the overall viewing average over the entire 26-year run of classic Doctor Who. By combining the individual averages from Season 1 all the way through to Season 26, we can calculate that the overall viewing average for the original run of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 7.9 million viewers. For a show spanning over a quarter of a century, to gain an overall average of nearly 8 million viewers, including the lower results of the late 80s, is certainly impressive. I think the main thing to take away from this result is, whether it was the black and white days of the 60s, the colour and flamboyance of the 70s, or the experimentation and darker tones of the 80s, Doctor Who, at its core, always had a substantially loyal viewer base. One that was able to see it through multiple decades, multiple production changes and challenges, and one that helped create a legacy for one of British television's national institutions. Season 26 is a tale of two halves in my opinion. On one hand, you have a season that is absolutely brimming with creativity and imagination, with 4 stories that endeavour to further strengthen the leading characters, whilst also presenting audiences with memorable new monsters, great atmospheric locations, some returning faces both good and evil, and some truly standout moments for our mysterious leading man and his ever-resourceful companion. However, on the other hand, you have a season that is continuously marred by the goings-on behind the scenes. The confirmation of no 1990 season, the unspecified rest time that the show was going to take, the uncertainty of an outside production company coming in, and perhaps most prevalent, the news of John Nathan Turner's departure as producer after nearly 10 years, and Sylvester McCoy and Sophie Aldred's contracts not being renewed for the immediate future. It was difficult for Doctor Who fans to celebrate the creative renaissance going on with the programme, and thanks to the diminished reputation that Doctor Who now had, more casual viewers were now less likely to tune in, and tune in they didn't. Whether it was Coronation Street stealing millions away, or the lacklustre promotion for certain stories not creating enough of a buzz, Doctor Who had tried everything it could to survive into the 1990s, and it seemed that by the end of 1989, that it had failed. But remember to focus on the stories themselves, and the sheer quality that many of them possess. Whether it's the old flavourings of an earthbound adventure in Battlefield, the chilling events of Ghostlight, the dramatic and powerful Curse of Fenric, or the low-key yet intense goings-on in Survival, Season 26 set out to give the audience adventures that not only felt modern, fresh, and interesting, but ones that would shock them, entertain them, and keep them hooked for years to come. and a consistently vital ingredient into why this season works so well, has to be Sylvester McCoy as the 7th Doctor. Having primarily made his name as a stuntman in the Ken Campbell Roadshow and as a children's entertainer in programmes such as Eureka and Vision On, Sylvester McCoy had quite an uphill battle when he first took the role of the Doctor back in 1987. Despite the fact his first year piloting the TARDIS is often cited as being over comedic and campy, Sylvester right from the off delivered performances that both captured the whimsical, fun nature of the Time Lord, but also a certain alien quality too, letting the audience remember that he isn't quite like us in every respect. This only continued with seasons 25 and 26, McCoy really being allowed to flex his acting muscles to embody a Doctor who acts a lot more mysteriously, tries his hand at manipulation, and presents a darker, more moody persona than many of his previous incarnations. After the show came to an abrupt end in 1989, Sylvester never distanced himself too far from the programme. He continued to attend conventions and to make cameo appearances in character as the Doctor throughout the 1990s on a variety of different shows. In 1993, he returned alongside a wealth of former Doctors and companions for the pseudo 30th anniversary special, Dimensions in Time, which of course is canon. Helping to keep the presence of the programme alive as the world raced towards the 21st century, McCoy was one of the first Doctors to become involved with audio production company Big Finish, and over the last 20 years, he's led dozens of full-cast audio dramas, allowing him to continue his incarnation's development. This included a realisation of the prospective season 27, had the programme continued into 1990. The 4 planned stories have all been adapted and released by Big Finish, for which I highly recommend you give them a listen. A fan of the modern Doctor Who series, Sylvester has frequently praised the new show, its creative team, and acknowledges how his last year in the show offered a strong template for the revival. At nearly 80 years old, he still continues to play the Doctor to this day, not just in audio form, but even in the visual medium. In 2021, to help promote the release of his first season on Blu-ray, McCoy appeared in costume as the 7th Doctor once again, still playing the spoons, still providing smiles and joy to everyone who sets eyes on him. It's so wonderful to see Sylvester's run on TV get a lot more reappraisal in recent years, and even if at the time he was often wrongly targeted for bringing about the end of the programme, he can rest easy, as we all can, that he did everything in his power to keep it going. And as the 7th Doctor, he remains a firm favourite incarnation to many, and will continue to do so for many years to come. And of course I haven't forgotten to mention he did also make one appearance as the Doctor in 1996, in an attempt to hand the baton on and bring the series back for the 1990s. But we'll touch more on that another time. But what was going to happen now? With Doctor Who being off the air, and with no confirmed date of it coming back, what did this mean for the franchise? How would fans of this long-running staple keep the memory of Doctor Who alive, and how long would they have to wait before their hero made a true return to television screens? You'll have to join me next time to find out.
Some of there's danger, some of there's injustice, and somewhere else the tea's getting cold. Come on, Ace. We've got work to do.
And there you have it, Doctor Who's ratings journey throughout the 1980s. It's fair to say that this decade wasn't as kind to the programme as the 1970s had been, but we've seen the numerous factors that played into this. A dismal start kicked off Tom Baker's swan song season, but upon Peter Davison stepping into the TARDIS, those figures bounced up considerably and remained fairly healthy. That trend initially continued with Colin Baker's tenure too, and it makes you wonder, had the BBC themselves not gone against the programme, how differently the viewing figures and the fate of the show generally could have turned out. By the time Sylvester McCoy became the 7th Doctor, whilst the show was entering a new creative renaissance, it was almost too little too late. Immense competition from ITV, combined with the general public's view of the programme, gave the BBC the excuse it needed to wind the show down for good. At least, so they thought. What was to occur during the 1990s would be full of ups and downs. But that's for another day. In the meantime, thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed this series, be sure to leave a like, a comment down below, share the video around, and subscribe to us here at AMTV Who, as we'd love to have you aboard. In the meantime, I've been Adam Martin from AMTV Who. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you next time.